Well, the players are out now. Liverpool are to the right of the hoarding. Newcastle lining up to the left in the beautiful sunshine here on Merseyside. Where do you see this one being game and one, Trevor, quickly?
I just think with the front four for Liverpool got a little bit too much. Again, I think St. Maxim can affect this game going forward. But yeah, I just feel Liverpool have probably got a little bit too much, but it'll be interesting to see if Jota can keep his goal scoring run and his goal scoring involvement going, because he has had a little bit of a knock.
Yeah. Okay, well, after a turbulent and emotional week, it has to be said, off the pitch, it is time to get back to matters on it, because you cannot take your eyes off it, can you? A win today would take Liverpool back into the top four, of course. By this point last season, you know, Klopp's men had already clinched the title with 7 games remaining. So emphatic were they in their pursuit of Premier League glory last time out. This season has been very different, of course, and today they'll be desperate to avoid a 7th home defeat against a buoyant Newcastle side who are looking for 3 wins on the bounce, and of course more breathing space from that bottom 3. What a game in store then at Anfield. To the fans, we wish you could have been here for this one, but to take you through, here are the former Manchester City and England winger Trevor Sinclair and your match commentator today, Clive Tilsley, to the sound of glorious music in the background.
It's almost sacrilegious, you know, talking over Jerry Marsden. R.I.P. Forgive me, Liverpool fans. This is radio. We can't just pause to hear this great show song from Carousel. It was part of the Mersey scene back in the early 60s, but it's a 1950 show song which became the anthem of this football club. As we've just said, I was here 25 years ago when Liverpool and Newcastle served up maybe the most thrilling Premier League game of all. 4-3, gloriously open match, staged in a crackling atmosphere, toe-to-toe football played by 2 teams for whom the result was only just more important than the theatre, the entertainment. All seems a bit innocent and dreamy after the sinister, selfish events of the last week, but if anything can restore our love for football, it is football itself. The decorations are still up here at Anfield. The local fans groups, Spy and Cop 1906 and Spirit of Shankly, that oversee the flags and banners that adorn the empty stadium, were set to remove them in protest at the Super League initiative, but they have relented since the club's climb down. So the pre-match taking of a knee will continue here in a familiar and fitting setting in the week that a Minneapolis jury reiterated the underlying message. It has been quite a week, hasn't it? Champions League places still have to be won. Relegation is still a reality. You get nothing given to you in the game that we all know and love. And long may that continue. Liverpool in all red, defending the Kop end of Anfield in the first half. So from our elevated position in the main stand, it's Newcastle United in their traditional black and white stripes, black shorts and predominantly black socks, who are playing from left to right towards the Kop end, and the ball is in possession of their goalkeeper Martin Dubravka, who goes long down the centre of the field towards Sam Maximan, headed calmly down by Kabak to the former Newcastle player Gini Wijnaldum, who's captaining Liverpool today in the absence of the likes of Jordan Henderson and Virgil van Dijk. Robertson with a header forward towards Mane midway inside the Newcastle half. Mane has started on the left-hand side, Salah on the right, and it's Diogo Jota who's playing in the more central role, with Roberto Firmino just a little deeper. Trevor Sinclair is alongside me. What do you make of the Liverpool setup? Yeah,
it's almost as I expected, but it looks like Firmino and Jota are almost both playing false number 9s. And the wide players are a little bit further forward, so it'd be interesting to see how that continues, because I don't feel Mane's been getting himself in positions to affect the game as much as he has done in the past, and yeah, it'd be interesting to see what positions he takes up on the pitch.
Mohamed Salah on the right hand side with a square ball to Thiago just inside the Newcastle half of the field. Forward comes Ozan Kabak, square to Fabinho back at the heart of the defence. Nat Phillips is nursing a hamstring injury, one of the Liverpool absentees. working the ball studiously forward. Jota exchanging passes with Firmino, and then laying it off to Salah on the right-hand touchline into the edge of the penalty area, where Jota protects the ball but then is unable to link with Thiago. Newcastle United pounce and try to counter-attack with Alain Saint-Maximin early forward towards Jacob Murphy with a bold run, but that bounces tamely through to Alisson in the Liverpool goal. Quickly bowled out to Andy Robertson, typically busy and urgent, jogs forward and links, as he so often does, with the other fullback, Trent Alexander-Arnold. It'd be worth seeing Alexander-Arnold back in the England team just to see him against Robertson in that England-Scotland duel in the summer. What a marvellous matchup that would be on that flank. But Alexander-Arnold, as we all know, is currently trying to impress Gareth Southgate sufficiently to get back into the England plans. Wijnaldum in possession midway inside the Newcastle half. Mane taking on Longstaff and getting to the edge of the penalty area where he floats it in. It came off the head of Clark. It's bounced for Salah, and Mohamed Salah has scored for Liverpool. 3 minutes gone. Salah with an instant shot on the turn, and Liverpool score a first half goal at Anfield. It's the first of the year, 114 days into the year, and Liverpool take a first half lead at Anfield. Hallelujah, says every Liverpool fan listening. And
it seems a really simple goal. It's just a hopeful cross into the box from the left by Mane. It goes in towards Firmino. It's flicked on by a Newcastle defender, and it kind of goes in towards Salah, and he uses his body superbly well just to use his strength and just keep the defender away from it. Great turn, and then it's a really sharp finish right into the roof of the net. Fantastic goal, and it just shows Salah is an instinctive finisher. That wasn't something that they've worked on the training ground. It was a hopeful ball. It landed on his feet. He's shown a little bit of individual skill and strength to hold the ball up, and splendid finish. No chance for Dubravka.
First time the champions have scored before half-time on their beloved home turf since December. Saint-Maximin trying to reply for Newcastle inside the Liverpool penalty area is held up by Kabak at the expense of a corner kick to Newcastle on the left-hand side. December the 27th, the last first half goal that Liverpool scored at Anfield. The craziest stat in English football is no more.
That is a serious stat there. Good knowledge, Clive.
Corner kick to Newcastle United though on the left-hand side, which Sean Longstaff will take in towards the edge of the 6-yard box, where Kabak heads clear. Returned into the penalty area by Almiron, and Trent Alexander-Arnold in an unusual left-back position is able to clear, and Liverpool are on the counter here. Mane to Firmino, and now Salah, and he's just run off the ball by the energetic Almiron, recovering. But Newcastle were rather exposed there to the counter-attack. It's just what Liverpool need in a home game, an early strike, because it means that Newcastle have to come at them a little bit more than perhaps Steve Bruce was planning at the outset.
Yeah, it's a poor start for them. Simple goal as well to defend against. If you get a real good contact on that first cross in, it deals with the problem, and the problem is no more. Just looking at the defending there from that corner from Liverpool, the initial header by Kabak, and the movement and the speed in which the back four and the back line of Liverpool got out, won them the ball back, because I think a Newcastle player was left in an offside position, and straight away that's enabled them to get on the front foot and start that counter-attack. So excellent work. It looks like it's the forwards doing all the work, but excellent work from the defenders to step out in the first place.
Sadio Mane was the previous player to score a first half Liverpool goal here, December the 27th against West Bromwich Albion. Since then, Liverpool have held the lead in only one home game, and only for a couple of minutes between Trent Alexander-Arnold's winner and the final whistle against Aston Villa a couple of weeks ago. But Mohamed Salah has changed all that with a goal bang on 3 minutes to make it Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0, and Liverpool are coming forward again, and the goal scorer is on the ball. Another 20-goal Premier League season for Salah, the first Liverpool player to reach that tally 3 times in the Premier League era. He is the player that keeps on giving. His 123rd goal for this club moves him into Liverpool's top 12 all-time goal scorers. He's not been here 4 years yet.
I mean, that is incredible. You know, what he's achieved at this football club, winning the Premier League, winning the Champions League, and the goal-scoring record that he's managed to achieve is outstanding.
And he's scored in 4 games here at Anfield in a row against Newcastle United. He's not picky, actually. He'll score against anybody and everybody. We all need someone to rely on, and Liverpool can rely on Mohamed Salah. His 29th of the season, his 20th Premier League goal of the season, and it's Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0, with 7 minutes gone here on game day, and Liverpool coming forward with Kabak just lays it off to Gini Wijnaldum about 20 metres inside the Newcastle half of the field, where he's met by Longstaff, who forces him back to Kabak again.
He's settled down, hasn't he, Kabak, into this back line. Whether he'll play or not when everyone's fit next season, I don't know, but he's settled down and he's managed to put some decent performances in for Liverpool.
Started 13 of the last 14 games now, and with 3 different partners: Henderson, Phillips, and now Fabinho. He's got his own song with the Liverpool fans. Salah just laying the ball off to Firmino, square to Thiago. Now Wijnaldum again. Newcastle have got 11 men goal side, but Liverpool have comfortable possession midway inside the Newcastle half of the field.
Yeah, total control, moving the ball around really slick. There's an air of confidence about the defending champions today.
Firmino, Alexander-Arnold swept out to Salah. Firmino again. Important challenge coming in from Ritchie, and Saint-Maximin will try to accelerate away and is eventually checked by Ozan Kabak. My Scouse accent's about as good as that woman on Line of Duty, but the song is Ozan Kabak, and he plays centre back.
Yeah, that'll be worrying signs for Steve Bruce at the moment. Just looking at the injury to Saint-Maximin, incredible amount of speed. You can see that explosive pace that he's got as soon as he gets on the ball.
He was caught by Kabak, wasn't he, rather dangerously?
Yeah, he's picked up a booking for that as well.
Yeah, yellow card for Kabak, but an injury for Alain Saint-Maximin.
Do you know what his injury was prior to coming back?
Muscular, I think.
Okay.
This looks like an impact injury. Steph, I think she's called, isn't it, the character? AC12, 10-8, DCI and ACC and an ARV. Responding to a 999, made on a burner.
Wow.
AFO's report cuckooing. Am I the only person in the country that thinks Line of Duty's a bit naff this year?
Oh dear. I mean, when you're seeing people scribbling
OCG
down things while they're watching it, crazy.
MIT with AFOs in attendance, Reg 15, Mom, fella.
Dear, oh dear.
Well, the bad news is that Saint-Maximin is limping. The good news is he's on his own 2 feet. He's just coming off for some treatment on the near side.
Not moving well, got to say.
I mean, he is moving very gingerly indeed. Newcastle United will take the resulting free kick. I think the foul by Kabak was worthy of a yellow card.
It might be worth it as well if you can slow him down a little bit.
So a free kick which Kieran Clark will take for Newcastle, almost on the halfway line. Liverpool lead by a 0-0. Clark tries to play it into an area behind Liverpool, which would have been ideal for Saint-Maximin, but wasn't for Joe Linton. Saint-Maximin is continuing to receive some treatment. He was involved in both the goals at Burnley as a substitute, and then again involved with the first goal against West Ham last week, his first start in 2 months, and how they missed him during that period. He did go off with an ankle injury last weekend, just after the hour mark, and I think it's more likely to be a recurrence of that than the injury which initially kept him out of the Newcastle team. He's had 3 different injury spells this week, this season. This is just his 14th start for Newcastle this season, and he is so talismanic for them. But they're without him again. He's actually now walked back onto the field and is resuming in the action. Let's see how he moves as the ball is thrown towards him. Kabak heads it out of the way. He's moving a bit better now, Saint-Maximin.
Yeah, he's Action Jackson. You know, when you can imagine him picking up a lot of injuries because the speed in which he runs at any kind of clip, it's going to be an impact. And yeah, he'll definitely feel that. But like you say, he's been excellent whilst he's been on the pitch. It's just Steve Bruce has not had him available enough, and that's something that I'm sure looking into next season they're going to try and improve, because when he plays he affects the game for them.
Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0 on TalkSport with Now. With Now you can watch West Ham versus Chelsea and Sheffield United versus Brighton live today on Sky Sports for $9.99. Search Now Sports. Liverpool coming forward with a rather loose touch from Alexander-Arnold, which is quick enough to recover. He gets a return ball from Joe Linton early in towards Mane, who beats Dubravka to the ball but lifted it over the crossbar. It was a fabulous cross from Trent Alexander-Arnold and a really good chance for Sadio Mane.
Yeah, I think it's offside, but it was an excellent early ball. He got a little bit lucky with the mix-up between two Newcastle players down the right-hand side, and he's had a look, he's seen it nice and early, and he's delivered a superb cross just into that area where the goalkeeper don't want anything to do with it, and nor do the defenders. And I thought Mane should have done better. He's seen, with his peripheral vision, he's seen Dubravka coming in, and he just got too much on his contact of the ball. But it was a good opportunity that he'll be disappointed that he didn't show a little bit more bravery and hit the target there.
So Maximin on the move for Newcastle United and looking more like himself again, just unable to link with Joe Linton. Wijnaldum is there for Liverpool, up towards Firmino on the halfway line, protecting the ball from Longstaff, playing it back to Thiago, swept out to the left hand side, and Robertson just inside the Newcastle half. He can't quite keep it in. So just to take you through the Liverpool team now, it has settled down. Alisson in goal, back for Alexander-Arnold, Fabinho, Kabak and Robertson. Then a midfield two of Wijnaldum and Thiago. Salah is playing from the right, Mane from the left, and Jota and Firmino seem to almost be interchanging, taking it in turns to play as a number 9 and a number 10. It's quite a fluid and fluent Liverpool attacking format.
Yeah, that's what the best teams do. You know, they don't just stay in one position and make it easy for the defender. They keep on changing positions and rotating, and it can be quite confusing for defenders to know which player to pick up if they continue to do that.
Newcastle coming forward with Fernandes out to Murphy just outside the Liverpool penalty area, right hand side. He's beaten Jota and found a low cross, and Thiago very, very calmly takes the heat off it for Kabak to clear. It was a 2-metre pass from Thiago to Kabak on the edge of his own 6-yard box. Now Sam Maximin's got in behind Liverpool and squared it, and Fabinho actually knocked the ball back towards his own goal where Trent Alexander-Arnold cleared off the line. The flag is up. It would not have counted, but Sam Maximin was causing problems inside that Liverpool penalty area again.
Yeah, and something's gone on off the ball there. I think with Jota, he's been caught by a Newcastle player, and I think it was intentional. I'm not sure whether VAR are going to look at that. It was a good slide ball to St. Maximin, and he's just put it into an area, and Liverpool have been able to deal with it. Yeah, the clip that we just was watching came off before we could see the conclusion of that.
Jota's okay, it has to be said, and is not making a massive fuss of it. There is a yellow card being shown, I think, to Sean Longstaff.
I think it was Fernandes, yeah.
Referee standing next to Longstaff in conversation with him, but we think Federico Fernandes has picked up.
Unnecessary. The ball's already gone dead there, Clive, and I don't understand why he's done that. To try and listen, you want to try and get contact with the forwards that are playing against you, but you must do it when the ball's active. The ball had gone dead and he thought he could get away with that. So yeah, good call from the referee.
Andre Mariner is that referee out in the middle this afternoon. Andy Madley is the VAR. Newcastle United bidding for a third successive Premier League victory for the first time in pushing 2.5 years. History tells us there's never been a better time to come to Anfield, but neither Newcastle or Steve Bruce have much recent history of success here. But then neither do Liverpool. They've made a good start today with a goal from Mohamed Salah after 3 minutes. And so far, with 16 minutes played, their value for that lead. And Salah with some beautiful control inside the Newcastle penalty area, asking questions again. The ball has gone out off Salah for a Newcastle goal kick.
Great passing range from Fabinho there. Early run, little spinning behind by Salah, and it's an excellent, exquisite 40-yard strike with the right foot of Fabinho.
Yeah, quite a long ball, and Liverpool are not frightened to go long because they have so much pace to run in behind defences. It has been a feature of their wonderful play over the last 2 or 3 years, the way they mix up their play, but they're certainly not frightened to play those long diagonals in behind defences. Well,
it causes a problem, doesn't it, Clive? You know, if you've got a high press trying to put pressure on the defenders that are on the ball, then the midfielders have got to go in behind that, and then the defenders too. And if you've got a high defence, there's always space behind, so try and look to get runners in behind there. And it's almost like a cheap way of getting in and getting opportunities, but it certainly works.
Another very vigorous challenge by Ozan Kabak, who's going to have to watch his step. He clattered into the back of Sam Maximin there and headed the ball away. And Andre Marin has already pointed a yellow card in the Turkish international's direction this afternoon, now points a finger at him, which looks to me like something of a final warning for Kabak, who certainly likes a challenge. He was only turned 21 last month. He is a current Turkish international. They made a good start to World Cup qualifying, and he is only on loan to Liverpool from Schalke. Ritchie with the free kick, takes it square to Shelby, changing the angle in towards the head of Fernandes, headed into the penalty area. Joe Linton tried to get it on the end of it. Liverpool cleared their lines out to Sam Maximin on the left-hand touch line, taking on Salah out there to the edge of the penalty area, beating him and crossing, and it's Kabak with the clearance, staring into his own goal on the edge of his 6-yard box. Liverpool haven't quite cleared their lines. Ritchie keeps the attack alive. Jota with a rather inconsequential header which went up rather than out, and now a little exchange down the left-hand side, gets Ritchie into the corner flag where Thiago just beats him to the ball, plays the ball off Matt Ritchie, and Liverpool will have a throw-in close to their own corner flag on the right-hand side. Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0. Trevor Sinclair.
I think Mo Salah was looking for a bit of help there. He was one-on-one with St. Maxim, and St. Maxim twisted him left, twisted him right, and he had complete control of that situation. It was a good ball into the box, and again, you just want Newcastle players taking a gamble and trying to get into them areas and trying to get a little tap in, but really bright from St. Maxim, showing all his qualities in this early stage of this game.
Newcastle coming forward again after Murphy dispossessed Mane, and Sam Maximin is back on the ball just inside the Liverpool half of the field. I can run through the Newcastle team now.
Just before you do, Clive, you know what, just when St. Maxim got the ball there, you can see the respect now that he's earned, because he's so quick and direct. No one wants to go and engage him, so he's doing what he wants now when he gets the ball to feet. Obviously it's in an area where there's so much space around him, you don't want to go and close the area because you'll get embarrassed. That's how good he is in one-on-one situations.
You don't want to give him a yard start, that's for sure. Shelby forward, it's a really good ball, and Longstaff's in here with a great chance for Newcastle United, and it's a decent save by Alisson. Low to his left after Longstaff tiptoed in behind the Liverpool defence, and from no more than 8 metres out had a pot shot with his left foot at Alisson.
Yeah, it's an excellent run. Again, breaking lines, you see the trigger, he's gone from the right hand side to a central position. It's a good ball in behind, one-on-one. He just couldn't get the ball under control. He gets it out of his feet, the angle's going away from him a little bit, gets it onto his left foot just in time before he's closed down by Trent Alexander-Arnold, and it's a good strike. It's a good stop from Alisson. He'll be expected to save that, and yeah, that's a big opportunity. He hit the target, but you would expect him to do slightly better than that.
Newcastle corner, Ritchie takes towards the edge of the 6-yard box where it's won by Fernandes, and it's headed in, but it'll be disallowed because as Alisson came out to try to punch the ball clear, he was impeded. So the header from Kieran Clark, which finished in the back of the Kop end net, is to no effect for Newcastle United. It was the linesman who had the flag up quickly on the near side, and Alisson won a free kick.
Yeah, I think it's for offside. I don't think it's for a foul. John Joe Shelby's in an offside position, and so is the player that headed the ball. He was blocked off Alisson, but a player can't just make himself invisible or disappear. So there was no way that John Joe Shelby could get out of the way, but I think the fact that he was in an offside position is why the flag went up.
It is correct. Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0. Salah the scorer after just 3 minutes. Liverpool coming forward with Gini Wijnaldum. Had nearly 5 years as a Newcastle United player. Sorry, just the one season. Newcastle 5 years here. Just the one season at Newcastle United under Steve McLaren. His 5-year period here at Liverpool is now in some doubt, with his contract running out, and plenty of interest from Barcelona. But he has won a corner here on the left-hand side, which Andy Robertson will take. Swings it in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Mane is beaten to the punch, and Newcastle clear their lines. Sam Maximin can't get out because Salah is there. Shelby wins a challenge, but the ball loops up in the air and falls for Fabinho, and Liverpool have it back with Wijnaldum out to the right hand side and Alexander-Arnold. Firmino offering himself, comes back to the edge of the centre circle, and Thiago. Studied pass out to Robertson on the left hand side, confronted by Murphy. He comes back in field to Thiago again, angles it into the edge of the penalty area. Salah sets up Jota for a shot, and they got hold of it with plenty of power, but not the control or direction that Diogo Jota needed, and it goes high and wide for a goal kick.
I can't tell you how good that ball is from Thiago into the feet of Mo Salah. Little layoff, first time strike by Jota. Should have done better, should have hit the target from about 20 yards, but the pass, the original pass from Thiago, was exceptional. Loads of disguise on it. Looks like he's putting it centrally or to the right hand side, and he just reverses it on his right peg. So accurate. A lot of players try that, and you know, they'll miss the target or they'll be off target with the pass. He tries it and he executes it superbly well.
Midpoint in the first half, Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0. Mane on the ball just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Fed in, Jota! Well, it's a first time shot, but he has some space. Didn't quite catch it as he would have liked, and Dubravka had a relatively comfortable save, but it was another sight of goal for Liverpool. Yeah, good strike. He's just pulled the trigger a little bit too quick with his left foot. He snatched at it, and when you snatch at it, you don't get full contact on the ball, you don't hit the sweet spot, and it's ended up quite a comfortable save to Dubravka, who already looked like he was committed to going for that shot across goal. Fortunately, the power in the shot wasn't that bad, and it went towards the near post, and he was able to catch it with both hands. Yeah, I think because Jota slightly miscued, he almost went too early, too far. Dubravka, almost in anticipation of where the shot was going to go. He thought he was a better striker of the ball than he actually was. Here they come again, with Jota combining with Salah. Some of those little interchanges in tight spots on the edge of the penalty area, very promising. But Almiron can break for Newcastle United and run at Kabak, who's strong enough to hold off Almiron and gather possession and play it back to Robertson on the edge of his own penalty area. Wijnaldum on the ball again for Liverpool. Out to the right hand side, Alexander-Arnold to Wijnaldum again, edge of the centre circle, fed forward to Salah, gives it back to Wijnaldum. Good change of tempo in the Liverpool play. They have little periods where they just monopolise possession, slow things down almost to a walking pace, but then they're very quickly through the gears, either with a long piercing diagonal ball or a sharp rat-a-tat-tat interchange of passes on the edge of the penalty area. They've looked good coming forward so far, with these four forwards, Mane, Jota, Salah and Firmino all in the starting 11. Salah's on the ball midway inside the Newcastle half. Header away is by Paul Dummett. Shelvey calmly down to Ritchie. Newcastle trying to just get a hold on some possession, just settle things down, try to work their way into the game. They've looked good on the counter-attack so far, but haven't really been able to build up play in the way they would have wanted. They've lost possession on the edge of their own penalty area again. Thiago, Robertson now with a chance to cross, instead feeds it square to Jota. 10 metres outside the penalty area. 1-2 this time with Firmino. Broken up by Murphy, then Shelvey with an important tackle, and Almiron with a chance to break for Newcastle United, and Sam Maximin's on the ball, and that changes the tempo of the attack immediately. Almiron almost fighting for the ball with Joe Linton. They got in each other's way. I think one of them was offside anyway, but it was a total misunderstanding. Both of them wave an arm at each other, but nothing would have come of it because it was offside. But Newcastle do carry a threat on the counter. Yeah, that was an excellent break there, and Joe Linton, he kept himself onside on the left hand side, and I think St. Maxim was trying to pick him out, and Almiron got in the way, who was offside. And I think if he could have let that ball go under his feet, Joe Linton was in a great position where he probably got a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0. The latest odds are available from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage right now. You can get a Liverpool win at 16-1 on. You can back Newcastle to win at 35-1 or back the draw at 11-1. Those odds from Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Full terms at betfair.com. You must be 18 and you should take a look at BigGambleAware.org for advice and help on how best to enjoy and manage your betting. Robertson in possession for Liverpool. Mo Salah it was who scored the goal after 3 minutes. Robertson's lost it, and Newcastle can again come forward with Joe Linton, but he ran into traffic, and Liverpool have it back now with Fabinho, and early forward now towards Salah, edge of the penalty area. Mane inside the box, shot on the turn, and he just screwed it wide.
It's a good block.
He was borderline offside. I think there was a challenge that came in that has diverted it away for a corner.
Yeah, Fernandes did really well, put his body on the line there. He knew the first touch from Mane was good, and there was no way that he could stop the shot, but he tried to get across that far post and cover the goalkeeper, and he managed to get, I think it was his back in the end, and deflect it wide for a corner.
Back in the Newcastle team for the last 3 games, Federico Fernandes. Short corner, Robertson now plays it towards the far post where Kabak heads into a dangerous area. But it is Fernandes who clears his lines, and it is Sam Maximin who's on the end of it, and he had a chance to run at Fabinho there, but his first touch was a little bit heavy. But Liverpool are dominant and controlling, but they are living on the edge in so much that the Newcastle counter-attacking threat is constant.
But answer this question: if you've got Van Dijk there, are they living in danger?
Well, I think he's the best player in the world, so probably less so.
So they've been able to get away with it up until now, but now he's not playing. That's why I feel that Klopp should have maybe adapted the side slightly, so he's got a little bit more protection around that back two, because they do at times leave 2 against 2 there. When one of them's Van Dijk,
a mistake there by Clark, and Salah's inside the penalty area, and Mane with a shot, and now Jota's screwed it wide, and Kieran Clark, well, if you listen carefully, you may just be able to hear the sigh of relief that he is breathing, because he tried to play out and got caught.
Yeah, terrible play. You've got to be better than that. If you want to play out from the back, there's no excuses with the pitch. You know, it's a carpet out there at Anfield today. Beautiful conditions. There's no excuse that. I think what the problem was, he was looking to play one pass, and he changed his mind last minute and got his feet all tangled up and give the ball away to Salah. Salah played the ball into Mane. Mane, I feel, should have played it first time to Jota, who was right of him, rather than try and take the shot on. He tried to take the shot on. It wasn't right to take the shot on. The ball then deflected to Jota, and again he's just rushed his shot and screwed it wide. He's got a great opportunity and he just pulled his shot wide, but big chance and big let off for Newcastle there. They should have been 2-0 down.
Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0. Salah the goal scorer after 3 minutes. Liverpool in possession with Robertson. Back to Thiago, who sort of lends you the ball really. He's not really passing to you, he just expects to get it back.
I love players like that.
It's almost as if every other touch is Thiago Alcantara. He's on the ball again, right at the heart of the Newcastle half. Square to Wijnaldum, and back to, Thiago, out to the left-hand side. Robertson, now forward to Mane, just in from the touchline, running at Almiron, just outside the penalty area, and he's got past him. Sadio Mane tries the cross, but it's blocked by Fernandes, and Almiron has a chance to clear Newcastle lines. Really careful pass forward and a good one too to Shelvey, and now Murphy up to Sam Maximin on the halfway line. Thiago quickly trying to get in the challenge. One of 4 Liverpool players who swarmed around Sam Maximin, who managed to win a throw in right under the nose of Steve Bruce, just inside the Newcastle half on their right hand side.
That's also called respect. When you've got that many players getting attracted to one player from the opposite team, that means they respect him because he is a danger.
Murphy with the throw in to Sam Maximin. Again, they're very quickly to him, and Thiago makes the challenge. Shelby just tries to clip the ball forward, but misguides the pass. Out of play for a throw in to Liverpool, which is taken back to their usually reliable last line of defence. Alisson, he has been guilty of a number of high profile errors in the last couple of months. It's sometimes difficult to have a lot of sympathy for these very well paid footballers, but we're talking about a man a long way from home who tragically lost his father in a swimming accident in February, who's been unable to get back to Brazil to see the family since then. His wife's expecting here. He's had an awful lot on his plate as Alisson Becker in the last couple of months, and I can't help but feel that the change in his form during that time must have something to do with his personal circumstances.
Yeah, and listen, that's because you understand life, Clive, and it's a life-changing thing that can happen to anybody, and tends to happen to us. But when you're in a high-profile job like football, and you're playing for one of the most high-profile teams and one of the most successful teams, and you're in probably one of the position which is most likely to cause problems if you make mistakes that end up in the back of your net, and that's the position that Alisson's found himself in. So a lot of empathy and sympathy from me.
Not sure it excuses that Ron Burgundy moustache that he was sporting a couple of weeks ago. Thankfully that's gone. Richie
Quite
with
right.
a sharp challenge on Salah, too sharp for the liking of the referee, and Liverpool have a free kick on their right hand side just inside the Newcastle half, and Salah is still down. He felt that one from Matt Ritchie. He's rubbing his left ankle and looking inquiringly in the direction of the referee, but there's no card, just a free kick.
There's been a couple of them. John Joe Shelby left one on Salah earlier where it was a simple kind of block challenge, but you could see there was a little bit of venom in there, a little bit of naughtiness, which, you know, it's legal, but you've got to make sure it stays within the laws of the game, because you don't want players going over the top and taking players out because they're a threat against them.
You might have feared for Newcastle when they conceded so early in this game. Salah's goal after 3 minutes, but they've managed to keep Liverpool largely at arm's length since then. Liverpool coming forward with Jota. Firmino laid off first time to Mane. In the way this time is Longstaff, and Kabak has to go back to Fabinho on the halfway line. Alexander-Arnold out to Salah, who's driven back to the halfway line by the hounding of Matt Ritchie. Gets it back now from Fabinho. Ritchie's still on his case, so Salah goes square again to Fabinho inside the centre circle. Thiago always seems to be available out to this left-hand side, and Robertson. Now Mane turning forward to Firmino, 10 metres outside the penalty area. Square pass wasn't the best to Wijnaldum. Joe Linton intercepted, and Newcastle can counter. Sam Maximin with a clever little pirouette. Now he's away from Fabinho. He's over the halfway line. Forward to Joe Linton. There's a pass on to Longstaff. He's played it behind him on the edge of the penalty area, and Longstaff has just caught Trent Alexander-Arnold as the two came together, and a free kick to Liverpool. But Alain Saint-Maximin spells trouble.
Yeah, I think when you see him get the ball, there's electricity around him. There's triggers off him, as in runs from his teammates, because they expect something to happen. They expect him to get past one challenge, to get past the next challenge, and if they make runs in behind that back line of Liverpool, they feel like they're going to get opportunities. And again, Longstaff made a great run, and the ball that was laid to him by Joe Linton was just the wrong side, or else that would again been a goal scoring situation for Newcastle. They've had to give up possession because Liverpool are a better side, but they've had a lot of situations where they've had goal scoring opportunities or situations or scenarios where it could have led to goal scoring situations. So they've played the part in this first half up to now, Newcastle.
More evidence that they're still very much in this game. Liverpool led for 56 minutes at Leeds on Monday but didn't win. But having conceded first in each of their last 7 Premier League home games, Liverpool have taken the lead in the first half at Anfield. Mohamed Salah after 3 minutes. It's Trent Alexander-Arnold on the ball for Liverpool to Robertson, out to the left-hand side, and Diogo Jota. Robertson again. Thiago just poked forward towards Jota, but Murphy was quickly upon him, and Shelby has it, and Newcastle can counter again, and it's Almiron now down the right-hand side. He's met by Andy Robertson at the expense of a throw-in to Newcastle midway inside the Liverpool half of the field. Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sell your car in 3 simple steps. Book your appointment online today. Throw-in which Jacob Murphy will take. Newcastle playing from left to right towards the Kop in this sunlit first half. Short throw in by Murphy to Almiron, back to the Newcastle right wing back, who has to hold off Jota in order to retain possession. Is eventually dispossessed. Firmino early forward, and here's Salah breaking in behind Newcastle with a great chance. Mohamed Salah stopped by Dubravka. Really important save by Martin Dubravka. A one-on-one for Salah, a situation in which you would have backed him maybe 8 times out of 10.
Yeah, the final touch before he made the shot was just a little bit away from him, and it gave Dubravka a chance to come out, close the angle down, get a little bit closer to the ball, and he managed to get a right hand on it. It's a good effort. he did everything right. He tried to lift the ball, but I have to say, excellent goalkeeping after that slightly long touch that Salah had.
Thiago's found Salah again, in behind Newcastle again. A little bit on the right-hand side this time, and Dummett is able to get back to him. Alexander-Arnold supporting, lofted in towards the header. Firmino back across the face of goal, but Mane couldn't quite connect. And Dubravka has the ball again, but it was a big chance for Salah. They don't all go in with Mo Salah. He had a big early chance here against Real Madrid in the second leg 10 days ago. But what you know with him is that he'll put himself into a position to score again. He won't go hiding, and more often than not he'll find the net. And
that's what top players do, and I have to say his runs in behind to try and affect the game and try and disorganise this Newcastle back line have been excellent, and he's found himself in 3 or 4 times this first half.
Longstaff trying to find Joe Linton in behind Liverpool, but Alexander-Arnold was there in the nick of time. But it was brinksmanship defending again from Liverpool. There was an interesting interview with Patrick Bamford last week in which he revealed that Fabinho, playing against him on Monday night, was continually shouting at these fellow defenders towards the end of the game, too deep, and it is Liverpool's way to keep a high line. I just wonder whether it's as appropriate when they haven't got Van Dijk.
Exactly what I'm trying to say, Clive. You know, if you've got the fastest, best defender in the world playing at the heart of your defence, of course you can have a high line. You get your goalkeeper starting 2 or 3, 4 yards outside his box in a good starting position, and it's almost impossible to penetrate.
Liverpool coming forward again. It's Firmino into Jota, and he forces a save from Dubravka. But it was a lovely mesmeric interchange once more. And just continuing that debate, it's not just Van Dijk, it's Gomez and it's Matip, and at the moment it's Phillips. I mean, Liverpool are without 4 centre-backs.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I think when you're playing the top players and you've got the best players, you can do that and you can have a high line. When you're not, I think you've got to adapt.
Looking dangerous again here though, Mane with a square ball, well seen by Dummett, just got there ahead of Salah. Both teams carrying a real attacking threat in this game, but it's just 1-0 to Liverpool. Although Sam Maximin is back on the ball, trying to play Joe Linton in. Fabinho just managed to get to it, but Joe Linton has it down by the dead ball line inside the Liverpool penalty area. Played back to Sam Maximin again. Square to Longstaff, and now Almiron just on the edge of the D. Run back down the field by Fabinho's harassing. Square pass is a good one from Fernandes out to the left-hand side. Ritchie now with a cross with the right foot. Joe Linton is there, and it's good goalkeeping that by Alisson, grabbing the ball off the head of Joe Linton, who's scored twice in his last 3 games.
Yeah, he's looked sharp. I've been impressed with him. You know, I've seen him play a few times where you can tell he's struggling with confidence.
Salah has got in behind Newcastle again. He has another excellent chance. Fed square. Sadio Mane with a big chance, and again Dubravka at his feet. A less than confident Sadio Mane tried to go around Dubravka, who saved courageously at the feet of the Liverpool number 10, but that's the kind of chance that you feel he would have been taking 3-4 months ago.
Yeah, the amount of chances that Liverpool have carved out this opening 40 minutes has been outstanding. You know, it must be 10 chances they've had, and they've had a few one-on-ones, and Dubravka's been outstanding. He's stayed on his feet, he's stayed big, and he's managed to thwart most of them challenges. They're not clinical at the moment, Liverpool, and they're creating chance upon chance upon chance, and it's a problem because if this continues, Newcastle are going to think they're going to get a chance.
A Liverpool team that has scored just 4 goals in their last 9.5 home games, and that starts to pry on the mind, particularly when you're actually creating chances. They haven't scored 2 in the first half of a home game since November. 5 months since Liverpool scored twice in the first half of a Premier League game here.
And you can see why, Clive. You know, the chances that they're not half chances. These are great chances, gilt-edged chances that top strikers who are confident would be clinical and would be finishing them.
Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0 on game day here on Talk Sport. 5 minutes of the first half remaining at Anfield. Clive Tilsley with Trevor Sinclair. Thiago into the path of Trent Alexander-Arnold, who had a blast from range, and that one is still rising. Let me just draw your attention to a new series that starts tomorrow evening on Talk Sport. It's called Unsung Hero, and each week Chelsea Grimes is joined by a footballer talking about his or her unsung heroes, parents, spouses, kitmen, teachers, not commentators. The series kicks off with Mikel Silvestre revealing his unsung hero to Chelsea and I can tell you it's his wife.
Oh.
That's tomorrow night at 9:30 here on TalkSport. Unsung hero. Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0, and that Alexander-Arnold shot has eventually come back to earth, and Newcastle have a goal kick. Long by Dubravka, downfield, headed on by Joe Linton, who's playing largely from the left-hand side. I don't think I ever did run through that Newcastle team. It is the same lineup that beat West Ham United last weekend. Dubravka in goal, back 5, Murphy, Fernandes, Clark, Dummett and Ritchie, and then Longstaff, Shelvey and Almiron in midfield. Joe Linton and Sam Maximin playing from wide positions but playing as forward players. Liverpool just the one change, with Salah coming back into the team for Milner, so we have that front four, Mane, Jota, Salah and Firmino together for only the third time from the start of a match. They played together at Manchester City in November and at home to Sheffield United in October. A draw and a win. They're winning here 1-0. Salah's goal early in the piece. Wijnaldum on the ball. Square to Kabak inside the centre circle. Thiago back on the ball. Short pass this time to Mane, who comes to show for it and then plays a rather lazy loose pass towards Wijnaldum, which is picked off by Joe Linton. Sam Maximin set off again then, but Fabinho, who is anticipated, he's such an intelligent player, seems almost as if he's been given a script before the match. He knows what's going to happen next. He's
a good footballer, he's got a good football brain. He could play anywhere apart from goalkeeping, which he might have good hands, I don't know, but you could literally put him anywhere and he's got the attributes to do a good job.
23rd game of this season at centre-back, more than twice as many as he's played in his preferred centre midfield role. Liverpool have a player down at the moment, it's Mohamed Salah, but they're in possession, so an advantage played by the referee. Firmino in the heart of the Newcastle half of the field feeds it forward to Salah, who's recovered now the ball comes his way. And here's Alexander-Arnold, edge of the penalty area, instant cross, Mane! Just wide, good chance again, no more than 7 yards out, hit it first time and it wasn't far wide.
Yeah, good ball into the box, originally by Alexander-Arnold. Makes his movement across the defender, gets there first, gets good contact on it and just misses at the near post. Decent defending, I have to say. He was man-to-man marked by Fernandes, who probably just done enough to put him off. But another gilt-edged chance for Liverpool. That's their 8th in this first half.
Goal kick which Dubravka will take. Going long up towards the left-hand side. It's too long and too high for Joe Linton and it drifts harmlessly out of play for a Liverpool throw-in just inside their own half of the field. Kabak is on the ball forward to Thiago just inside the centre circle. Another sharp pass played into Mane, which he can't quite control under pressure from Murphy. He goes early forward towards Almiron, but that's overhit. And
frustrating that, because it's a simple ball just into a channel. Little 9-iron if you were playing golf, just into that channel, just so it doesn't run out of play, and he's completely got the clubs wrong.
Jota coming down the Liverpool left and trying to run past Murphy, who stands his ground well. He's done well in the last 4 games at right wing back. Jacob Murphy, he's made an impact in all of them and the substitute appearances before. He scored a goal, he's hit the woodwork, he's been denied by a goal line clearance, he had an assist in the late Jamal Lascelles equaliser against Aston Villa. Boyhood Newcastle fan, and I think there are certain clubs, and these are 2 of them, where you always feel that there should be a local player in the team. Liverpool have Trent Alexander-Arnold, the 2 or 3 Geordies in the Newcastle side, and I think it's important to understand the heritage and the ethics of football clubs like Liverpool and Newcastle United.
It's what it's all about, Clive. Every club should aspire to have at least one homegrown local lad in their team, and yeah, I've been impressed with Murphy. Like you said, he's affected games, he's worked really hard, he's managed to get into the final thirds and get goals and assists, and he looks like he's relishing that opportunity playing at right wing back for Newcastle.
Fernandes is in possession, midway inside his own half. Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0. Shelvey approaching half time now. In fact, we're playing stoppage time at the end of the first half, and Federico Fernandes goes long towards Joe Linton. Well dealt with again, very calmly by Fabinho. Not such a good pass by Kabak, and Thiago has to guide it back to Fabinho again, who just gives it to Thiago once more, edge of the centre circle, just inside his own half, looking up for options and possibilities. Always plenty of those in red, and he's found Jota, and he's got Robertson arriving to his left, and here's Robertson with an instant cross, and Mane with another flashing header at the near post, which he's just unable to control, and that lands in the Anfield Road terracing here, covered as it is by the hoardings and symbols, logos, advertising. And another goal kick it is for Newcastle United. And I think, in a strange sort of way, Steve Bruce would have probably taken 1-0 at 12:33 this afternoon after Mohamed Salah had capped a rousing Liverpool start with a goal. I think he'd be reasonably happy with the way his team have handled what's come since.
I'm not sure. I think it's more to do with the lack of clinical edge from this Liverpool side, why it's only 1-0. The chances that Liverpool have created, it could quite easily be 4 or 5, and that's not being, unrealistic. They've had really, really good chances, and they've not put them to bed.
Well, that is half-time here at Anfield, and Liverpool made a racing start to the game. Mohamed Salah with an instant finish, his 20th Premier League goal, his 5th in his last 7 starts for Liverpool, his 29th in all for the club. Number 20 in the Premier League takes him just 1 behind Harry Kane now in the race for the Golden Boot. Salah is in 2nd place in that particular race. But Liverpool haven't quite been able to capitalise on that early breakthrough, that rare first half goal here at Anfield. They've had the opportunities to do that. Martin Dubravka has had an excellent game in the Newcastle United goal, but Steve Bruce's team are very much in this game, and particularly in the shape of Alain Saint-Maximin, they have posed a threat on the counter-attack. Half-time on TalkSport's Game Day. It's Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0.
Thank you very much, Clive Tilsley. Trevor, look, this game has been, they got off to a blistering start, but they've been wasteful in front of goal. Newcastle will be thankful for having Dubravka between the sticks. But as for Liverpool, what is happening to Sadio Mane?
Confidence. It's a huge thing in football, and especially for forwards, and putting the ball in the back of the net. And he needs one to go in off his knee, off his backside.
It's like a Timo Werner thing, isn't it?
Needs a bit of luck. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of his. I think he's one of the best forwards in the Premier League. But his confidence has gone, and I have to say, Jota has had a lot of opportunities in that first half as well. But Dubravka has been outstanding, and that's the only reason why it's 1-0. But I have to say, with the finish, Mo Salah, strength, understanding where the goal is, and when you talk about vicious, uncompromising, unstoppable, that was that goal. He wasn't having anything getting in the way of that shot, and a fantastic start for Liverpool. And it's just been a little bit disappointing, and I'm sure for Jurgen Klopp that they've not been able to capitalise on that and get a second goal. Yeah,
indeed, like you say, lethal from Mo Salah there, and his goal is the difference here at Anfield. It is Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0 at half-time. We're back after this.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with Now. The only place to watch West Ham versus Chelsea and Sheffield United versus Brighton live today on Sky Sports for just $9.99. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
At Selco Builders Warehouse, we've got real deals on a wide range of trade quality building products. In April, we've got 3.6 metre lengths of 125 by 38mm grooved deck board for only £1.99 per metre ex VAT. Now that's a real deal. And pick up our new landscaping brochure in branch now.
We've got it at Selco. Selco, it's where the trade goes.
That charged at 20%.
Where can you find out the value of your current home before you start searching for a new one?
On the Market.
Now you can find out what your home's worth in an instant at onthemarket.com. Enter your postcode now for your free online valuation estimate.
On the Market.
And find out what your home is worth today.
Search onthemarket.com to find your perfect home.
Now with free instant online home valuation estimates. Most common time to obtain an online quote between the 1st and the 4th of December 2020 was under 3 minutes. Not available in Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Hey there. Boy, aren't you glad it's Monday, Wednesday, Saturday? That perfect time to hit up Just Eat for our McDonald's, KFC, Greg's. No worries, we'll deliver for just $1.99, £1.99, less than £2 when you spend £5. So order now and let's go wild, let loose, chill out. McDonald's, KFC, Greg's. We got it.
Did somebody say Just Eat?
Product subject to availability. £5 minimum spend may apply. Participating stores only. See justeat.co.uk for details.
You can always trust a bit of stargazing to put a twinkle in your eye. So if you're on the lookout for someone to do that building renovation, complete with stargazing skylight, simply visit trustedtrader.com. There you'll find plenty of vetted, reviewed, reliable professionals in an abundance of trades. Like a builder who'll provide the star treatment. For trusted tradespeople, let the superstars align.
For Betfair, betting is supposed to be fun, a way to play where you're in control. And to help you make the right choice and stay in control, Betfair has created some online tools, like Deposit Limit. It's pretty simple. You choose the maximum amount of money you want to be able to deposit per day, week or month, so you can't bet more than this. This way, your betting stays fun. To find out more about other responsible gambling tools, go to responsiblegambling.betfair.com. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Game day exclusive on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sell your car today to help fund a new 2021 reg plate.
Saturday afternoon, live Championship football. Watford versus Millwall. Coverage from 2:30. Kick-off at 3 on TalkSport 2.
Stick to the rules, follow the advice, and relegate COVID-19.
Welcome back to Anfield, where it is half-time here between Liverpool and Newcastle, and Jurgen Klopp's men are a goal up thanks to a first-half goal, their first this year, would you believe, from Mo Salah after just 3 minutes. Newcastle have a little bit of work to do, but you do feel they are still in this. The latest score in the Championship is Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0. Two sides, of course, hoping to enter the playoffs. Looks like they will, won't they? 8 wins in a row it could be for Bournemouth if they win today. That would equal a record from 2012 to 2013, that season. Good work there by Jonathan Woodgate. That's live over on TalkSport 2, actually, I should tell you, with Alex Crook and David Connolly, and in League One at 1 p.m. kickoff. That 1 p.m. kickoff game. It is currently Portsmouth 0, Bristol Rovers 0. Right, I'll try and get my words right. And just to tell you, a new series called My Unsung Hero starts this Sunday here on TalkSport at 9:30 p.m. Singer, songwriter and footballer Chelsea Grimes is joined by a different footballer each week to chat about their unsung heroes, whether it's a parent or a spouse, a kit man, a teacher. No footballer reaches an elite level on their own, do they? And in this show we talk about the person who played a pivotal role in getting them to where they are today. The series kicks off with former Manchester United, Arsenal and France defender Michael Silvestre speaking to Chelsea alongside his wife and unsung hero Sev. That's My Unsung Hero on Sunday at 9:30 p.m. Make sure you tune in for that. Right now, though, let's get the latest from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Try Betfair today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Lauren Hayhoe from Betfair joins us once again. Lauren, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. What a first half that was.
Indeed. Look, Liverpool wasteful in front of goal, but they are, in the ascendancy. They are getting those chances. In control at the moment. What are we looking at for the second half?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the punters are still backing Liverpool. It's 1-10 on the exchange, and about 90% of people are on them. Newcastle still in with a chance. They're at 41-1 at the odds, and for a draw, it's 12-1.
Okay. What about the charity bet that Trevor's put on today for the raising life-saving funds for bowel cancer research for the Bobby Moore Fund?
Yeah, so a reminder of that bet. We've got Liverpool to win, both to score, and 3.5 goals over. So yeah, we're still in the running. We can cash out at £36 if we'd like to, but we do really need, Newcastle to have a shot and a few more goals in there.
Okay, we'll see if that is what comes to pass later on. Lauren, thank you very much. That odds update is all thanks to Betfair. Returns accurate as of 10 minutes ago. For verification, see betfair.com. Over 18s only. Conditions apply. Go to begambleaware.org.
Game day on TalkSport with Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Try Betfair today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Now, Tottenham face a tough challenge if they're to overcome Manchester City on Sunday in the League Cup final. Not only are they without a permanent manager, they're facing a head coach with an unbelievable record in cup finals. Yes, Pep Guardiola has won 13 of 14 major cup finals that he's been in as a manager in Spain, Germany and England. So how do Spurs' temporary management team cause a shock in the League Cup final? We've been getting the opinion of some of TalkSport's pundits.
2018, 2019 and now 2020. 3 in a row for Pep Guardiola's City.
Oh, it's a tough one. When you're talking about a team that's so good in Manchester City, trying to dissect this season and think of weaknesses, well, they've lost 5 times. I would say Leeds probably done the best number of all, even though they went to 10 men.
And on the counter-attack, Leeds United have scored a second goal that is going to win them the game away at Manchester City.
They kept forcing City to go central because you don't want Raheem Sterling getting behind you and getting to bylines. You don't want Riyad Mahrez doing that. I think that's a real danger when you play City, is that once they get behind you, the pullback is the most dangerous ball.
Where I think you see his sides fall down over and over again is they are always vulnerable to balls played in behind the defensive line. If you think of the huge European games that his teams have lost, they have often fallen in the same way.
Manchester City's hopes are up. Monaco have beaten them on away goals, and it's Manchester City 1, Lyon 3, with time very much against them.
They get caught on the counter-attack against teams who are good enough to play through or over their press.
I saw Huddersfield employ a really strange situation a couple of seasons ago where effectively they just said, we are not going to close Manchester City down in their half.
And Huddersfield live to fight another day. They've held Manchester City to a goalless draw. A Manchester City side that have averaged more than 2 goals a game in Premier League matches this season.
It's not easy to do. And it's very, very difficult to play because you're basically giving up possession. And how are you going to score? Well, maybe it's a long ball over the top or a little bit of hope, something like that.
I think what I'd say is when you look at Pep's teams and the teams that he's managed, he's always had special players. Come the big occasion, the biggest players, the best players thrive.
The blue moon on the rise, and inevitably it's Aston Villa's chief nemesis, Sergio Aguero, who does it again.
You have to accept that you're going to be slightly deeper than you would ordinarily be, but at the same time you have to have a forward threat. You have to have the ability to turn defence into attack and do it quickly.
It's going to be very, very difficult for Ryan Mason and Chrissy Powell. I know Chris very well, Ryan Mason not so, very, very young. Tactically, I don't know if he's got anything about him, if he can do anything in training this to raise the spirits, or he's got this immense character that suddenly Tottenham are going to turn things around. I think it's a massive gamble. My fear for Tottenham is they could get beat quite heavily.
All I care about is this football club, and the fact I've been trusted with leading the team out is a great honour of mine.
He's promised to play attacking football, which is great. Chris Powell will have a little word in his ear and say you can't necessarily play that way against Man City because they are, such a special team as well. And against City, you have to accept you can have less of the ball than them.
Well, you heard there from the former international footballers Tony Cascarino, Matt Holland, Danny Mills and the journalist Jonathan Wilson. The coverage of the League Cup final between Spurs and Manchester City starts here on TalkSport at 3 o'clock. Trevor's already told me he's going to... I'll text you tomorrow. I'll call you tomorrow, when you beat me. Oh, God. Painful. I do not want to hear from you tomorrow, mate.
I will be turning my phone off if we lose.
Oh, will you now? Because I'll be on you tomorrow. Oh, my God. I mean... Look, we're hearing there, and Clive talked about it earlier, that the way to get at City is with the counter-attacking. Yeah. But they have been got at, but when it comes to these finals, they are relentless, aren't they? And as Clive said, they can play in any arena, it doesn't matter. They will go out there and do the job, and mostly, for the most part this season, the players have slotted into place, whoever the personnel, and they do the job that Pep Guardiola puts forward.
Yeah, but listen, it's not like you're asking players that are average to do a job and play in a system that's all right. You're asking the best players to do a job, and they're playing the best formation for the best manager. So it's not like it's a surprise that they get consistent results. I was just talking to Clive off air. I was like, that seemed a lot easier to commentate than a Manchester City game. Because Manchester City bully you in a different way. They dominate the ball.
Different players, different angles. There's
dominate the ball.
Different patterns of play, aren't
Absolutely. And they do. And, I was at the Leicester game and I was thinking this could be a good game today at the King Power Stadium. Strangled them. Yeah. Didn't let them play out. Locked on. And they actually tried to do that to Chelsea in the semi-final. But Chelsea were too good in possession in the middle of the park. Mason Mount was outstanding. Conte was outstanding in his energy. And that's what relieved the pressure for Chelsea, and then they were able to play. And it was a perfect game plan, I feel, by Thomas Tuchel, using Timo Werner as that little trigger in behind, because they try and press you high. That means the defenders and the midfielders have to squeeze up as well. You've got a big hole in behind, and that's what Chelsea used, that space to get runs in from Timo Werner. And perfect game plan, and they got the perfect result, 1-0.
And do Spurs have the personnel to be able to deal with
that? Of course they do.
Particularly defensively as well, to get at
That's
players who are coming at you from all angles. Are they sophisticated enough, and are they solid enough?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
And that's why the plan might not work. But I think that's the plan that Ryan Mason and that Chris Powell will put in place. Defend well, stick to task, work hard, and then when you get the ball, can you be brave enough to keep the ball, draw the Manchester City players on, the forwards, the midfielders, get them to squeeze high, and then look for you Heung-min Sons to go in behind you, Gareth Bales to go in behind and utilise that space. And that's what the plan will be. And if you can get Harry Kane on the pitch and get him in the box and balls going into the box, he can cause problems because he's a finisher.
He's been training on his own, hasn't he? That's if he's ready to play. Just really quickly, Ryan, the teams are coming out here actually onto the pitch. Ryan Mason, 29 years old, bit wet behind the ears, obviously, as a manager. He was given his chance by Mauricio Pochettino, wasn't he, to train with the youth teams once he returned from that awful head injury. Lovely guy. I mean, I've met him. He's absolutely wonderful, but that's a big challenge, isn't it?
Big challenge. Of course, it's a big challenge, and probably the fact that he doesn't know that much could be a positive because he wouldn't be sleeping.
Battered, well, you know what, you're at Anfield. They're about to kick off at the second half. Newcastle then with the ball. Then time to hand you over back to our commentary team. It is Trevor, who's alongside Clive Tilsley.
Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0. Newcastle to restart. Liverpool attacking the Kop end of Anfield in this second half, ahead from the 3rd minute. They had focus from the very first minute of this game. Jurgen Klopp didn't use the Super League saga as an excuse, but I do think he and his players were distracted by the seismic events shaking their world last Monday night when they last played at Leeds. It was all very raw and uncertain and unknown on Monday. He's not a cool, calculating manager. He's an emotional man with an intense team. That's what makes him such a good fit for Liverpool. But this season has become something of a rescue operation now. He knows that if they can win this game, they will move into 4th place at lunchtime today, ahead of Chelsea and West Ham, ahead of their meeting this evening live on TalkSport. That's a 5:30 kick-off. Liverpool coming forward with Thiago seeking out Jota, who's pulled back Murphy and conceded a free kick just outside the penalty area. Leicester City's game this weekend is here's a contradiction, is on Monday this weekend against Crystal Palace. Monday evening, you know what I mean. Spurs have got other things on their mind this weekend, but Liverpool, currently 7th, will actually move up to 4th place with a victory. They're on course at the moment thanks to Mohamed Salah's 20th Premier League goal of the season, and they're in possession with Thiago, who's been very effective for them. Came back into the team at Leeds after 3 games on the bench, including the 2 Real Madrid matches. He's an interesting purchase for Liverpool, unlike any other midfield player on their books. Turned 30 this month. He's not exactly one for the future, is he, Trevor?
Well, no, but I think the way that he plays, he could play till a really good age, because he's not the most energetic, but what he does bring is he brings quality, and he brings that disguised pass, which it cuts through teams.
Here they come again with Salah finding Firmino on the edge of the penalty area, turn and shot. Didn't really get hold of the shot with his left foot, but again the approach play was imaginative from Liverpool. They've all been on the same page today, those 4 forwards, and some of their combinations have been excellent.
Yeah, been interlinked really well. You can see the rotation in positions as well, and where they receive the ball, and if somebody gets caught out of position, joining in with play, they'll cover for each other. That's what all good teams do, but them 4, they'll have a special bond between themselves, and they'll understand what they want to try and achieve, and that's score goals and create chances, and they're doing that at will. I mean, that's a 10th chance that Liverpool created already, and it's 2-3 minutes into the second half, so they're creating chances so willy-nilly. Newcastle should be concerned.
Mane is on the ball trying to create yet another chance. Played back towards Thiago. It wasn't the best of passes from Mane, but Thiago quickened and reached it. Exchange passes with Robertson, who's back on the ball edge of the penalty area, blocked by Federico Fernandez, and Jacob Murphy brings it away for Newcastle up to Alain Saint-Maximin, midway inside his own half of the field. Lovely vision and a spread ball out to the left-hand side, which ushers Ritchie forward over the halfway line into Liverpool territory. He's held up by Roberto Firmino, who's got back there to provide some cover, and Newcastle United are forced back into their own half of the field.
Yeah, that just fizzled out, and it was a great bit of play by Saint-Maxim. Got the ball turned, good switch of play out to Ritchie. Almiron, he's still on the right wing. He's got to come in field and try and be an option, because all he's got is Joe Linton, who's being marshalled by Fabinho, so he's got no options. And that's what Newcastle are breaking down at times when they're winning the ball back and managing to keep possession. They're not making the best advantage of that.
Mane for Liverpool, into Firmino, 15 metres outside the penalty area, trying to play Salah in behind Clark with the outside of his foot, but it's cut out and Newcastle United can counter. Saint-Maximin has the ball 15 metres inside the Liverpool half of the field, but again Fabinho was excellent. Then it's lost by Kabak. Saint-Maximin plays an early cross into the Liverpool penalty area. I'm not quite sure who he caught out of the corner of his eye, but it was easy for Alisson to collect and just roll out to Thiago to get Liverpool moving forward again. Alexander-Arnold 15 metres inside his own half, a straight pass to Firmino, who turns. Mane dummies on by Jota. Mane runs on and Newcastle provides some very good cover, first from Fernandez and then from Clark, and play their way out of trouble, out to Almiron on the right hand side, but running back towards the edge of his penalty area. Fernandez plays it square and now Dummett has it, edge of his own box, out to Ritchie on the near side, the Newcastle left hand side, and Newcastle just familiarising themselves with the ball again and trying to play through the Liverpool press. They've done that pretty successfully so far. Longstaff out to the right hand side where Jacob Murphy is waiting just inside his own half. Quickens inside, finds Saint-Maximin again, laid off to Shelvey, early forward, Joe Linton running in behind Liverpool. Alisson very alert, just managed to get there ahead of the Brazilian and dive at his feet, and the ball was forced out to play off Joe Linton and out for Liverpool throw. Trevor Sinclair.
Yeah, good play again from Newcastle. They got the ball, they built it well through the midfield. Again, when that player in the midfield's got time on the ball, there's a trigger for a forward run. Joe Linton does that from left to right, out to him run. It's an excellent ball, tiny bit too much on it, or you can say Alisson's starting position and understanding of when to come out and try and press the ball was great, and he just about managed to get there. It looked like the same time, but just managed to get there before Joe Linton, and I think he fisted it off the foot of Joe Linton and it ended up being a Liverpool throw. But excellent play from from Newcastle, and that's what they've got to try and do. Them out to him runs. I was talking earlier about Almiron. He was still wide. He's not being an option for his teammates, so he might as well not be there. He's got to come in off that line and make himself an option.
Almiron is chasing busily forward now onto a through ball from Shelvey, which is slightly overhead. It's dealt with by Robertson and Alisson. You're listening to Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport with Now. With Now you can watch West Ham versus Chelsea and Sheffield United versus Brighton live today on Sky Sports for $9.99. Search Now Sports. Salah, the goal scorer, has the ball for Liverpool. Run off it though by Joe Linton, edge of his own penalty area, lays it to Dummett, who plays it down the line to Ritchie, controls under pressure from Alexander-Arnold. Actually goes to ground. Alexander-Arnold still trying to win it from him, but cool play that by Matt Ritchie, and Dummett plays it forward to Joe Linton. Infield now to Shelvey. Quick switch of the attack out to Murphy on the right hand side. Liverpool a bit stretched here. Jacob Murphy edge of the penalty area, tries a shot, cannons off Robertson, and now Liverpool can maybe counter. Game rather spread at the moment. Jota to Firmino, poor pass from Jota, well seen by Ritchie. Murphy back out to the right hand side, and Almiron just inside the Liverpool half. Each team had a counter-attacking opportunity there, which they didn't quite make the most of. Shelvey has it in a tight situation as well to retain possession. Almiron forward to Murphy, now Shelvey again, 10 metres outside the box, drifts a ball into Joe Linton, tries to head it down, and Alexander-Arnold did really well jumping against him to win the aerial duel, and Liverpool have it back. Mane, good balance from him, into the centre circle now, and Firmino steps away from two challenges but has to go backwards in order to retain possession, finds Thiago. Wijnaldum on to Alexander-Arnold, infield, Played out to the left-hand side, just inside the Newcastle half. Firmino is unable to control it, and Newcastle get a cheap throw-in.
Well, there's a couple of great passages of the play there by Newcastle. The first one, the ball came into Jojo Shelby from the left, and without looking, he already knew where the ball was going. He switched it out to Murphy on the right. I don't think Murphy took the right option. He looked to take the shot from about 25 yards from the angle where there was good options to put the ball into the box, and then after that it was a fantastic weight of clipped pass in towards Joe Linton, and there was calls for a penalty there because it looked like Joe Linton was either trying to take it down with his upper chest or his almost with his face, and the defender looked to come through the back of him, but the referee Andre Mariner didn't want to know anything about it, and I don't think VAR looked at it. But again, promising signs from Newcastle there. When they do get the foot on the ball and they start getting passages of play going, they are a threat going forward.
VAR look at everything, Trevor. They're in your car, they're in your home, when you're sleeping at night. You don't think they're looking, but they are checking, always checking. They may just find something to spoil our fun. I quite like VAR, strangely. Here's Longstaff on the halfway line, forward to Fernandes, accelerating forward but running in to Robertson on that left-hand side. Liverpool winning the ball, but unfairly in the opinion of a well-placed referee, and a free kick to Newcastle United just inside their own half of the field. Taken early forward to Joe Linton, and he's burst in field here and found a shooting chance and forced a good save from Alisson. It was a wonderful individual surge by Joe Linton, strong and pacey past two defenders, and Richie's got it back on the edge of the penalty area. His right-footed shot is blocked by Firmino, and Liverpool survived that moment, but it needed a good intervention from their goalkeeper Alisson to keep out Joe Linton. Now Alexander-Arnold coming forward for Liverpool, midway inside the Newcastle half of the field. On to Firmino, Mane turning, edge of the box, creating a little bit of space for him on his right foot, comes back to Wijnaldum. Out to Salah on the right-hand side, exchanges passes with Alexander-Arnold just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Newcastle have regrouped though now, and Liverpool have to go back in order to come forward. Wijnaldum square to Kabak, edge of the centre circle, out to Robertson on the left-hand side. Newcastle have got everybody back behind the ball, so Liverpool have to be a little bit more patient again now and just keep the ball for a little spell and wait for openings to emerge. Wijnaldum has it, back to Alexander-Arnold. Now the rolled forward ball, Firmino with a little bit of disguise manages to somehow conjure the ball forward towards Mane. He goes out to the right-hand side, and Alexander-Arnold just in from the touchline. Back in field again to Wijnaldum. Now the patient, studied approach once more with Thiago Alcantara out to the left-hand side and Andy Robertson. A break from Jota and an early cross from Jota, and it's met by the head of Paul Dummett, and Newcastle clear their lines. Robertson trying to keep it alive, but keeps it alive only for Sam Maximin just outside his own penalty area. Clipped forward rather aimlessly by Fede Fernandes, and Liverpool have it again and are attacking again. Alexander-Arnold in towards Mane, really important header comes from Firmino, good save at his post by the foot of Dubravka, and Newcastle living rather dangerously again. The angle was all against Firmino, but he hit the target. Newcastle counter-attack again, and Murphy over the halfway line steps away from Fabinho, but Robertson's back there. It's breathless, and it's 1-0 to Liverpool.
Yeah, Liverpool are controlling the tempo so well, and you know, when they want to keep the ball, like you said, they're patient and they're controlled and they look after the ball, and there's not really any pressure on the ball.
Firmino through towards Mane, slightly overhit. Carry on, Trevor. Now did Mane catch Dubravka as he came out at his feet? Dubravka certainly holding his head.
Yeah, it looked like that.
Dubravka's just sitting up now. I don't think he doesn't look too angry with Mane, who's inquiring as to his health, and a free kick has been given. Liverpool are about to make a change, and it's interesting because this was only the third time this season. I mean, Mane did just actually catch Dubravka there. We've just had a close-up of that, wasn't too?
Yeah, a little bit naughty that. No, I mean, he's probably a little bit peeved off that he keeps on saving the shots from Liverpool players and himself. But again, a good chance created by Liverpool, and Firmino looked to, on the angle with his right foot, looked to go towards the near post, and it's saved by Dubravka's feet. But yeah, a little bit of a naughty challenge that he left his foot in a little bit. I don't think there was any real intent, but you knew the goalkeeper was going to get there first, so why leave your foot out there?
That was peeved off, by the way. There was a V in it, definitely. And it's Diogo Jota who's made way for James Milner, who's taken the captain's armband from Gini Wijnaldum and come on, and maybe Liverpool will now go to something a little bit more conventional. It is only the third time that Salah, Firmino, Mane and Jota have started together, but Jota has now made way with 13 minutes of the second half played, and James Milner, once of Newcastle, it's a long time ago. He moved to Newcastle as an 18-year-old.
What a career he's had.
Yeah, played alongside Shearer and Genus, Michael Owen. All of these used to play, incidentally. These guys are on the telly.
I played against him.
Scott Parker he played with. 4 years he had at Newcastle. James Milner, 35 now, on the field and captaining Liverpool, who lead by 1-0. Wijnaldum into the path of Fabinho. Still Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0 in our live commentary over on TalkSport 2. Those two teams who may well meet again in the next few weeks in playoff action. Newcastle United on the ball with Sam Maximin, dispossessed by Firmino, who's done a lot of good work without the ball today, harassing back. But Longstaff has it again for Newcastle United, but they have an injury to deal with, and Alan Sam Maximin is down again and in some pain on the halfway line.
I think Alan Saint-Maximin, because he's so good on the ball and he's so effective when he gets the ball to his feet, he's got to try and pick them times when he plays 1 and 2 touch and when he dribbles with it a little bit better, because he's been caught 3 or 4 times today, and listen, by accident or not, and I'd probably say it's the latter. The only way you can slow players like that down when you can get contact with him and leave a little bit on him, not in a cheating way but in a challenge. And the more chances he gives the Liverpool players to do that, the more chances they're going to take it. And that time it was Firmino, left a little bit on him because he was taking too many touches of the ball.
Callum Wilson has replaced Joe Linton with half an hour to play here. Incidentally, in that game at the Vitality Stadium, it is goalless over on TalkSport 2, but Brentford have had Pontus Jansson sent off. So Bournemouth 0, Brentford 0. Brentford now down to 10 men. In the 1 o'clock kick-off in League One, it's Portsmouth 1, bottom club Bristol Rovers 0. Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0 in the first of our 3 live Premier League commentaries on game day. Rather scuffed clearance there by Alisson, and Callum Wilson is now on for Newcastle. Rather strange back pass, half the length of the field by Shelvey. It bounced awkwardly for Dubravka, and as he tried to control him, Mane was upon him and tried to steal it from him. His foot was maybe a little bit high, and I think a free kick has been given. What was John Joseph? It was almost an attempt on target that for Liverpool from Shelvey.
I almost thought Dubravka, looking at the flight of the ball, Dubravka had to head that ball first time over Mane's head, who you could see in his peripheral vision it was closing him down, and it was the wrong choice to take a touch. And as soon as he took a touch, that was an invitation for the challenge to be made by Mane. And as we've just seen, Mane doesn't like him anyway because he's saving too many of Liverpool's shots. And yeah, it was a poor weight of ball, I think, more than anything from John Joe Shelvey. He should have struck that a lot firmer so he had more time on the ball.
Thank you, skipper, for that. You remember that 40-metre back pass you played, early in the second half? Just want to say thank you very much indeed for that.
Just talking about what happened before that, Kabak had the ball, and I've seen him a few times. I think he's got to tidy up his playing out from the back. Technically, he's not brilliant, and it's something that he's still a young player, but he needs to work on that to improve it. Them little patterns of players you play out from the back, they need to be spot on. It can't be playing the ball into an area where your teammate is. It's got to be clinical, it's got to be to his feet, and it's got to be at the right intensity.
Foul by Callum Wilson, who's had about half an hour in each of the last 2 games after 2 months out with a hamstring problem. He's going to get another half hour here in Newcastle colours. Free kick's quickly taken and driven into the penalty area by Alexander-Arnold, cleared initially towards Salah, towards the back post, where there's a leap from Kabak, but well defended by Newcastle United, and Almiron can scoop it out of harm's way to Shelvey on the right hand touchline. Goes forward this time. Fabinho again, fantastic anticipation, wins the ball and plays it to Robertson. Wijnaldum in towards Salah, first time back to Thiago, out to Alexander-Arnold. Now Salah again trying to attack the left flank of the Newcastle defence, where Paul Dummett will not let him pass.
Yeah, good defending. It's a different challenge now for the for the back four of Liverpool, dealing with Callum Wilson if he is 100% fit. I know he's been out injured for a while, but I was at the game at St James's Park when Newcastle played against Liverpool, and Callum Wilson, he ran him ragged. He was a real threat all the game, and he'll be looking forward to this. I'm sure he's enjoying the prospect of trying to play a part and getting Newcastle back into this game.
Yeah, his pace really worried Liverpool, particularly in the early stages of that goal to straw back in December. Ball won here by Robertson, who can surge forward now to the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, drive it goalwards, and that's not very far away from Andy Robertson. Miguel Almiron is a very relieved man because he'd lost possession there to Robertson. It was an invitation for him to drive on and take on the shot, and he only just pulled it wide. Yeah,
I've been disappointed, I have to say, with Almiron. I'm a big fan of his, and I think he's got great assets. He's a fantastic footballer when he's on song, but today he's almost not featured, and again he got the ball to feet. His spatial awareness is not good enough. Robertson on the front foot takes the ball off him, drives into a space, and from about 23-24 yards strikes across the ball, and it's just wide. And Almiron would have been very disappointed and embarrassed if that would have ended up in the bottom corner.
Kieran Clark has gone off for Newcastle United, and his replacement is not a central defender. Joe Willock has come on in his place.
Changed the shape to a 4.
Willock has scored in his last 2 games from the bench. Late goals, important goals too, against Tottenham and West Ham that were worth 3 points to Newcastle. And he scored a long-range goal for Arsenal here in the League Cup last season, and even this season he scored at Anfield, albeit to win a League Cup penalty shootout back in October. So Joe Willock is on for Newcastle United, who still trail Liverpool by a 1-0. Mane on the ball, plays it square to Wijnaldum. Milner goes back to Fabinho on the halfway line. Now Thiago, good change of angle from him. Milner into Firmino, whose first touch was just a touch heavy, but he managed to retain possession. It's gone back to Alexander-Arnold midway through the Newcastle half. Good ball in to Milner inside the penalty area, dead ball line, pulled it back, headed away by Longstaff. Well seen by Ritchie. The ball, I think, had actually gone out of play, had it before Milner crossed it, in which case it's a corner to Liverpool, which Alexander-Arnold will take on the right hand side.
Yeah, it was a deflected pass. I don't think that pass was intended for Milner. The ball was deflected into Milner's path, and he tried to keep the ball in play to put it in the box. Just looked a little bit aged there for me, Milner, when he approached the ball. He had to take another step to settle himself.
Alexander-Arnold with the corner, the punch by Dubravka, clears his penalty area. Salah back into the box, headed away by Dummett this time. Milner back on the ball, has to roll it back to Fabinho as Liverpool regroup, and he goes all the way back to Alisson on the edge of his penalty area. He plays it forward though to Robertson, exchanges passes with Milner. Robertson on another driving, surging run out to the left hand side. Firmino trying to check in field, meets 2 Newcastle defenders and is forced back to Milner. Wijnaldum square to Thiago, tries to beat Longstaff with a trick, but sure Longstaff was having none of it. Liverpool though retain possession, and Wijnaldum's back on the ball 15 metres outside the Newcastle penalty area. Milner once again, square to Thiago. Liverpool still on top, still leading by that single Mo Salah goal after 3 minutes. Robertson played back to Wijnaldum again, still in that same area, 20 metres inside the Newcastle half, and Newcastle have 11 men grouped behind, just making it difficult for Liverpool to play through them. They've gone out to the left hand side, and Robertson, and now Mane forward to Firmino, gives it back to Mane. Thiago again, just looking for that cutting pass. 1-2 with Firmino this time. Now Alexander-Arnold plays it in early, scuffed it a bit, but Salah laid claim to it, edge of the penalty area, juggles it and keeps it. Good angle ball into Milner, pulled back towards Salah, nice idea, but Newcastle were alive to it and clear their lines.
Yeah, really patient play again from Liverpool. Thiago involved on 2 or 3 occasions with little deft touches and disguised passes again. In the end, it was really well marshalled by Newcastle, that they stuck to the lines. They made sure there weren't big gaps of developing, and good defending from Newcastle.
Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0 on TalkSport with WeBuyAnyCar.com. Sell your car in 3 simple steps. Book your appointment online today. Mane on the ball for Liverpool, square to Firmino. familiar pattern now developing. Liverpool can almost take their time. They have a measure of control over the game, just a slender 1-goal lead, but they're dominating the ball. And Milner, with a no-looky pass, tries to free Mane, but the disguise was not bought by the Newcastle cover. Thiago now out to some space for Robertson on the left-hand side, but his cross is well charged down by Murphy on that side. Liverpool only have a throw-in 15 metres from the corner flag on the left-hand side. Milner into Wijnaldum, edge of the penalty area. 1-2 this time with Firmino, but it's not a good one. Seized upon and cleared by Almiron, and a chance now for Wilson to break for Newcastle United. Looking for support. 10 metres outside the penalty area, finds Almiron, clipped out to this left-hand side. Ritchie in a good crossing position. Matt Ritchie drives it across the face of goal. It's Thiago who gets back there and blocks it, and Newcastle only have a throw-in by the corner flag left-hand side. Throw-in is taken by Ritchie, seized upon by Dummett. Clip into the penalty area. It'll find its way through to Sam Maximin on the far side of the penalty area. He drives it back into the box, looking for Almiron, but again, Liverpool are able to cut it out and cover and break, with Milner out to Mane on the left-hand side. Murphy runs across him and stops his path. Free kick has actually gone Newcastle United's way.
Good couple of options there from wide areas. First one by Matt Ritchie, needs to miss that near post man. He just ends up putting his head down and putting his laces through it, and he hits the first man. It's a wasted opportunity because Newcastle got players in the box. And then from the other side, St. Maximin, he's got on the ball inside the box. He's got one defender to beat. Take him on.
Wilson's in behind Liverpool again here, pulled back, but Kabak's in the way. Fabinho trusts Alisson and then has a bit of a lash at it, knocks it out of play for a throw into Newcastle United, but the flag was already up. Game day on TalkSport. 3 live Premier League games, 2 championship matches today. Bournemouth versus Brentford, live on TalkSport 2 at this moment, still 0-0. Watford Millwall is live from 3 o'clock on TalkSport 2. Sheffield United Brighton live from 8 on TalkSport 2. Here on TalkSport, Adrian Durham follows at 2:30 with Game Day Live. All the goals before VAR can spoil them. Here's Mane with an opportunity for Liverpool, just unable to link with Salah. And then just after 5, Faye Carruthers takes over to introduce live coverage of West Ham United versus Chelsea. Andy Townsend joining Sam for that one. Then Gabby Agbolahor moves in, socially distanced alongside Faye for Game Day. Your verdict through till 10. That's the menu on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Get the app and you can swipe between the two. Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0. Firmino out to the left-hand side and Robertson. Firmino again. 20 metres inside the Newcastle half. Milner showing this time, offering himself. He is allowed to turn because he's not threatening the Newcastle defence. They just back off and allow Liverpool possession in the middle third of the field and then defend the final third with their lives. They're still very much in this game at just 1-0 down. Kabak has the ball for Liverpool. Alexander-Arnold with a slight miscontrol, and Ritchie's in with a challenge, and Liverpool have a throw.
Yeah, good sense of urgency there on that longer pass from Matt Ritchie. You could see that the longer pass was going to come across, and that's his trigger to then go and set off and put a press on the ball. He got close enough to get a challenge and put the ball out for a throw, not quite close enough to take the ball off Trent Alexander-Arnold. But patient play, good defending at the moment from Newcastle. Like you say, a deep block. They're still in this game. It's only 1-0. If they go 2, it could end up being 3 or 4, so they've got to try and protect that.
Mane just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Played out to Salah on the right-hand side, but his cross is easily picked off by Dubravka, who will just wait to see if an injured player is able to get to his feet, and because he cannot for the moment, then I think it's Federico Fernandez who's down. It's bowled out of play by Dubravka so that Fernandez can receive some treatment.
It looks like it's a bit of cramp. Rising damp, not very nice that.
The voice of Trevor Sinclair, who had to fight his way through protesters today because of his part in last weekend's attempted breakaway by the TalkSport supergroup. 12 mega-rich presenters and pundits led by Alan Brazil and Jim White, the McMafia, proposing that all broadcasts should be in a Scottish accent. Did turn Ali McCoy's head briefly, but I was surprised at you, Trevor. Liverpool have it, Mane, and here's Salah inside the penalty area of the shooting chance, and he's dragged that.
It's typical.
Into the side netting, but it was a mistake by Newcastle playing out.
Yeah, that's happened again as well, and that's something that Steve Bruce will have to look at, and his coaching staff, because that has got to be better. And I think you look at Fernandes, obviously he's got a problem, so they need to make sure that when they're playing out, all the players are available, and I don't think they were then.
Robertson pressing St Maximin this time, and now Mane has it just outside the penalty area. Thiago appeared to be dragged down. He's won a free kick here. About 10 paces outside the penalty area, St Maximin just looking a little weary now, and he just leant into Thiago, linked arms with him, dragged him to the ground, and Liverpool have a shooting opportunity down at the Kop end. Still 16 minutes left to play. Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0, and here is an opportunity.
Quite central, 28 yards out.
Yeah, left of centre as Liverpool look at it. Trent Alexander-Arnold is usually the favourite in these situations, and he's certainly volunteering. Milner and Salah are in the vicinity, but it is Alexander-Arnold who is placing the ball carefully and assessing the options. There are 6 in the Newcastle wall, made that 5 now, as Willock steps to one side and clears the way for Alexander-Arnold to lift it. It clips the top of the Newcastle wall and loops away for a corner kick to Liverpool on the left-hand side.
Yeah, good strike, it looked. Just didn't get the elevation on the strike to get it over the wall, and the wall done the job. Good defending there from Newcastle, and every man has to stick to task there. You can't have one player not jumping when they've decided to jump, and they all jump and manage to avert it for a corner.
Corner which Robertson will take from that left-hand side. Towards the edge of the 6-yard box. Well cleared by Newcastle. First time volley by Alexander-Arnold, which he caught so sweetly. And despite the fake crowd noise thinking that it went in, it didn't.
What a strike that was.
It drifted a yard wide.
I mean, amazing technique, but I have to say the layoff was superb. You know, you talk about pass appreciation, and the ball went into Thiago. It looked like he was going to strike it. Again, he disguised it, put it on a plate about 20 yards out on Trent Alexander-Arnold's left foot, and he struck it on his right foot, and he struck it so well. If that's on target, it goes straight into the stanch. Fortunately for Newcastle, it was just wide of the target.
Fool the man with his hand on the goal roar fader. But it is 1-0. Firmino, though, trying to change that with a shot. With this one is straight out to Dubravka, who fields it well and bowls it out to Ritchie on the Newcastle left. Almiron turning just inside his own half. Longstaff now forward. Break beyond Liverpool by Wilson. Alisson comes off limits to clear his lines. Doesn't take any chances. The flag was up against Callum Wilson.
Good decision making though from him. You know, that's the right thing to do. You're one-on-one. The ball, you've got the ball at your feet. Why cheat? Why try and cheat and get the ball further up the pitch? Get it out of play. Give your defence chance to get back in and defend the throw-in. It was offside anyway, but good decision making there from Alisson.
Thiago Alcantara has been replaced by Curtis Jones. Good to see him back in action. He hasn't played since the red card that he picked up at the end of the England under-21 international victory over Croatia at the end of March, at the end of the European Championships. He scored that evening, but England were KO'd, so he hasn't played for Liverpool since March the 4th, when he was actually a regular in the team. He's had a muscular problem, and it's good to see him back in action.
Yeah, serious talent, the young boy.
Newcastle have the ball. They trail Liverpool by 1-0. Seems a long time now since that goal. As I say, Liverpool held the lead for a long time at Leeds on Monday night, but couldn't quite see it out. Newcastle still have hope in this game. They came from behind to win at Burnley a couple of weeks ago. Robertson's on the ball for Liverpool. Forward to Mane just inside the Newcastle half of the field. He's allowed to turn and accelerate. He still has Robertson at his shoulder, edge of the penalty area. Play back to Curtis Jones. Now into the path of Alexander-Arnold. Only just outside the penalty area, but right-hand side Alexander-Arnold. Thought about a shot momentarily, and then played it short to Wijnaldum. Out to Salah on the right-hand side. Forward again to Alexander-Arnold. Back again to Wijnaldum. Liverpool coming forward, but coming forward in a measured kind of way. Keane more than anything to keep their control, keep their grip on a game which they lead by 1-0.
Yeah, they've switched the intensity really well. Again, just having a little bit of a possession-based phase of the game, and then there'll be a trigger where someone will make a run and all of a sudden the intensity's there, the slick passing, the 1-2s, and they'll try and penetrate this Newcastle side.
You see one or two Liverpool players are still a little bit short of the confidence that we expect from them, but overall it's been a more confident team performance. They have played, I've used those words, controlled and measured. There has been a lot of that in their play today, but as they tiptoe towards the nervous 90s, and be interesting to see if Newcastle can challenge that, given that the lead is still just that 1-0. Firmino, though, trying to double that, playing it in towards Mane, comes out to Milner, edge of the penalty area now. Salah just inside the Newcastle box, onto Milner again. Clever turn from James Milner, loft to the far post, but Sadio Mane can't quite grow enough, got his head to the ball but couldn't control it, and Fernandes was able to clear up to the halfway line. Callum Wilson trying to run Kabak down that Newcastle right, and he barged into him and was penalised. It was a dangerous run that by Callum Wilson. He does look fit, doesn't he now?
He's sharp, he's fast, and he's quicker than Kabak, and he knows it. And Kabak had a problem there, and I think that was quite harsh from the linesman. I think it was shoulder to shoulder. He got the better of him for pace and then matched him for strength, got the ball and ended up going past Kabak. Unfortunately for Kabak, the linesman put the whistle up for a foul. I thought it was shoulder to shoulder.
Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0. The latest odds are available from Betfair, the official betting partner of TalkSport's Premier League coverage. At this moment, you can get a Liverpool win at 12-1 on, or back Newcastle at 60-1, 6-0, or back the draw at 8-1. Those odds from Betfair. More ways to bet, more ways to win. Full terms at betfair.com. You must be 18 or over, and do be aware of begambleaware.org. Alexander-Arnold forward towards Mane for Liverpool. Good chest control from Mane. He's onside and inside the box and drives it. May even have clipped the outside of the post. Dubravka went to defend it, and he did get a hand on the ball, and Liverpool have a corner on the left-hand side. Well struck by Mane. Short corner taken. Robertson now edge of the penalty area. It's James Milner, and he'll have a shot, and that's deflected, and that'll go out for a corner on the right-hand side now for Liverpool. Yeah, again, chance after chance. They're creating a lot of opportunities, Liverpool, and just don't seem to have that clinical edge. It was a decent strike, but especially from Mane, but the angle was going against him, and you would expect, especially the form that Dubravka's been in this game, to save it at his near post, and then a deflected shot by Milner has led to a corner. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 1 now in our game that's live on TalkSport 2. Bournemouth's winning run under threat. Bournemouth 0, Brentford 1. Corner kick to Liverpool here. Alexander-Arnold takes. Header away is by Dummett. Edge of the penalty area. Milner strikes, and Dubravka saw a little bit late but got down very quickly. He's had a very good afternoon, Martin Dubravka, between the Newcastle posts. Yeah, I mentioned him before the kick-off, and I said, you know, he's a good goalkeeper anyway, but one thing that he brings to the table that Darlow doesn't, and that's his kicking ability. Brian Mbeumo has scored that 79th minute goal for Brentford at the Vitality Stadium, and a Brentford victory would cement their place in the playoffs this afternoon. It would take them up ahead of Bournemouth into third place. Funny that, isn't it? Sticking with a manager, showing a bit of loyalty and belief in someone that you believed in because you hired him in the first place, and he's managed to get him bounce back straight to. Yeah, they've just had too many draws of late, haven't they? Here's Firmino running through the challenges, edge of the penalty area, trying to feed Mane again, but Murphy is able to shepherd the ball out of play for a Newcastle United goal kick. So we've got 8 minutes remaining at Anfield. Still to come this afternoon on TalkSport. Watford versus Millwall is live from 3 o'clock on TalkSport 2, and here on TalkSport, live and exclusive commentary of West Ham United versus Chelsea coming your way just after 5 o'clock on TalkSport. After Game Day Live with Adrian, who's watching his beloved Posh this afternoon. Here at Anfield, it's Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0. In possession for Newcastle, one of the Geordie boys in the team, Paul Dummett. Forward to Matt Ritchie, just inside the Liverpool half. Clip forward towards Callum Wilson. He's got in behind Liverpool here, but across came Kabak with some cover, and Alisson and Fabinho played very calmly out of harm's way. But again, that sheer leg speed of Wilson is causing Liverpool a headache when he runs in behind them. Back to Dubravka in the Newcastle goal. Out to the left-hand side and Dummett. Controls well under pressure from Salah. Forward again this time over Fabinho, but Almiron just couldn't quite benefit. And Almiron has gone down, and it looks like he might just have pulled up with a muscle injury.
Cramp.
He's asking Fabinho to put it out of play. Is it only cramp?
I would not put that out of play.
Liverpool have done so. They're more decent people than you, clearly. Make a note of that, everybody. Fabinho and Trent Alexander-Arnold, much better individuals than Trevor Sinclair. But not good for Almiron, because he has got cramp.
How can you be putting the ball out of play because one of the opponents has got cramp?
It's a bit of a rash character judgment on my part, but I know more things about you than I'm prepared to reveal on here today. But it's Liverpool have dominated this game.
They have.
But, I mean, it's easy to keep saying, well, 6 months ago, well, 12 months ago, but they haven't put Newcastle away, and
that's nothing to do with defending. Because when you talk about the problems that Liverpool have had, a lot of the time it's been conceding goals. They haven't conceded a goal. The forwards are not clinical enough at the moment. Now, it's a confidence thing, obviously it is, but also it's got to be more analytical than that. The positions they're getting themselves in, are they doing training in that 9-yard box? Because you talk about the 18-yard box, most goals are scored in the 9-yard box. So why don't you work to the 9-yard box instead of working, we'll take shots from the edge of the box?
Change for Newcastle. Almiron has limped off, and Dwight Gale, who I described as a shadow from Liverpool's past before the game, has come on in his place. He has scored 5 times in his 8 appearances against Liverpool, and 3 of those 5 have been as a substitute, and 2 of those 3 well, they were in the last 10 minutes famously at Selhurst Park back in 2014, when Liverpool managed to turn an easy victory into a 3-3 draw when they were trying to close in on the title. Never mind Steven Gerrard's slip here against Chelsea. The failure to win against Crystal Palace was every bit as costly to Brendan Rodgers' team, and it was Dwight Gale who came from the bench to score those 2 crucial goals in the 81st and 88th minutes, and he's on again now in the same kind of time frame. 5 minutes left to play here. Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 0. Newcastle have a throw-in about 15 metres from the corner flag on the right-hand side. Murphy takes it short. Saint-Maximin, who was very busy and lively in the first half, has been a little more peripheral since the break, but he's on the ball here, trying to outfox Robertson, down to get into the dead ball line, held up. Robertson had some protection from Milner, and Saint-Maximin concedes a throw-in.
Yeah, excellent defending there, I have to say, by Robertson. He didn't get sucked into that one-on-one duel. He kept his distance safe, where he's not going to get embarrassed, and he just said, well, what are you going to do? And in the end, a little bit of showboating, I have to say, from Saint-Maximin, but the end product wasn't there, and he ended up winning a throw-in for his team. So good defending again by Robertson.
Newcastle United are currently 8 points clear of the bottom 3 and of Fulham. Cross here from Saint-Maximin just beyond Wilson, but it'll run for Ritchie, edge of the Liverpool penalty area. He's outfoxed Alexander-Arnold and crossed. Really good header away by Robertson, helped out of harm's way by Salah, and Liverpool can counter now. Firmino's on the ball trying to play Salah in, but Dummett is in the way. Didn't really pick the pass properly there, but Matt Ritchie got into a very dangerous crossing position, and it needed a fine clearing header from Andy Robertson to spare Liverpool's blushes.
Yeah, it was a good bit of play by Matt Ritchie. He outfoxed Trent Alexander-Arnold with a feint to cross it with his right. He chopped it onto his left, and not good enough defending for me by Trent Alexander-Arnold, allowing that cross to go in so easy. The cross was quality, but once the ball went into the box, Liverpool were there. First contact, excellent defending at the far stick by Andy Robertson.
The countdown is on, 3 more minutes. It was 3 minutes into the game when Mohamed Salah scored the only goal of the game so far.
Manage this game now, Liverpool. How can you manage this game, not give up any chances, keep the ball, take the last few minutes out of this game, and any opportunity for Newcastle to get anything from this game, keep the ball. That's what I'd be saying if I was on the technical area now.
Liverpool have the ball. Alexander-Arnold to Jones, just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Plays it square to Firmino. Turns back to Wijnaldum. Milner is available. Now on to Robertson. midway through the Newcastle half on the left-hand side, but Liverpool not in a hurry to go anywhere. They just want to keep possession of the ball. Mane has it now for Liverpool, plays it square to Curtis Jones again, rolled out to Salah, corner of the penalty area, running now at Ritchie inside the penalty area. Mohamed Salah deep in Newcastle territory, just tries to improvise across with the outside of his foot, doesn't quite get it right, and as Sam Maximin tries to break out, he was just taken out by Fabinho, who didn't fancy a 100-metre sprint with Alan St Maximin, strangely, so went kind of shoulder to shoulder, but in a very aggressive way. He gets a yellow card for that, Fabinho. It's what's called a tactical foul.
Well, there's no way you can defend that from Fabinho, apart from...
You'd have done it yourself.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you expected to do. I mean, I don't like that part of the game, and I think that's where maybe an orange card should be in play and a sin bin, because there's no way he's getting anywhere near the ball, and the only thing in his mind is taking the player out to stop that attack.
Newcastle have taken the free kick. Sam Maximin's barely back with us. He just walked back onto the field. He's trying to shake off the effects of that smash and grab from Fabinho. Alexander-Arnold clears his lines. Firmino with a rather strange lofted pass, and Salah loses out to Alan St Maximin, who's back on the ball and has beaten both Salah and Jones and is running forward again now, that anger taken out in an individual run. Newcastle have it with Longstaff, swept out to the right hand side, and Murphy running at Robertson just outside the penalty area. A really good run by Jacob Murphy, found across two, and the header from Fabinho goes behind for a corner kick to Newcastle United. He was outnumbered there as he was jumping for the ball, Fabinho. He had to win that for Liverpool, and he just directed it perilously close to his own goal, it should be said, but out for a corner.
It's absolutely brilliant play from Murphy on the right hand side for Newcastle. He goes past Andy Robertson, gets to the byline, dinks in across. The keeper can't get anywhere near it. It's across the 6-yard box, and it's brilliant defending by
Longstaff with a corner, headed away well by Andy Robertson at the near post, and we pop into stoppage time now with Liverpool still leading by a goal to nil, but Curtis Jones has lost it. And here is Longstaff for Newcastle, forward towards Sam Maximin. Big tackle by Milner, he meant that one, he had to get it. It's gone out of play for a throw-in. I think Sam Maximin's boot accidentally caught Milner on the head after he had made the challenge on the Frenchman, and Milner, well, unusually for him, is prostrate and in need of some treatment, but this may be slightly tactical too, because Liverpool are just trying to see out time now at the end of the game. The 4 added minutes officially, but this is going to be additional time to the additional time for the injury to Milner, but he's back on his feet. Dwight Gale has come across to take a long throw. He's taken it short after that to Ritchie. Beats Salah, cross into the penalty area, flick on by Willock. Oh, he was looking for another crucial goal off the substitutes bench, and his flick header was just wide.
Yeah, that's poor from Liverpool, I have to say. It's obviously the ball's out wide, get players around it to stop the ball coming in your box. They let a short throw-in be taken, then they're outnumbered. The ball comes into the box far too easy. It's a header by Willock. It's a chance. You know, if that goes into the far corner, it's 1-1, and Newcastle wouldn't have deserved it, but they would have been back in the game. The way that Liverpool have managed this last 5-10 minutes has been poor, because they've given away far too many chances, and they didn't need to do that.
And here's Willock again, forward to Sam Maximin, and now Wilson's accelerating forward, and he's stopped by the goalkeeper, carries on, and he's smothered it in, and Callum Wilson has equalised for Newcastle. Stoppage time at Anfield. Callum Wilson, Newcastle's leading scorer, has come off the bench and has pinched a point for Newcastle here. His pace was too hot for Liverpool to handle. Alisson was brave but not lucky, and Callum Wilson has bundled it over the line, and it's Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 1.
And Liverpool have got themselves to blame for me. It's an excellent finish. He got a little bit of luck with the deflection, but at one end Liverpool have not been clinical. They could have scored 5, 6, 7 goals this game. Dubravka's been brilliant for Newcastle, but at the other end, I said it 5 minutes ago, how are you going to manage this last 3 or 4 minutes of this game, Liverpool? Are you going to try and score, which they did, or are you going to keep the ball and take the life out of this game, run the minutes down and win this game 1-0?
There is a VAR check, because as the ball reared up, as the goalkeeper went down. The ball struck Callum Wilson on the arm, but it was pushed against his arm, which was down by side, but because it led directly to a goal, it is going to be chalked off.
Wow.
So, bad news for Newcastle fans, great news for Liverpool fans. The goal does not count.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that more, Clive. You know, his arms are by his side, it's actually against his stomach.
But it led directly to the goal.
Yeah, the rule stinks for me. The law stinks. I mean, Newcastle deserved that goal, and I can understand how depressed from that situation and from that goal being cancelled that Steve Bruce must feel, because that is a shambles of a rule.
So just to reiterate, in case you are confused in any way, it is Liverpool 1, Newcastle 0. That is still the scoreline. Callum Wilson's equaliser has been disallowed because as he tried to guide it past Alisson, who dived very bravely at his feet, and credit to the goalkeeper. I said he was unlucky. He got lucky in the end because he managed to divert the ball up against the arm of Wilson. Wilson's running forward again onto another good ball from Dummett. This is not quite done, just outside the penalty area. He's looked lively since coming on. Here's Sam Maximin now, 15 metres outside the penalty area. Out to Murphy on the right-hand side, trying to find some space for a cross. He has dinked it into the penalty area. Fabinho has headed it out of harm's way. Only back out to Murphy, though, on the right-hand side. Trying to wrong foot Robertson, pulls a low cross into the box. Longstaff goes for it, but Firmino beats into him and knocks it out of play. Newcastle throw, right-hand side, still attacking. Another cross into the box is headed away by Kabak. Fernandes trying to keep it alive, lets it drift out of play. The 4 added minutes initially are up, so we're now trying to calculate what extra time Andre Marouane may have added on for the injury to Milner, and more importantly for all the stoppage after the Wilson goal was disallowed. Dummett into the edge of the penalty area, headed down well. There's another chance for Willock, and he's scored! He's done it again! Joe Willock has come off the bench to steal an equaliser for Newcastle, and this time it counts. Late goals against Tottenham, West Ham, and now Liverpool, worth 4 precious points to Newcastle United from Joe Willock. And having been denied dramatically by VAR a moment ago, Newcastle have got their reward, and Liverpool are not going to get the 3 points they need to move them into the top 4.
And the amount of chances that Liverpool created in this game, for them to have no pressure on the ball at this stage of the game, and to allow the ball to go into the box and then land at a free, non-marked Joe Willock 15 yards out. He's not going to miss from there. It's a deflected finish, but that is ridiculous game management from Liverpool Football Club.
Well, I mean, I think this place would sound silent even if it was full, because that has taken the, and that is the final whistle. It was the last meaningful kick of the game. And what has happened to Liverpool at Anfield? Their stronghold is suddenly their weakest suit. That late goal from Alexander-Arnold, which beat Aston Villa a couple of weeks ago, appeared to have set them back on course in Liverpool here at Anfield. But since then, Real Madrid have managed to hold them in the Champions League and knock them out of that competition. And here, in sight of victory, a victory which they felt had been given to them by that early goal by Mohamed Salah. They actually conceded 2 Newcastle goals, the first of them ruled out because the ball bounced down off Callum Wilson's arm. But Joe Willock in the 95th minute has scored a goal which moves Newcastle United now 9 points clear of the bottom 3, but keeps Liverpool in 6th place in the Premier League, and 6th place doesn't qualify you for the Champions League. Liverpool 1, Newcastle United 1.
We've had a little bit of drama here in terms of Leicester City's team news. Johnny Evans has dropped out. He didn't make it through the warm-up. There was talk of his plantar fasciitis condition flaring up ahead of the Southampton game, in which he scored the equalising goal. But he went through the warm-up and we saw him on our television's monitors here, going through a bit of a fitness test down in the tunnel area. Didn't look happy at all, limping quite badly, so he misses out. And that means that Mark Albrighton is promoted from the bench, and I presume that would mean Albrighton at right wing back, maybe Castagna at left centre back, and then Ricardo at left wing back. We'll have to wait and see how that works out, but a little bit of drama for Brendan Rodgers to deal with before a very, very big game. Leicester City spent 298 successive nights in the top four last season, including the lockdown shutdown, but after a late season collapse, they allowed Manchester United to pick them in the final few days. Will they make it across the line this time? 8 points required from 4 games to make absolutely sure, but trips to Chelsea, United and a home date with Spurs to come after tonight. And today marks the 5th anniversary of Wes Morgan and Claudio Ranieri lifting the Premier League trophy in the centre circle in front of us after Andrea Bocelli had serenaded the Leicester faithful. What a memory that is for Leicester City fans. And of course, they then played in the Champions League the following season and reached the quarter-final. So I'll go through the starting 11 for Leicester City. Kasper Schmeichel is in goal for the 111th consecutive time in the Premier League. He's currently tossing the coin in the centre circle with his opposite number, John Joe Shelby. So the back three, Fofana, Evans and Castagna. And then at wing-back we'll have Albrighton and Ricardo. Ndidi and Tielemans in the centre of the park. Jamie Vardy up top, 1 goal in his last 10 Premier League games, only 2 in 17 since Christmas Day, and Kelechi Iheanacho alongside him. He scored 14 in his last 15 in all competitions. Newcastle's 8-point April, well, that's pulled them 9 points clear of the bottom 3. As of tonight, 4 points from 4 games will confirm Premier League football for next season. 2 changes from Steve Bruce from the side that lost to Arsenal last week. Dubravka is in goal. A back 3 for them too, we suspect, of Kraft, the Sweden international, Fernandes and Dummett, Shelby, Willock and Almiron in midfield, Callum Wilson up top and Alan Saint-Maximin, who has been shortlisted for Premier League Player of the Month and Goal of the Month for April. The players all and the coaching staff take a knee out there as the ongoing battle and fight against racism in football and in society continues. We are underway. Newcastle United will kick from left to right in bright yellow shirts, shorts and socks. Leicester in their all royal blue. Long ball forward immediately, looking to spring Callum Wilson into the attack, but it goes through harmlessly to Kasper Schmeichel. Alan Hutton alongside me. Alan, enjoyed the chat there for the last hour with the boys, but in terms of the game that we've got in front of us here, what's going to happen?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. There's a lot on this game, obviously. Newcastle sitting 9 points above that relegation zone, really looking to stamp their authority and stay up and look forward to next season. But as well, so much in this for Leicester to try and consolidate that top 4 place. So really looking forward to the game. I think this could be a good one.
Well, just to give you that Leicester back line, it is a back 3. Soyuncu will be at left centre-back. Fofana switches to the middle and Castagna at right centre-back. Ricardo is the right wing-back, taking a throw-in now back to Castagna. And Mark Albrighton, who came in for the injured Johnny Evans after the warm-up, he's at left wing-back. He'll just play anywhere for you, Alan, won't he, Mark Albrighton?
Exactly. Obviously, I've played alongside him at Aston Villa. Gives 110% every single time he's on the pitch, and it won't matter to him that he's been called up last minute. He'll give his all, he's ready, and he's always a willing runner.
Leicester's most used substitute this season, Mark Albrighton, but gets a 14th Premier League start of the season. Leicester in possession on the halfway line. Wesley Fofana rolls it out towards James Maddison. It almost didn't reach him. Willock almost got there first, but Maddison approaching the penalty area, plays a 1-2 with Jamie Vardy, clips it into the area towards Kelechi Iheanacho. It was too straight, and Martin Dubravka in all pink tonight takes collection of the ball. James Maddison's form's an interesting one, Alan. He said it's a catch-22 situation before the game, Brendan Rodgers, that he needs games to get back to full fitness, having missed time with a hip problem, but every game they play at the moment is absolutely massive.
Yeah, it's catch-22, but for a player like Maddison, he has to play. For me, he picks up really intelligent positions in that number 10 role. I think last week was his first 90 minutes. But also we understand that he's got a lot of big games coming up, but he has to play minutes to get to that top level.
How about Kelechi Iheanacho's form as well? Jamie Vardy, in terms of goal scoring, has dropped off of late. Iheanacho has stepped up He's played magnificently. It was his goal that sent Leicester to the FA Cup final next Saturday against Chelsea. First final since 1969, a competition they've never won. 4 finals, 4 defeats. Iheanacho with plenty of goals, including 2 in the quarter-final as well against Manchester United. And he's been terrific for Brendan Rodgers over the past couple of months or so. Newcastle in possession. They in fact have a throw-in on the left-hand side. Matt Ritchie is there. Steve Bruce patrolling the sideline in the technical area for Newcastle in a big black padded jacket. Grey hair, 60 years of age, Steve Bruce, and he's been shortlisted for Manager of the Month in the Premier League for April, which I don't think the most ardent Newcastle fan perhaps saw coming after the 3-0 defeat at Brighton at the end of March.
No, they wouldn't have seen that. But I think after that, the form definitely picked up. A couple of wins, 2 draws, I think, and then obviously it was a poor performance against Arsenal. So I know Steve Bruce well would be definitely looking for a bounce back tonight and a good performance.
Yeah. It was a 2-2 draw at home to Tottenham, wasn't it? They drew away at Liverpool, victory against Burnley, and a home win over West Ham United as well. So the opposition was pretty tough as well. And it's that little run before the defeat to Arsenal last weekend that has got them well clear of the bottom 3. Here's Soyuncu, the Turkey international for Leicester City, and he plays it infield towards Kelechi Iheanacho, and it's a left-footed pass out to the left flank to James Maddison, number 10 on his back. Back it goes to Iheanacho, and he brings Castagna into the play. Right touchline now with Ricardo, the Portugal international, who again, he's working his way back to full fitness after tearing an ACL. Now with Wesley Fofana, halfway line. Castagna, the Belgium international, gets it back from Ricardo. Patient play here by Leicester City. They had problems breaking down the 10 men of Southampton last Friday night in that 1-1 draw. Disappointing point, said Brendan Rodgers. They didn't do enough, according to the manager, to win the game. Cross to the back post is a good one. Tielemans was there for Leicester City, but so too was the Newcastle United defence, and it's a goal kick. But that was a decent service into the box, and Yuri Tielemans making a great run to the back post.
Yeah, that's twice James Maddison has just picked up that lovely position just in number 10, getting the ball, loves to just turn, and he just dinked the ball over. It was a beautifully, just like a sandwich just over the top, just for Tielemans, just unlucky.
No stranger to the golf course yourself, Alan, of course?
Yeah, I try my best. I like to beat Jermaine now and then, so...
I'm sure that gets quite competitive.
Yeah, always.
You footballers together.
Yeah, always. Don't get me wrong, he is a good player, but I do like to beat him now and then.
Jacob Murphy in possession, right-hand side. Here's the captain, John Joe Shelby, captain in the absence of the injured Jamal Lascelles, but he gives the ball away to James Maddison. Maddison seeing a lot of the action in the early part of the game, opens up for him, edge of the penalty area, tries a side-footed effort, wanted to bend that around Dubravka inside his left-hand post, but it was straight to him in the end. But that's another good move by Leicester City in the early stages and the first attempt on goal.
Yeah, Maddison, danger man. They're really going to have to come out and get tight to him, the Newcastle defence. Nobody's really wanting to engage him. They're a little bit scared of him, but they're giving him that room, allowing him to cross, allowing him to shoot.
Leicester look sharp in the early stages. Ricardo down the right-hand side, but he's tackled by Saint-Maximin, and what a fabulous player this man is when he gets in full flow. So skillful, but he's dispossessed this time. An excellent recovery by Ricardo, who finds Ndidi in the centre circle. Newcastle half of play. James Maddison forward to Iheanacho, back to goal, back to Maddison, who's pulling the strings in that number 10 role for Leicester City in the middle of the park. Now Wilfred Ndidi, the destroyer in midfield for this Leicester City side. Soyuncu, left touchline is Mark Albrighton. Back he goes to Soyuncu, who's got a white bandage on his left forearm, broad-shouldered. He's got his hair tied back, shoulder length, the Turkey international. Now Leicester down the right-hand side, keeping possession very nicely, but is there a cutting edge that was missing down at St Mary's? Lovely long diagonal ball towards Ricardo. It's well dealt with by Matt Ritchie, the left wing-back. Not his usual position, of course. He's fouled by Ricardo. Free kick to Newcastle on the edge of their own area.
I think there's going to be some good battles down the left-hand side and the right. Obviously, with the both teams playing wing-backs, it's going to be a good night. Leicester they're trying to switch the ball really quickly to allow the likes of Albrighton and Pereira that time and space to try and drive forward. So it's going to be interesting who comes out on top in those battles.
And from a Leicester perspective, look out for Joe Willock as well. He was ineligible to face his parent club Arsenal last week, but what a time of it he's had lately. 3 goals in his last 3, including that dramatic late equaliser at Anfield against Liverpool. and he's back in the centre of the park alongside John Joe Shelby. There's another switch of play from Albrighton. It does reach Ricardo, then he slips, and here comes Matt Ritchie for Newcastle United down the left-hand side. So Maximum is ahead of him down the left touchline. Here he is on his right foot, pressured by Castagna, rolls it back to Paul Dummett, who's out of contract at the end of the season, the long-time Newcastle servant. There's talk of a fresh deal being offered. Newcastle down the right now through Jacob Murphy. On the overlap is the Sweden international Emil Kraft, in today for Kieran Clark. It is a back three for Steve Bruce in Newcastle, and Kraft is in the Alan Hutton role.
No
right
sure
centre
about that.
back.
Well, pre-season role.
yeah. Still with Newcastle, the soon aborted Alan Hutton role.
Exactly.
Here's Willock into the penalty area, just eased off the ball by Albrighton, then runs out of room, and it's out for a goal kick. I think Willock was inquiring as to whether that came off a Leicester player last. The assistant disagreed, and Kasper Schmeichel has the goal kick.
That was much better from Newcastle though, like playing the ball about, 1-2s, a little bit of possession. I mean, we're 8 minutes in now, and that's the first real opportunity they've tried to create.
Leicester 0, Newcastle United 0 here on 5 Live Sport. Poor clearance by Schmeichel, straight to Willock. Now it's Callum Wilson, and he's tripped on the edge of the penalty area, was he? The referee Darren England says yes, it's a free kick. It was just outside the penalty area, too close for comfort for Brendan Rodgers and for Leicester City. It was Soyuncu with the challenge. No further action is taken, and it's half a yard outside the right-hand side of the Leicester penalty area.
Yeah, Callum Wilson does excellent. I mean, at first glance I was thinking penalty, it looked right on the line, but we're just watching it here again. It's a little step over by Callum Wilson. He goes to the outside, and Sioncho just dangles out a leg. He's not really went for the ball, just dangled, and he's tripped him up, but just outside the box. Lucky boy.
Well, Wilson started against Newcastle, against Arsenal I should say, last weekend, his first since February because of a hamstring injury. Newcastle have won none of 9 Premier League games without him this season. He's got 10 goals and 5 assists, so good to see him back. And Matt Ritchie very capable in these positions with his left foot, and it's a packed penalty area. Nervy times for the Leicester defence without Johnny Evans. If you're just joining us, he didn't make it through the warm-up, and he's out, replaced in the starting 11 by Mark Albrighton. 10th minute, Newcastle 0, Leicester 0. Ritchie goes low and goes for goal inside that near post. Didn't reach Kasper Schmeichel. It was Jamie Vardy who got the challenge in. The cross comes into the back post. Sam Maximum twisting and turning, trying to get some room for a shot. They were queuing up the tall men at the back post there for Newcastle United, and the cross just skimmed off one of their heads. That was a good opportunity, but Newcastle have had a really good 2 or 3 minutes here. The ball remains in play on this right-hand side, but given straight to Wesley Fofana, and then won back by Matt Ritchie. And they started looking on the back foot, Newcastle United, with Leicester looking sharp. But as you mentioned there a few minutes ago, Alan, Newcastle well in the game right now.
Oh yeah, the last 3-4 minutes they've definitely upped the tempo. They're playing the ball about really quickly, aggressive. They're on the front foot. Matt Ritchie there, you can see him pressing every time the ball drops. So Steve Bruce will be happy with this start, especially away from home.
You must have been in a situation in your career, Alan, when in the warm-up you lose a player, or maybe yourself has got injured at some point. How does that affect exactly what goes on with the starting 11 that then have to go out?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not ideal, but all these players are ready. They're ready to take part whenever called upon, and they're professional at the end of the day, so they understand that this could happen at any moment. So especially Mark Albrighton, who's always going to be ready for this.
Got an excellent long ball by Tielemans to find Vardy, who gets to the byline. Kraft, and the ball was played back, but the flag is up on the far side. One of those delayed offside flags goes against Jamie Vardy down the left-hand side. And when Darren Cann waves the flag, you tend to believe him. One of the top assistants in the Premier League, who ran the line at a World Cup final with Howard Webb in 2010. Brendan Rodgers on the sideline, arms folded, chewing his gum. He said last week against Southampton, we looked a little bit tired. Didn't do enough to win the game. And on the final day of the season, Leicester will welcome Tottenham Hotspur, and there will be supporters in the ground. I think it'll be a 25% capacity, so around about 8,000, which Brendan Rodgers called a pleasant shock. They'll have fans at Wembley next week, of course, for the FA Cup final against Chelsea. That's a foul by Fofana, out on the left-hand side, a little trip, a little clumsy against Almiron, and now is another opportunity for Newcastle to get a service into the penalty area.
Yeah, it was definitely a little bit clumsy. Good ball over the top. Almiron's onto it quickly, and he just waits. He knows Fofana's just going to come into the back of him. He just waits for him, feels the touch, and then goes over. Dangerous position again for Newcastle to swing a ball in.
So Matt Ritchie is over this again. It'll be an outswinger if he takes it. Shelvey would be a right-footed in-swinger. It's about 5 yards in from the left touchline, halfway deep inside the penalty area. 13th minute, Leicester 0, Newcastle 0. Shelvey curls it in. Leicester not comfortable defending set pieces. The flashing header didn't go far wide. I think Federico Fernandez got something on that, but that was a free header and a worry for Leicester.
Yeah, it was a great ball in from John Joe Shelvey. Actually, is it Fernandez that just gets a head on that? Yeah, Fernandez just gets a glancing header to the back post. Schmeichel looked very calm. From up here it looked as if it was going goal bound, but he's seen it was whistling past the post.
Well, they've conceded, it wasn't a corner, Alan, but they've conceded 7 from corners, Leicester City. It was a similar delivery on that occasion from the free kick. Only 4 teams have conceded more. They don't defend set pieces very well, and they don't score many goals from set pieces either, Leicester City. So that's something to keep an eye on, particularly in the absence of Johnny Evans. Leicester 0, Newcastle 0 on a Friday night at the King Power Stadium. Blue skies and wispy clouds above us. And here's Mark Albrighton on the left-hand side. Down the line it goes to Kelechi Iheanacho. The flag stays down at the moment. He's got 2 defenders in front of him. Back he goes to Wilfred Ndidi, who in turn goes back to the halfway line to Soyuncu. A well-organised Newcastle United backline. There's 5 strung across the back when they're out of possession. Fofana, right-footed, side-footed to Castagna. Leicester will probe down the right-hand side now. Ricardo infield to Tielemans, and Ricardo went down off the ball. He was fouled by Matt Ritchie, and he would have got on the end of that return. It was an excellent bit of interplay between Tielemans and Ricardo, but Leicester have a free kick right by the touchline.
Yeah, I think Pereira was breaking into a dangerous position there. Matt Ritchie knew exactly what he was doing, just cut across him, didn't allow him to get into that space and brought him down.
Leicester know that 8 points from 4 games will be enough to secure a top 4 spot in Champions League football. Soyuncu, what a good cross that is. Tielemans had made an excellent run to the back post. It just evaded him in the end, and now Almiron back defending for Newcastle United, intercepts the ball by Ricardo and plays a long pass down the left sideline, but it goes out of play. The idea was right, but Tielemans just unable to get on the end of the cross.
Yeah, it was a wonder ball in from Soyuncu. I wasn't expecting that, just whipped in with the left foot. It was really unlucky, but when I'm watching Newcastle, this is a problem. When they defend so deep in a 5, when they get the ball forward, they're only really looking for St Maximum. There's no really other options. They're going to have to try and play it out better.
Back with Leicester again, and here is Yuri Tielemans to his compatriot Castagna. Tielemans with the blue boots on, points to where he wanted Castagna to go, delivers the ball into his stride. Castagna gets the ball back from Vardy. Heavy first touch though, and gives the ball away to Willock on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area. And Newcastle in attack down the right, and it's Callum Wilson approaching the penalty area. The square ball, St Maximin, oh what a save! Kasper Schmeichel. It had to be 1-0 to Newcastle, but Schmeichel spread himself, and it's out for a corner. The flag stayed down, that would have counted. Schmeichel, excellent goalkeeping to deny St Maximum.
What an unbelievable save that is from Schmeichel. Massive moment in the game. Murphy plays the ball down the right. Callum Wilson, fantastic run. He's just laid it on a plate for St Maximum. He's opened up his body. He's tried to put it in with his right foot to the side netting. Schmeichel out fast. Great save.
He was at the far post. Had he gone to the far post, there was a huge gap. He tried to go back across the goalkeeper, and Schmeichel was excellent, but he didn't elevate it either, did he, Alan?
You're really thinking he has to lift it. I mean, Schmeichel, he's out that quickly. The only thing he can do is lift it up. But
what a chance for Newcastle, who have the corner kick, and it's punched only half clear by Kasper Schmeichel, but he's fouled in doing so, and Leicester City survive. 17th minute, Leicester 0, Newcastle 0. I don't think Alan St Maximin will get an easier chance all season, but that's not to take anything away from goalkeeper Kasper Schmeichel.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as far as chances go, that was massive for St Maximum, but you have to give all credit to Schmeichel. He came out really quickly, smothered the ball, great save.
Needed your sandwich, didn't he?
Exactly. Sandwich, little dink, goal.
Leicester in possession. Right touchline is Ricardo, and he goes back to Wesley Fofana, this young Frenchman who arrived from St Etienne, who were managed by Claude Puel, the former Leicester manager. Cost a lot of money, over £30 million. I don't think they expected Fofana to make an immediate impact, but boy has he. This is 8th straight Premier League start since a hamstring injury. And what's going on down here? Steve Bruce is handing James Maddison his boot back.
Yeah, Maddison's boot came off in the tackle. Steve Bruce has went over and picked up to hide it from him. Fair play, I would have done the exact same thing.
Emil Kraft for Newcastle, level with the edge of his own penalty area down the right hand side. Plays it into the chest there on that right hand side. It's going to be a free kick to Newcastle United. Joe Willock was barged into, sent tumbling to the turf by Soyuncu. It's just inside the Leicester half, and John Joe Shelvey will take the set piece. Well, this looks like it's going to be a very, very good game. Newcastle need the points, Alan. They're not safe yet, are they?
Exactly. I thought this would be a good game. Obviously, Steve Bruce has got the Newcastle boys right up for this, because, all right, the first 5 minutes was Leicester's, but I think Newcastle come right into this.
Wilson in the penalty area, cuts back from the byline, but the flag eventually goes up. Where do you stand on the delayed flag situation, Alan? Because it's getting frustrating for everybody, isn't it?
It annoys the life out of me. I mean, is it going to take to somebody pulls a muscle trying to run after the ball when it's offside? I mean, that's what we're getting into here. Look, if it's marginal, I get it. But if you can see it clearly, then just put your flag up, let's stop the game and get back to it.
I remember a situation involving John Joe Shelvey at Sheffield United last season when he ran through. Everybody thought he was offside. The flag went up, but VAR said he was onside, and the goal stood. So that's kind of the situation why the assistants are keeping the flag down. But it is irritating a lot of people. Not the only thing in the game that's irritating a lot of people at the moment. Fofana finds Castagna, quickly out of his feet to Ricardo, infield to Iheanacho, back to Fofana again. Leicester just struggling to work their way between the lines here of Newcastle United, but here's Ndidi. He'll have a go, and he dramatically overclubs that one and sends it behind for a goal kick. Ricardo, the nearest Leicester player to it.
It can be difficult for Leicester at times, because if you look at Newcastle, as soon as they lose the ball, they're dropping back into that 5-3-1-1. So there's not much space there for Leicester to try and get Maddison on the ball. They're going to have to try and work that little bit harder to create the room.
Well, it was a good challenge by Wilfred Ndidi on Joe Willock, and in the end it came off Willock, the Arsenal loanee, and it's a Leicester throw. Taken quickly, Tielemans into the feet of Maddison. Excellent challenge by Almiron, getting back and helping out his defence. A long ball forward to St Maximum with the chest control, and once again Wilfred Ndidi does what he does so well. Remember, he's the man that replaced N'Golo Kante in that midfield for Leicester City. He wins the ball back. Albrighton, diagonal ball towards the edge of the penalty area towards Kelechi Iheanacho, easily headed clear by Fernandes. And it's a Newcastle throw right on the halfway line, in between the two managers, Brendan Rodgers and Steve Bruce. 0-0, 21st minute here at the King Power Stadium. Alan Hutton alongside me.
Indeed, he's so good at that, isn't he? That position that he plays. I mean, Shelvey's tried to run round him. He's just stepped across him. No chance of getting past him. He's excellent in that position.
If you like a stat, Alan.
Sure do.
Since his debut, he's made 555 tackles, Wilfred Ndidi, in the Premier League. That's 181 more than the next best, which is N'Golo Kante.
Well, that just tells you everything you need to know right there and then.
What happened to N'Golo Kante? Did his career flourish after leaving Leicester City?
No, it was all right. I think he'd done not too bad.
Mistake by Soyuncu. Willock has picked his pocket. Joe Willock for Newcastle United. 1-0. A mistake by Soyuncu at the back, and it's been pounced upon by Joe Willock, the goal machine for Newcastle United. Soyuncu got back and got something on the shot, but it trickled past Kasper Schmeichel and into the net. And on the basis of what we've seen in the previous 10 minutes, it's nothing less than Newcastle deserve, and a blow to Leicester's top four hopes. 21 minutes in, Leicester 0, Newcastle 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great goal, but Soyuncu, the ball comes back, he's got plenty time. I mean, he just ends up dilly-dallying on the ball. He tries to be too clever, turn out to his left-hand side, and there's Joe Willock on it like a flash. Takes a great touch, goes down the left-hand side, and then uses his left foot
cuts across the Schmeichel in goal to the side net, and it's a fantastic finish. And that man, Joe Willock, again.
Well, he found the corner, Joe Willock, and Kasper Schmeichel could do nothing about that. Soyuncu in a seated position, just staring at the turf in frustration. It was a sloppy piece of play by the Turkey centre-back. But what about Joe Willock? He's now scored in 4 in a row. The previous 3 were all as a substitute. He's the first to do that since Papi Cisse for Newcastle in 2012. His 5th Premier League goal of the season, and that really has put the cat amongst the top 4 pigeons here at the King Power Stadium. Mark Albrighton, though, has won Leicester a corner with the ricochet off Jacob Murphy, and Leicester City need to respond pretty quickly.
Yeah, they need to up their game and quick, because if they don't, the way Newcastle are playing, they're going to create more chances. That is for sure.
Only Manchester United have won more points from losing positions in the Premier League this season than Leicester City. They got a point at Southampton, having fallen a goal behind last Friday, and they've got to do it all again here. Corner kick taken on the Leicester left to Tielemans, tees it up for the volley, well, the half volley on the edge of the area by James Maddison. It's blocked before it could trouble Martin Dubravka, one off the training ground, and had that worked, it would have been absolutely spectacular. It wasn't a bad strike by James Maddison either.
Tielemans from the corner, he's absolutely fizzed it out to the edge of the D, and Maddison, that's the guy you want there, waiting just to strike it. He's actually connected really well, but I think it's Matt Ritchie gets a block just in the 6-yard box. Good effort.
I don't want to labour the golf club analogies here, Alan, but that was more of a one iron.
That was like
it?
A stinger. That was a stinger. That was maybe like a 3-iron.
If it was my 3-iron, it would have gone back to Kasper Schmeichel, but it was a wonderful corner from Yuri Tielemans. Free kick to Leicester from the right hand side. Tielemans again, the chance for Fofana. What a save to his left hand side by Dubravka. Not cleared yet. Put back into the edge of the 6-yard box by Soyuncu, and now it's Ricardo on the edge of the area, has to roll it all the way back to his goalkeeper. Wesley Fofana hasn't scored for Leicester since signing from St Etienne. He nearly did then, and perhaps should have done, from that Yuri Tielemans free kick.
Yeah, I'm going to say it was obviously it was a great opportunity, but I think you have to give the goalkeeper a little bit of credit. It was a fantastic save, wasn't it? I mean, Tielemans' balls into the box have been great at this first half.
Ball forward into the Newcastle penalty area, and Kraft got a really good call from Dubravka, who smothered the ball before Maddison and Vardy could take advantage.
Wonderful cross in there. We're just seeing it again from the free kick from Tielemans. He gets up above everybody, and it's a great header, but fantastic save. Really unlucky.
Excellent contact by Fofana either side of Dubravka, and Newcastle would have had a big problem there, but Dubravka stood firm, did his job. 25 minutes gone. Leicester City 0, Newcastle United 1. 4 points from their last 4 games will secure Premier League football next season for Newcastle after their fantastic April, which has drawn them clear of the bottom 3. 8 points from 4 games for Leicester, and they'll be playing Champions League football next season. But the memory is still fresh of last season when they dropped out of the top 4 on the final Wednesday of the season. Mark Albrighton's got a problem here for Leicester, down on the Leicester left touchline. Leicester have won the ball back. Tielemans' pass ricochets off Willock kindly for Murphy. Back post is Callum Wilson. Murphy into the penalty area, and it's Callum Wilson who's at the near post, and in the end I think he's fouled Timothy Castagna, so Leicester have a free kick, and Mark Albrighton may need some attention down here, limping very heavily on that left leg.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a sore one. Just waiting to see the replay on it. It's not actually showed us yet, but another great breakaway from Newcastle. Murphy's done excellent down this right hand side, just couldn't quite get it into Callum Wilson there. But can you imagine if Newcastle played this good throughout the season, where they would be? I mean, they've been excellent. I mean, Steve Bruce must be over the moon with this performance so far.
Higher than 17th, I would guess.
Yeah, of course.
Brendan Rodgers comes to the edge of his technical area and claps above his head. His team need encouragement here. Christian Fuchs, have just seen a shot of him on the Leicester bench. He was promoted to the subs bench after the injury suffered by Johnny Evans. Leicester in possession, trailing by a goal to nil as we approach the 27-minute mark here on a Friday night on 5 Live Sport. Fofana has come the closest for Leicester so far to equalising with that header from the Tielemans free kick. Maddison back to Fofana. To the right-hand side he goes, and Castagna just wanders into Newcastle territory. Gets it back from Ricardo. Back to Fofana, centre circle. Rolls the ball gently to Soyuncu, whose mistake led to the Joe Willock goal that separates the sides here at the moment in the East Midlands. Fofana in the centre circle. Chops it back onto his right foot. Side-footed pass to Castagna. Newcastle in their bright yellow kits are steadfast and organised. There's very little space out there for Leicester to capitalise on. Here's James Maddison, inside left position, going across field here. So Maximum is the defender. He finds Castagna. Castagna, right corner of the penalty area to Tielemans. Tielemans, the give and go with Ricardo. Tielemans to the touchline or the byline on the right-hand side. It's a long hanging cross that goes over everybody and is retrieved just before it goes out of play on the far touchline by Albrighton. A left-footed cross by Ndidi this time. It's headed clear by Ritchie, but a throw into Leicester 10 yards from the corner flag on their right-hand side.
That's better pressure from Leicester, keeping them in that defensive third. Throwing in crosses, they're actually moving the ball quicker. That's giving them the room to deliver balls. This is much better from Leicester.
Throwing taken to Iheanacho, difficult one for him to deal with, and in the end it's out of play off the boot of Ricardo, and Newcastle have a throw 10 yards outside their penalty area on the left-hand side. Tomorrow's Premier League commentary on 5 Live Sport. Sheffield United against Crystal Palace at 3 p.m. Reports from all the key games on the last day of the Championship, of course, and League Two. We've got a picture on our screens of a rather disconsolate-looking Johnny Evans in the suit that he turned up to the ground in, and a bandage around his right foot. And that's a worry for Leicester City, a week and a day ahead of the FA Cup final and these massive games as they attempt to qualify for the Champions League. Excellent play by Callum Wilson. Wins the ball back for Newcastle. Finds the feet of Joe Willock. He's fouled on the near touchline. That's a silly foul for Leicester to give away. Soyuncu and Albrighton were there or thereabouts. And now John Joe Shelby, who's walking rather slowly towards the ball. It's about a yard in from the right touchline, 5 yards outside the penalty area.
Wilson just done excellent before that. Just picked Ndidi's pocket, got the ball off him, and that doesn't happen very often. But yeah, giving away a soft free kick here and an opportunity for John Joe Shelby to whip it in.
Leicester's defensive line is a yard inside their penalty area. Shelby goes for that corridor of uncertainty. It's a flicked header clear by Soyuncu. He now stands on the edge of his 6-yard box, and Maximum on the left-hand side beats a couple of Leicester players, gets this shot in. It was always going wide. But it's almost like someone presses the fast-forward button when he takes possession, Alan. Half an hour gone, Newcastle lead 1-0.
I'm sitting watching them as if somebody's just put him into fast-forward, thinking, thank goodness I'm not up against him. I don't know if I can stop that.
Is it the +6 on your Sky machine,
yeah, exactly.
I think? Yeah, not +30.
Not just one press, it's like 3.
Yeah. So you're happily retired now since St Maximum's come into the league?
Quite happily just sit here and watch him.
Castagna for Leicester, right-hand side. Iheanacho rolls it back to Tielemans. Indeed, he's got some room here. Couldn't quite bring the ball under control and then gives it away. That's sloppy by Wilfred Ndidi. Jacob Murphy takes possession for Newcastle, who look threatening every time they counter-attack here against third place Leicester City. Almiron out to St Maximin. Back it goes to the Paraguayan Almiron, who gets the return ball down the left touchline towards the byline. The challenge came in from Castagna, and the award is a corner kick. Darren England had a good long look at that. Awards the corner. VAR, I'm sure, will be taking a look at it. Alan Hutton, what do you think?
Well, it was a great burst of pace from Almiron there into the box. Castagna, you don't want to go to ground. Oh, I'm talking about if he gets a touch, it is the slightest touch.
Have his studs grazed the ball?
That's what I'm saying. He'll be glad he's got a big set of studs on because he's just got a touch on that, I think.
Well, VAR will be taking a look, of course, as they do with all these situations. Darren England from Doncaster, his first season on the select group of referees. Check complete, corner comes in, headed clear by Soyuncu. Newcastle still in possession though, right corner of the penalty area. Out to the right touchline to St Maximin, who runs into Kelechi Iheanacho, who just shoves him off the ball like a rag doll.
That's how you do it.
Fofana, long clearance up towards the halfway line. That's a super flick on by Jamie Vardy. Doesn't reach Ricardo though, and Fernandez sends a long ball to the edge of the Leicester penalty area, and it arrives in the grateful hands of Kasper Schmeichel. Long throw out to the left touchline to Mark Albrighton into the path of Kelechi Iheanacho, a flick in field. Albrighton couldn't get on the end of it. Here come Newcastle again. It's end-to-end stuff. Newcastle looking terrific on the counter once more. Willock, right-hand side, level with the edge of the penalty area, a yard in from the touchline. Soyuncu is the defender. He's going to have a run at him here. The goal scorer. Low crossing is an excellent one. It doesn't reach Wilson at the back post. It's cleared by Castagna, but once again, Newcastle, they look electrifying coming forward.
Yeah, Joe Willock looks in the mood. He's out here on this right-hand side, one-on-one with Soyuncu. He's not scared to take him on. He just pushes the ball down the line. Wonderfully whipped in ball, low and hard, but it's cleared for a corner kick.
Well, Newcastle have lost 8 of the last 10 against Leicester in the Premier League, but they've won 2 of the last 3 here at the King Power Stadium. They lost 5-0 here last season. I can remember a couple of big wins for Leicester since they returned to the Premier League in the Great Escape season, when Newcastle were relegated. And then a Shinji Okazaki overhead kick springs to mind in a 1-0 win on their way to the title. I think that was a Monday night game when Claudio Ranieri's side ground out a few 1-0s along the way to seal the title. Here comes the corner, swung into the back post, and it's 2-0! Kasper Schmeichel couldn't keep it out, and Leicester City suffer from a corner kick again, and Paul Dummett, he hasn't scored for 132 games in all competitions, and he thunders a header home here at the King Power Stadium, and Leicester City are rocking. Newcastle heading for safety. Leicester 0, Newcastle 2, 33 minutes in.
What amazing delivery from Richie. We know he can do that. Dummett, he's up like a salmon there at the back post, over Fofana. Great header, the pace is on it. Schmeichel gets a hand to it, but there's nothing really he can do. It's by him in a flash. He does well to just even get a hand to it, but the power's on the ball. Great finish.
Steve Bruce absolutely delighted on the Newcastle touchline. 132 appearances for Paul Dummett without scoring. It's his first goal since January 2016 against Manchester United. Well, if you want a new contract, that won't hurt his cause. He's been at Newcastle a long time, Paul Dummett, a great servant to the club, and that was a terrific header. And we did warn the Leicester fans, who will probably know about their softness at set pieces, and it's happened again. Now they've got a massive mountain to climb if they want to take 3 points here tonight. 3 of the 8 required to secure Champions League football. Remember, after tonight, away at Manchester United next Tuesday, away at Chelsea, home to Tottenham. This would really put the cat amongst the pigeons in the top 4 battle.
It's an amazing race, isn't it? It's really starting to heat up now, and this result, it's brilliant for the league. So very interesting, but I think this is what annoys like the Newcastle supporters. I mean, look how well they're playing tonight. You want to see this more often.
They've been in complete control after the first 5 minutes or so of the game, it's fair to say, and I don't think 2-0 flatters them at all, Alan, on the balance of play.
Not at all.
Well, what can Leicester do? Tielemans, nice ball between the lines to Iheanacho, and here's James Maddison, edge of the penalty area, tried the side footer and it was blocked by Kraft. There was no great conviction in the finish there by James Maddison, a sign perhaps that confidence is ebbing for him. Won back by Albrighton, the cross in, back post, what an effort by Iheanacho with his left foot, and it's saved brilliantly to his left hand side by Dubravka. His second magnificent save of the game so far, and it stays 2-0.
What a game this is. Unbelievable. This is end-to-end. This is a basketball game at the moment. Mark Albrighton picking the ball up on the left-hand side. He swings the ball in. Great. It finds Iheanacho at the back post. Great connection. Dubravka again with a fantastic save.
I don't think Iheanacho could have hit that ball any better at the back post. It was a great dummy around the centre, the middle of the goal on the edge of the 6-yard box by Vardy. Lovely strike by Iheanacho. Difficult ball to handle, but Dubravka to his left-hand side was equal to it. And it remains 2-0 to Newcastle. Excellent first half here at the King Power Stadium. 36 minutes and change into it. Here's James Maddison again with the number 10 on his back. Edge of the area is Iheanacho trying to bring the ball under control. Fails to do so. Flicked forward by Shelby. Leicester win it back though. Here's Tielemans. He has his pocket picked by Saint-Maximin. And now he plays the ball through to Callum Wilson. He's in behind Fofana. Wilson has Soyuncu to beat. He's on his own here, Callum Wilson. And in the end it was a scuffed shot that may have taken a slight deflection and didn't really trouble Kasper Schmeichel.
Just again, great play from Newcastle, defensively excellent, willing to work hard. Saint-Maximin pinches the ball, great through ball and run from Wilson again. He just doesn't get the connection he's looking for.
Tielemans for Leicester into the penalty area to Maddison. He tries to cushion a header towards Jamie Vardy. If ever Leicester City need goals from their record Premier League goal scorer Jamie Vardy, it is now. Tielemans, centre circle, spins away from Callum Wilson. Ricardo back to Castagna. As we approach half-time here, plenty of talking points of this first 45 minutes. Iheanacho tackled on the edge of the penalty area by Almiron, who does work both sides of the ball very energetically. And Ricardo's gone to ground just by the byline under a challenge from Matt Ritchie. There's no free kick. Newcastle have a goal kick. Dubravka is in no hurry whatsoever to go and retrieve the ball from behind the goal. 2-0 Newcastle lead, 38th minute, Alan Hutton.
Oh, it's been a great game so far. I mean, chances at both ends, both teams really going for it. Newcastle have been excellent, well worth the 2-0 lead. Obviously, Leicester have had a couple of opportunities, but on the whole, I think Newcastle and Steve Bruce will be absolutely over the moon with this first half performance.
Jamie Vardy, 13 Premier League goals this season for the Leicester striker, but only one in his last 10. He ended a scoreless run of 11 games in all competitions against West Brom here recently. But from Leicester's perspective, it's Kelechi Iheanacho who's been scoring the big goals for them recently, and they need more from their front two and others tonight to get back into this game. They trail Newcastle by 2-0 at home. David Moyes, who I'm sure is glued to his radio tonight, Alan, will be delighted with this. So will Thomas Tuchel. Jurgen Klopp will be enjoying it as well as the race for the top four enters the final 2 weeks of the season. Leicester in possession. Here's Castagna, right hand side, square ball to Fofana, edge of the centre circle. All 11 Newcastle players behind the ball. Floats the ball out to the left touchline to Maddison, switches it to his right foot, but he goes back again in field to Fofana. And Newcastle just shifting across left to right very effectively. Ball curled in, Kraft gets a good header and concedes the corner before Jamie Vardy could do any damage at the back post, and he sticks a big thumbs up to Timothy Castagna for the quality of the ball in.
Yeah, it was a quality ball in from Castagna. He spots the run early. Vardy with a fantastic run, just really unlucky there.
Vardy's doing the double teapot at the back post, hands on his hips. Leicester have a corner on their left-hand side. The right boot of Yuri Tielemans. Well, he sent a lovely ball to the edge of the area last time, didn't he? What's he going to produce this time? Curled into the back post, the heads go up. It's headed clear, or half clear, by Newcastle at the back post. It was Jacob Murphy who was there. Can they counter-attack again? No, it's been quashed by Ricardo with the foul just outside the penalty area. A free kick taken from massively the wrong place by John Joe Shelby, trying to send some maximum clear. You heard the whistle of Darren England, the referee, and Newcastle will have a free kick 10 yards outside their own penalty area.
Yeah, again, great play. Willock gets his body in between the player and just feels the pressure and goes down. Just takes the pressure and the sting out of the game when Leicester were on top and they had the opportunity.
I think Arsenal could have done with him last night, couldn't they?
I think they've made a mistake there. I mean, I think he's obviously the sub-performances, and then tonight I think he's been excellent. I think they've missed a trick there.
Darren Fletcher and Jermaine Genius will discuss the Arsenal situation at half-time. Here on 5 Live Sport, we have 4.5 minutes remaining of the first half. Leicester City 0, Newcastle United 2. A win here for Newcastle, and it would put 12 points between themselves and the bottom 3. That should be enough, although not mathematically. That will be enough. And let's be honest. Dubravka outside his penalty area, left-footed pass to Emil Kraft, who, although he's a right back, the Sweden international, he's pretty tall, so has slotted nicely into the right centre-back role for Kieran Clark here in this starting 11 tonight for Steve Bruce's side.
He's definitely got the build of a centre-half, hasn't he? I'm sure he can deal with that no problem, especially when you've got the likes of Murphy, a willing runner up and down the line.
A nice build-up play here by Newcastle, but Callum Wilson just couldn't quite bring the ball under control. The ball has stayed in, Albrighton, and they've fallen asleep here, Leicester. Here's Willock to the byline. It's a challenge by Wesley Fofana. They conceded another corner kick, but everyone in blue fell asleep there after the ball was kept in by Mark Albrighton. Corner kick to Newcastle.
Newcastle are just all over everyone, aren't they? They're not giving anybody a moment. There's Mark Albrighton just managing to keep the ball in the pitch there. But who's first to it? Callum Wilson. He's breaking with pace, trying to make things happen, and they end up winning a corner out of it.
I just wonder if Brendan Rodgers is considering bringing Ayoze Perez on at some stage. Twice the leading goal scorer for Newcastle United, a 5-year spell at St James's Park. He was briefly Leicester's record signing when he came to the King Power Stadium. He's on the bench tonight. Curled in by Ritchie, headed clear on the edge of the 6-yard box. They dealt with that one, Leicester City. Ritchie, though, with another excellent cross to the back post. Not quite dealt with by the Leicester defence. Fofana concedes another corner, and they are at 6s and 7s every time the ball goes into the penalty area. That time the culprit was Timothy Castagna.
That Leicester backline are really struggling with some of the deliveries that have been put into the box.
Could have done with the call there, couldn't he, Alan?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I think somebody needs to speak to him and let him know what's going on behind him, because he can't see it. So he's kind of been left dangling there, if you want, Mark Albrighton.
All Johnny Evans can do from the director's box is look on as his side fall 2 goals behind to Newcastle United. Another corner comes in. It's a swing of the left boot by Almiron, and it's an awkward one for Kasper Schmeichel. It must have gone half a mile into the air but didn't go out, and in the end Kasper Schmeichel got a fist on it to get it clear. Now Leicester on the counter-attack themselves. Maddison checks on the halfway line, needs to get the ball forward a little quicker because Newcastle now back in number. He dwells on it slightly, and Newcastle are back and organised. Plays it out to the left-hand side to Ricardo. Ricardo has Vardy down the left touchline, level with the edge of the penalty area. Working here against Kraft. Back he goes to Ricardo. At the back post is Mark Albright, and I think they've switched the 2 Leicester wing-backs, unless that was just from the previous corner, because at the moment Albrighton is at right wing-back. Ball forward, lovely ball forward to the corner of the penalty area by Maddison. Low crossing by Vardy, doesn't reach Kelechi Iheanacho. Cleared by Fernandes for a throw into Leicester down their left-hand side. 43.5 minutes gone. Leicester trail 2-0.
That's better, they're moving the ball quickly. That quick pass from Maddison into Vardy's feet, then cross. If they slow it down, it allows Newcastle time to get back into their defensive shape.
Leicester in possession through Timothy Castagna. Wide on the right-hand side is Mark Albright, and that's a more natural position for the former Aston Villa man. Here's Fofana centre circle, and now the left foot in the white boots of Soyuncu. First time ball by Ricardo, gets it back from Vardy. The curling cross with his left boot is headed clear spectacularly by Fernandes. Soyuncu wins it back for Leicester. Here's Ndidi halfway inside the Newcastle half. Too much on that pass, and he tries to bend it into the path of Mark Albrighton, and it's out of play on the far side for a Newcastle throw on their left-hand side. Inside the final 30 seconds of the first 45 minutes, Leicester 0, Newcastle 2.
Yeah, that was a poor pass, but the passage I played just before it was lovely movement from Pereira and Vardy. They linked up really well out on this left-hand side there, so maybe that switch is going to work for them.
Leicester in attack here through Jamie Vardy. He's into the penalty area. Vardy for Leicester, and it's Dubravka who leaps. He tries to lob it over the goalkeeper, Jamie Vardy, who's now down in the 6-yard box, but Dubravka made himself incredibly tall, leapt in the air and saved the day again. 3 good saves by Dubravka in this first 45 minutes. He will not be beaten here tonight. Murphy for Newcastle tries to thread it through towards Almiron, failed to do so. Leicester have possession back. There'll be a minute of time added on at the end of this first half, which has not gone at all to plan for third place Leicester, with the memory of dropping out of the top 4 and the final week of the season last season. They would hate for history to repeat itself. Maddison flicks it with the outside of his boot to Ricardo, who I think is now officially switched to left wing back with Albrighton on the right hand side. Here's Fofana, checks his run, plays it to Maddison, who's starting to see more of the ball, but that's a ball into no man's land really on the edge of the penalty area. Not a good clearance by Ritchie though, falls to Ndidi. Here's Albrighton on the right hand side. It's blocked, the cross, by Matt Ritchie, and that'll do it. Darren England blows his whistle, and Brendan Rodgers has arguably the biggest half-time team talk of his season here for Leicester City. Willock and Dummett, the goal scorers. Were there 32,000 inside the King Power Stadium, they would be stunned into silence. Alan Hudson, what do they do in the second half to try and turn this around? Such a vital game in the race for top 4 for Leicester City.
Well, I was watching Brendan Rodgers there. He was very animated. He wasn't happy with the way Leicester were playing with the ball. Everything was really slow. They were given opportunity for Newcastle to get back into their defensive shape. To get back into this, they need to move the ball quickly. What worked for them in the first 5 minutes? Getting Maddison on the ball in that number 10 position and making things happen, but do everything quickly.
A fabulous first half, Darren, for Newcastle United. Leicester 0, Newcastle 2 at half time.
Thanks, Arlo. Thanks, Alan. So the biggest half-time team talk for Brendan Rodgers since this stage of last season. Surely it can't happen again to Leicester City. Second half commentary from the King Power on the way. But first, let's get the latest news on 5 Live with Stuart Clarkson.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Thanks, Darren. It's all about the elections tonight. The SNP has won the Holyrood seat of the former Conservative leader in Scotland, one of 3 gains so far as it aims to win a majority in the Scottish Parliament. 5 Live's James Shaw is in Glasgow for us tonight. Still a long way to go, James. It's going to be tomorrow before we get the final picture, I think.
That is correct, but another significant result just in within the last couple of minutes, and that is Dumbarton. Labour have held on to Dumbarton. It was a very marginal seat, just a few hundred votes separated Jackie Bailey, Labour's MSP, from the SNP. She has slightly increased her majority, and that will be a huge relief to the Labour Party in Scotland. But it doesn't take away from the fact that across the board, the SNP are doing extremely well, holding on to all their constituency MSPs at the moment and gaining 1 from Labour and 2 from the Conservatives. But according to our polling expert, Professor Sir John Curtis, this fact that Labour has held on in Dumbarton might have a wider significance. It might mean, in fact, that although the SNP will be the largest party in the Scottish Parliament, they might not get an overall majority and be able to govern alone. And that might make a difference as to whether or not there would be a second independence referendum.
Interesting. Thank you, James. Let's go to Wales now. Results coming thick and fast. 2/3 of the way there, I think. 3 Senedd seats changing hands so far. It looks like Welsh Labour could be doing better than expected. Mark Hutchings is in Cardiff for us, Mark.
Yes, you're absolutely right. The Welsh Health Minister, Vaughan Gething, has just been re-elected here in Cardiff South and Penarth with an increased majority. No surprise there, but this is the latest good news for Welsh Labour, who have produced a set of results that has exceeded, I think, most people's expectations and probably their own. They look on course to match probably the 29 seats they held in the last Welsh Parliament out of a total of 60. They could even gain more seats when the regional lists are announced tomorrow. That could give them the chance to govern alone without the help of another party. They did lose the Vale of Clwyd early on, but that's been more than tempered by winning back the Rhondda in the South Wales Valleys from Plaid Cymru, defeating the former Plaid leader Leanne Wood. It's been a bad set of results for Plaid Cymru. A good showing by the Welsh Conservatives. They've just won back Brecon and Radnor from the Lib Dems, who could be wiped out. Just 3 constituency seats to be declared to go. One is Cardiff West, the seat of Mark Drakeford, who is certain to be re-elected as Cardiff West member and certain to lead the next Welsh Labour government.
Thank you, Mark. Earlier, Boris Johnson was in Hartlepool after the Conservatives won a Westminster seat there for the first time in more than 60 years. In the English local elections, the Tories taken control of at least 8 councils, including Cornwall, Nottinghamshire, Northumberland and Pendle. You can get more details on today's election results on the BBC News channel and on the BBC News website. Stephen Nolan here from 10 o'clock with more live coverage and reaction. Some other news for you tonight. 12 foreign destinations have been put on the government's green travel list. It means anyone returning from those places won't need to quarantine from a week on Monday. Portugal, Israel and Gibraltar are included on that list. And most adults under 40 will be given an alternative to the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine when they're offered a COVID jab. It's because of the rare chance of blood clots. There have been just 242 cases out of 28.5 million doses. But the UK medicines regulator said today that the risk is slightly higher in younger age groups.
To say it's been a tough 12 months or so is an understatement.
Perhaps for you, your family, friends,
the people you depend on, like shop workers or the postal service, and of course, the NHS.
It's been testing, trying, and sometimes tragic.
Everyone's mental health is important.
And next week on 5 Live,
we'll be examining all aspects of our collective well-being.
Leading up to 2021's Mental Health Minute next Friday.
Mental Health Awareness Week.
On 5 Live and across the BBC.
5 Live Sport.
The Friday Football Social. Darren Fletcher and Jermaine Genus.
So second half commentary to come, and a mountain to climb in the Premier League for Leicester City. But before we move on to talk about Arsenal, earlier on this evening, UEFA announced that 9 of the original European Super League clubs, including the Premier League's Big Six, have been given a financial punishment. Arsenal, Chelsea, Liverpool, Manchester City, Manchester United and Spurs, as well as Atletico Madrid, AC and Inter Milan, have also committed to UEFA and its competitions. Real Madrid, Barcelona and Juventus, though, are set to face appropriate action under the governing body's disciplinary process. The trio have refused to completely abandon the idea of a breakaway league. This also comes as the UK government have said that Chelsea and Manchester City fans should not travel to Turkey for the Champions League final now that the country has been added to England's travel red list. The FA are talking to UEFA about alternative venues. Jermaine's back at half-time. Jermaine, we've kind of left this subject for now so that we could make sure that we got enough time for it. Arsenal, for the first time in 25 years, won't be playing European football next season. Were you as baffled as me last night by the way they went about that second leg against Villarreal?
Yes, completely. It was really hard to kind of pinpoint what they were even doing at times. I thought that Villarreal absolutely got the better of them tactically. I thought that they were a better side over both legs anyway. I thought Arsenal were very fortunate to even get the penalty over in Spain. I didn't think it was a penalty at all. So you'd been given that lifeline. You'd been given something to hang on to, and I expected, it all to come out in that game. I expected them to really put Villarreal under a lot of pressure for the whole of the game. And I listened to Mikel Arteta's comments afterwards, and I think from a managerial point of view, you can sympathise with the fact that he feels that he may have had the players, but they weren't at their best. But I think in moments like that, they weren't up against a top side where you kind of go, well, yeah, I can understand what's happened there. They already really laid a glove on Villarreal, and I was as confused as most Arsenal fans, I think, at the end of that game as to what I saw. Yeah,
it looks really deep rooted though, doesn't it? Because if you take last night in its entirety and kind of use that as a microcosm of the season, you can see how deep it is. Because you kind of say, well, the players shouldn't need motivation for a night like that. It should take care of itself. Then you look at the situation and say, but if the manager can't get them prepared for a night like that, he might be the problem. When you start to look at the global problem here, there are layers and layers and layers to this. This is not something they can fix with a managerial change, probably. And it's not a situation they can fix with a couple of transfer windows. This is deep-rooted for Arsenal, and it's going to take a period of time, it would seem, to get them back to where they want to be. I mean, there's talk at the moment about challenging Manchester United, challenging Manchester City, challenging Chelsea and Liverpool. They've got to worry about West Ham, Everton, Tottenham, teams around them, Leeds United, before they can even think about the sides in the top four.
I think if you speak to most Arsenal fans, they know exactly where they are and what their demise has been over the years. And it's been a gradual decline over a period of time, which has got them to the place that they're in now. I think there hasn't been any improvement, if I'm totally honest, in the performances since Arteta took over. Their league position tells you that quite clearly. There seems to be some very weird situations that have happened this year. The desperation to sign Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang on this long contract, and then what's happened to him this year. I understand. I know he had malaria and stuff last night, but it's not the first time he took his captain off or not played him.
The goalkeeping situation shocked me, Jermaine, in the summer when they allowed Emi Martinez to go, who looked like a better goalkeeper than Bernd Leno, and he's gone on to Aston Villa, having finished the season really well for Arsenal and established himself as one of the better keepers in the Premier League this season.
100%. The only thing I would say to that is they went out of their way to get Bernd Leno, didn't they, before, really? I mean, they had Emi Martinez on their books for so many years and for some reason didn't see what we're seeing now. But it runs way deeper than that. Those are decisions that have been made. And, I think the questions are now, what do you do? Because you've got a few options. You either sack the manager and bring someone in who you believe is going to have a better style of football. He's going to get the better out of the players that he has. Or you're going to have to heavily invest in this group of players, which I'm not sure they can, if I'm totally honest with you. They've got some players that have gone out on loan and impressed. I think Maitland-Niles has done reasonably well at West Brom. Joe Willock, as we're seeing tonight, is performing out of his skin in a Newcastle shirt. And I'm sure Arsenal fans will be hoping the likes of him and Reece Nelson will come to the fore. But essentially, I don't know what Arsenal are going to be next year. I really don't.
Jermaine, just on Joe Willock,
yeah.
What do you think the thinking was there? Because, I mean, he's gone to Newcastle.
Ridiculous.
He's played 11 Premier League matches. He scored 5 goals during that period. He scored in 4 successive matches. He's 21. He's played 40 games for Arsenal in the Premier League. I think he's only started 12 of them, but he's been around the place. He looks to be the kind of building block that the next generation of Arsenal needs to have. Why do you think they've allowed him to go out to Newcastle when he looks at the moment as though he'd walk into the Arsenal team? It just seems another baffling decision.
Yeah, I mean Willian's offered nothing, hasn't he, really, all year? All year, Willian, it stinks of what it probably stank of originally, which was got a great couple of years here on top money. I'm just going to cruise. Yet you've got a hungry, young player, Arsenal through and through, desperate to impress. Seemed a strange one to me at the time. I always rated Joe Willock, and I felt that he obviously had a look at him during the Europa League games and felt like he wasn't going to add anything. Or even because Arsenal are not one of those teams where they can really afford. They're not in that place anymore where it's like, "Oh, go out and get some experience, and then we'll bring you back in." Top teams do that because they've got top players already in those places. Arsenal are not in that place at all. So, there's been a lot of decisions that have been strange, throughout the season, which is why they are where they are now. There's an argument to say, I've spoken to some Arsenal fans that were like, look, granted, it'd have been great to get into the Champions League through the Europa League. The only benefit would have been to attract better players. The reality is, we'd have been absolutely obliterated and probably wouldn't even got out of the group stages because of how poor we are and how poor we have been. There's a reason why we're 9th in the league. They don't score goals at home anymore this season. There's a lot of problems there, a lot.
It's really bothering, though, when they seem to keep replicating the mistake. I mean, it's the definition in the dictionary of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. And the mistakes that we see from them are happening again and again and again. And lessons don't seem to be being learned from the mistake that they make. They just seem to be ready to make another one. I mean,
the only defence, right? The only defence that I can give Mikel Arteta, right, is I go way back to kind of Pep Guardiola's reign as Manchester City manager when he very first arrived. And do you remember when he was trying to get them to play a certain way and it was a mistake and it was another mistake and it was like he was adamant that was the way that he wanted to play football. And the only way he rectified that was buying players. Really, you can coach players to a certain extent, but if they're not good enough, they're not good enough. And he kind of went about it and said, look, he's not good enough, get rid of him, get rid of him, get rid of him. Mikel Arteta is not going to have the ability to do that. And the mistakes that we've seen all year is because he's been asking players to play a certain way that they can't. And he doesn't seem to have another way of playing that makes that team a little bit more comfortable.
Do we have to now just kind of accept that for the foreseeable future, Arsenal are now a mid-table Premier League team? And I make that point because financially they're struggling to compete. In terms of attracting players, they can't get the ones they want to make a big step. And the recruitment there doesn't seem to be of the same standard of, say, a club like Leicester, who seem to go and find diamonds and polish them and turn them into top-class footballers. Arsenal don't seem able to do that. Do we have to accept that that's what they are now for the foreseeable future?
I would say no, just purely and simply because I don't think that's what the football club is about. I don't think it's about accepting that. I just think that they need to find a way to win some games of football. It's as simple as that. But yeah, I know that the situation is not looking good for them. They look completely like a mid-table team right now.
Jay, I've enjoyed it as always. Have a great weekend. It's our anniversary tomorrow. Lucas Moura Day, 2 years ago tomorrow. He scored a goal in the 97th minute and we enjoyed that. So have a good day tomorrow.
Cheers, pal.
That's Jermaine Genius. He'll be back next week on the Friday Football Social. So the players are back out for the second half. Joe Willock's now scored in 4 successive matches, Arlo. The first Newcastle player to do that for 9 years. Leicester City have a mountain to climb, don't they, in this second half?
They absolutely do. We're just underway here, Darren, 5 seconds into the second half, trailing by 2-0. Ricardo in possession on the right-hand side, and now Leicester can attack through Yuri Tielemans, and now Kelechi Iheanacho. Yeah, Pape Cisse, 2012, the last Newcastle player to score in 4 straight Premier League games. Joe Willock has been absolutely sensational for Steve Bruce's side of late, scored some absolutely vital goals. Leicester in possession. It's just interesting, we were talking at half-time, Alan, about the makeup of that Leicester defence. Here's Castagna, the right centre-back, and the fact that it was Albrighton that came in for Johnny Evans, and that's left Fofana and Soyuncu as the centre-backs. They barely played more than 2 hours without Johnny Evans this season in the Premier League. Iheanacho rolls it back to Castagna, and you wonder why Daniel Amati wasn't brought in, so you could keep Castagna and Ricardo in the wing-back positions.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's exactly what we're speaking about. As soon as we've seen the change going to be made, we thought Amati right away come in. He's played there before, he understands the position, but as a defender you want the people round about that you've played with, so they just kind of look a little bit all over the place at the moment.
Well, it's Newcastle's to lose here, and they're comfortably behind the ball, compact, and Leicester struggling to find the spaces. Minute and a half into the second half, Leicester 0, Newcastle 2. A victory, if they see it out, that would see Newcastle 12 points clear of the bottom 3. And Leicester's home form, by the way, it is pretty alarming. They have won 9 here. Only Manchester City, the champions-elect, have won more, but this would be an 8th defeat. Only 4 teams have lost more. They've only drawn 1 game in the Premier League. That was against Manchester United on Boxing Day. Castagna into the edge of the penalty area, or the right corner of the area. Iheanacho at his back to goal, now turns and plays a looping ball into the area. It's flicked on by a Leicester player. I think, is it Maddison? It's gone onto the roof of the goal, and it's a goal kick, and Maddison has taken a blow in the face and is down in the penalty area.
Yeah, nice little chip ball into the box there. I think Maddison's just taken a little knock to the face. Just looking at it, yeah, I mean, it's just, is it Fernandes just comes through the back of him a little bit. It wasn't meant, only by accident, but a decent enough start here from Leicester. It looks like Brendan Rodgers has actually had a word and said, right guys, let's quicken up the play, because that's what they were missing in the first half.
It's been a similar tale, Alan, to St Mary's last Friday. Southampton went down to 10 men. Vestergaard sent off in the 10th minute. That red card was subsequently overturned upon appeal, but Southampton were well worth the point on the night, and as Brendan Rodgers said, Leicester were leggy, they were tired, and they've looked a little bit similar tonight. Can they find some inspiration? I mean, when you look at inspiration, when was the last time they came from 2-0 down at home, Alan, to win a game 3-2? There's one particular one that springs to mind.
Honestly, you're never going to let that go, are you?
Long header forward. It was Aston Villa in the title-winning season, wasn't it? 3 late goals that turned it around. And you were saying at half-time as well, it's free kick to Newcastle offside against Jamie Vardy, that when full, this place is one of the noisier arenas to play in the Premier League.
Yeah, for me it can definitely be intimidating. I think that's what the team, as in Leicester, are missing at the moment. So when you're coming out and there's that noise, the home fans are on you, it can be intimidating at times. It can really put you off your game, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that they have had a lot of defeats at home.
Handball against Jamie Vardy inside the Newcastle half of the field. Free kick, 49 minutes gone. Newcastle lead 2-0. They've only won 4 on the road all season, Newcastle, but recently a terrific win at Burnley when they were a goal down, and Alan St-Maximin came on only for 33 minutes. He scored and provided an assist, and there's an excellent ball into the penalty area along the ground, edge of the 6-yard box, smothered by Kasper Schmeichel before Callum Wilson could tap into an empty net. And then, of course, the late drama, the 95th minute equaliser against Liverpool. Iheanacho with a decent turn on the halfway line, but Paul Dummett defends it excellently, the score of the second goal in the first half. Down the line it goes to Almiron. His pass towards Wilson is intercepted by Fofana, who is fouled by Matt Ritchie right on the touchline. Fofana keen to get on with it very quickly, takes the free kick to Castagna. Now here's Yuri Tielemans. It needs something quick and something pretty special in the second half here from Leicester City. The other teams chasing top four will be licking their lips. West Ham United on 58 points, 3 points outside the top four behind Chelsea, host Everton at the weekend. Chip forward to Vardy in the penalty area, but he can't get any serious purchase on it. Loops the ball harmlessly to Dubravka.
Jamie Vardy's been really quiet tonight, hasn't he? He has made some intelligent runs in behind. You know he's going to do that, but he's not had a lot to feed off of.
Well, there might be encouragement for the likes of Tottenham Hotspur as well on 56 points. Chelsea 61 points. They go to Manchester City tomorrow. City could seal the title. Leicester on 63, but they're at Tottenham on 56, and they face Leeds United away in the early kick-off tomorrow. Liverpool there or thereabouts as well with a game in hand after the postponement at Old Trafford on Sunday. So if Leicester do slip here, and who knows if Manchester City do manage to beat Chelsea tomorrow in that Champions League final curtain raiser.
Yeah, it's such an exciting race for that top four at the moment. I mean, as you say, even Tottenham will be watching this thinking, right, we've got an opportunity here.
Soyuncu for Leicester to the left touchline, and Albrighton into the penalty area to Ndidi. That took a deflection, I think, that cross, perhaps off some Maximam, and there was a brief moment of concern for Dubravka, but then he caught it and dropped to the ground quite comfortably.
I thought it was going to be one of those moments you were looking for, a little bit of magic or deflection, however you want to look at it. Ndidi just tried to dink the ball up to the far post. He's taken a little deflection, but Dubravka had the ball, no problem.
A couple of Leicester substitutes out to warm up, one of whom is Ayoze Perez, who I did see on the monitor, Alan, having a little laugh at a joke with his former teammates in the tunnel. 5 years at Newcastle United. This is his second season at Leicester City. I imagine he would like to have a go against his former club here, particularly with the situation as dire as it is at the moment for Leicester City. Castagna to Fofana. Fofana, side of the right foot to James Maddison. If he were to come into the game, it might be for James Maddison, who has struggled to dictate the play. He had an excellent opening 5 or 10 minutes, but has faded quite alarmingly out of the action. A peripheral figure for Leicester in the game so far. Jamie Vardy. Here's Wesley Fofana striding forward from centre-back. A long looping ball out towards the left flank, misjudged by Jacob Murphy. And Albrighton able to side-foot it back to Maddison. That's a better ball to the corner of the penalty area to Iheanacho. Maddison into the area now. Fernandes with the header. It's bouncing around on the edge of the penalty area. Bit of head tennis between both sides. And then Tielemans is shoved in the back. And it's a free kick to Leicester, 4 or 5 yards outside the penalty area. Callum Wilson was back trying to help out defensively. And this is a moment and a distance from which James Maddison can affect the game.
Yes, ideal position. I mean, if he wanted to just pick the ball up and sit it down somewhere that he wanted to have a strike at goal, this would be it. Just left of centre, crying out for a right-footed strike, so this is danger.
A bearded James Maddison. Although if it looked like if he did wind the window down on his way home, the facial hair might disappear pretty quickly. Sweeps his hair back. Dubravka on his goal line. And say what, 3 or 4 yards outside the penalty area, just to the left of the Newcastle goal. They've set a 5-man wall, nobody lying behind it. What can James Maddison do here to get Leicester City back in the game? Maddison kills it, takes a deflection, and it wasn't far wide. Dubravka was scrambling across his goal, and in the end Maddison with his hands on his head, but it's a corner kick.
Great strike. I'm just looking there, I think it comes off John Joe Shelvey. Yeah, just takes a nick off him, but it was arrowing on target there. Unlucky James Maddison.
Corner on the Leicester left. Castagna makes a run into the near post. Tielemans has his left arm raised. 54 minutes in, floats it into the edge of the 6-yard box. The heads go up, and how did that not go in from Wilfred Ndidi? He hung in the air, got his head to it. It looked like it was arrowing towards the corner. It went the wrong side of the post, and it stays 2-0.
Really unlucky. This is much better from Leicester. Great delivery in from Tielemans. Oh, it's a great header as well. He does well to get his head flush on that. It just creeps by that back post. Really unlucky.
Well, Wilfred Ndidi, and he has 1 goal to his name in the Premier League this season. Look out for the final 15 minutes though, Alan. If Leicester can get themselves back in range, they have scored 20 goals in the last 15 minutes in the Premier League. That's the most in the league. Newcastle have conceded 13. Only Crystal Palace have conceded more goals. But it's going to take quite a turnaround here at the King Power Stadium to deny Newcastle victory here tonight. Soyuncu in possession, left-hand side of his own penalty area. It's thumped forward by Albrighton. I think Newcastle are happier sitting back and absorbing this Leicester pressure in the second half. They're slightly less adventurous than they were in the first 45 minutes, but that's a giveaway to Matt Ritchie on the halfway line. He gives it to Almiron, cuts inside of Castagna. Lovely pivot and pass to Ritchie. Nice cross into the edge of the 6-yard box, but just too far ahead of Wilson. And Kasper Schmeichel gathers by his bootstraps.
You know, that was my only worry in the second half. That caused Newcastle are up 2-0, that they would sit back.
Here from Leicester again. Foul on Jamie Vardy. It was a lovely ball through the inside of the fullback by Mark Albrighton, and it's a free kick, and it's a yellow card that's been brandished here to Kraft, the Sweden international. Left corner of the penalty area, not really shooting distance, but a good position nonetheless.
Yeah, great position to deliver a ball. Great pace, I mean, from Jamie Vardy for one of his age. He just doesn't seem to be slowing down. He can still get in behind defenders, and that's what defenders really hate, is pace.
56 minutes in at the King Power Stadium. Night has fallen in the East Midlands. Leicester City 0, Newcastle United 2. A scoreline so far that will suit Newcastle down to the ground. There'll be virtually safety for them, but what a blow it would be for Leicester City's Champions League hopes. It looks like Yuri Tielemans with the right foot will kill this towards goal. In it goes, headed clear by the Newcastle back line, nodded back into the penalty area by Ricardo. Wilfred Ndidi tried to swing a left foot at it, in doing so fouled a Newcastle defender. It's a free kick. It's Willock who's down on the edge of his own penalty area. Free kick to Newcastle. It's taken a bit of a whack there, Alan.
Yeah, just goes to clear the ball and catches the man. I think it's Joe Willock that's just been kicked in the back leg. I'm sure he'll be okay, but I enjoyed the stats that you were saying earlier on about the goals, the last minute goals. So you tell me we should be expecting some then? I think that's what we're saying.
Whether we get 3, that's another matter in time.
The one problem I think, looking at Newcastle, as well as they've played, if they were to concede 1, it would be very interesting, because I think they would drop really deep.
Well, Jose Perez is warming up, but I wouldn't say with the it's the most vigorous warm-up I've seen on a touchline by a substitute in the Premier League this season. So on that evidence, I don't think Brendan Rodgers is about to make an immediate change.
It's more like a stroll, a little stroll.
Well, he's in a conversation, Brendan Rodgers, with his coaching staff by the seats, rather than being on the edge of the technical area. Steve Bruce is standing arms by his side. He's virtually kicking every ball down there for Newcastle United. Here's James Maddison for Leicester. Between the lines finds Tielemans. Right corner of the penalty area, Iheanacho cuts back onto his left foot. Square ball across the penalty area towards Ndidi. Forces him a little bit wide. Now here's Albrighton. Swings a right-footed cross into the penalty area. It's headed well clear up to the halfway line to Soyuncu. It was his miscontrol, his mistake, that led to Joe Willock's opening goal for Newcastle United. Paul Dummett with the ferocious header from the corner by Matt Ritchie with the second goal. Dubravka's made 3 excellent saves, one from Vardy, one from Fofana, and he hasn't been beaten yet. Tielemans, left-footed, along the halfway line to Soyuncu. Diagonal ball into the penalty area. Iheanacho's there, and it was inches away from being an excellent ball. It was over his head and bounced into the hands of Dubravka.
Great idea. Lovely ball from Soyuncu over the top. Iheanacho running onto it. But the way Newcastle play, they're deep, so it's very difficult to get the ball in behind them and stop it. It just ran away from Iheanacho there.
Well, who's he summoned here, Brendan Rodgers? I think it's Jose Perez, who then picks up the pace as he, I wouldn't say sprints to the dugout, but certainly a bit more intensity in that. And now Brendan Rodgers has got an arm around his left shoulder. So Jose Perez, it looks like, will come into the game. It's going to be fascinating to see who for. We're in the 60th minute, approaching the hour mark here on 5 Live Sport. Alan Hutton and Arlo White with you here tonight. Leicester City pushing for the Champions League, but stumbling here, trailing Newcastle United by 2-0. And changes are afoot as Jose Perez takes off his orange bib, and his arrival is imminent. Throw into Leicester, down the left-hand side, level with the edge of the penalty, to Newcastle, down the left-hand side, level with the edge of the penalty area, taken by Matt Ritchie. Back he goes to Paul Dummett. He finds Joe Willock, and now Kraft will sprint forward in possession into the Leicester half. Leaves it for some Maximan. There he goes, pressing the fast forward button again. A little shimmy and a sprint, and then a ball out to Ritchie on the left hand side. The cross takes a deflection. It's headed clear by Fofana. Nodded back by Ritchie out to the left hand side and the left touchline, and Almiron tries the nutmeg on Castagna. The ball has stayed in play. Castagna in possession, and again the outside of the boot flicked back to him by Tielemans. Nice flick in field by Maddison, and then Ndidi to his centre back Soyuncu. Rolls it to the left touchline to Mark Albright, and he dinks it down the line to Jamie Vardy. Is he fouled across there? No, it's just a simple miscontrol out of play and a Newcastle throw-in on the halfway line.
Yeah, I'm interested to see this change when it eventually happens. Obviously Maddison, we know how good he is and the quality that he has when he gets on the ball, but he has started to look a little bit leggy. He's not really affected the game as much in this second half.
Would you sacrifice a defender and keep Maddison on the field, bearing in mind you need at least 2, if not 3 goals in the last half an hour?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thought, but I think that kind of plays into Newcastle's hands because they're quite happy to sit back, soak up pressure and then hit in the counter-attack. So it might work in their favour, but I totally understand that Leicester need goals.
Yep, they do. 62nd minute. Perez is ready for action. He's just pulling down the sleeves of his royal blue undershirt, and he'll be coming into the game. Long ball forward by Shelby. There might be an offside flag here against Callum Wilson. He takes possession on the right hand side of the penalty area, tackled effectively by Fofana. The flag did stay down. Fofana now down the left touchline finds Mark Albright in a very tight area. He's put under plenty of pressure by Murphy. Leicester emerge with the ball in his own penalty area. Soyuncu out to the edge of the area to Castagna. Castagna right hand side to Ricardo, who's yet to recapture the magic of his form before that terrible injury suffered here actually on a Monday night, the final Premier League game before the lockdown. It was a 4-0 victory against Aston Villa, and he tore his ACL in that game. Tielemans, edge of the penalty area to Vardy. Vardy dinks it towards Kelechi Iheanacho on the far side of the penalty area. It was a backtracking Dummett who sorted his feet out, managed to get his head to it and clears the danger. And it's going to be, well, this is extraordinary. It's Wilfred Ndidi who is the destroyer, the winner of possession in the centre of the park for Leicester City, who makes way for Ayoze Perez. That's an interesting one, Alan.
It is interesting. I'm just trying to look at Brendan Rodgers. He was giving out information there to Tielemans, so I presume that they're going to have a slight change in formation, but we'll just wait and see how that works.
Tielemans is filled in for Wilfred Ndidi. It will be his creativity from a deeper position now, but he's got Perez and he's got Maddison either side of him towards the penalty area. It's risky, but this is the requirement.
Yeah, they're literally going 3-1-2 in that midfield, with obviously Maddison and Ayoze Perez pushed up trying to make things happen with the 2 up front and then the wide boys. So yep, they're going for it.
Rodgers has sacrificed industry for creativity as his side are desperate to get back in this game. In possession now, left corner of the penalty area again. Maddison across to Ricardo. Lovely first touch, a bit heavy with the second touch, and that enabled Matt Ritchie to take possession. And that's a really good ball through towards Callum Wilson. Wilson in on the edge of the penalty area. He's around Schmeichel and he plonks it into the back of the net. And Newcastle United are in dreamland here at the King Power Stadium. Callum Wilson makes it 3-0 in the 64th minute. Castagna's back pass fell short of his goalkeeper, and Callum Wilson pounced for his 11th Premier League goal of the season. No sooner had Brendan Rodgers made his substitution than it's backfired completely. Leicester in disarray. Leicester 0, Newcastle 3.
Look, this is exactly what I just said to you a second ago. Yes, they're going for it, they need the goals, but what happens is you don't have the extra defender there, which creates space, which plays into Newcastle's hands. I mean, obviously, it's a great ball from Matt Ritchie down the line. He's been doing it all night. Castagna gets there, slide tackles it back to the goal. It's way short. He's actually asking Schmeichel to come out, but he doesn't come. Wilson's onto it in a flash again, and he just has the composure to just knock it to the right-hand side of Schmeichel, and it's an open goal. Fantastic goal again from Newcastle.
Steve Bruce punched the air in delight. Callum Wilson, well, what a signing. £20 million from Bournemouth. He scored 8 goals last season when the Cherries were relegated. That's his 11th of this season, but his first since a brace at Everton in January. Here come Newcastle United again. Wilson's in the penalty area, played out wide to Maximum. The cutback could have been very good. It was just behind 2 Newcastle players, including Joe Willock, on the edge of the penalty area. They've committed men forward here, Newcastle. There may be gaps at the back here for Leicester to exploit, but they've got to do something very special now. David Moyes, Jurgen Klopp licking their lips at the prospects of this result here on a Friday night. And remember, Leicester City had 80 minutes, Alan, against 10-man Southampton. It was 0-0 at the time to go 10 points clear of 5th place. They could only get a point, and the wheels have come off here on the following Friday at home to Newcastle United. And remember the next 3 games: Manchester United away, Chelsea away, Tottenham at home. All of a sudden the top 4 is looking dicey. Albrighton finds Ayoze Perez, shoved over in the penalty area. I don't think Darren England is going to be particularly interested in that as a penalty kick. It was more shoulder to shoulder, and then the foul by Perez, and it's a free kick to Newcastle United. 66 minutes gone, Leicester 0, Newcastle 3.
Like you're saying, as a player, those thoughts start to creep back in your memory from last season. That's the thing as well. Obviously a great opportunity against Southampton, didn't take it. What's happened tonight in the run of fixtures, that would scare anybody, especially when you're looking to get into the top 4. So big mountain to climb now.
Those 8,000 Leicester fans in on the final day against Tottenham might have a big role to play, Alan, to raise the spirits of their side. Callum Wilson with an excellent finish to make it 3-0. So we've had 66, almost 67 minutes here. And here's James Maddison crossing the halfway line under pressure by Joe Willock. He gets the ball back from Kelechi Iheanacho, then gives it away straight back to the Newcastle United side in all yellow. Callum Wilson. Here's John Joe Shelby down the right-hand side, well anticipated by Soyuncu, who steps in front of Willock. Almost intercepted by John Joe Shelby, picked up by James Maddison. He gets it back from Kelechi Iheanacho. It's all rather slow and ponderous by Leicester at the moment. In the Newcastle half, right-hand side is Ricardo. Ricardo back to Castagna. Leicester rocked by the re-injury to Johnny Evans in the warm-up. He dropped out of the starting 11, out of the 18-man squad, or 20-man squad, I should say, with his plantar fasciitis. Mark Albrighton came into the side. That's a lovely nutmeg by Kelechi Iheanacho, who gets it back from Maddison. Edge of the area, excellent shot, charged down by Dummett. Falls here, left corner of the penalty area. The ball was spinning on the turf and awkward for Albrighton. Brought it under control. Here's Tielemans, step to his right-hand side. What can he do? It's another block by Paul Dummett, who's thrown himself in front of everything in that Newcastle United backline. Leicester have it back again. Ricardo. They need something to happen soon. Wide on the right-hand side is Albrighton, into the penalty area. There's the chance, another save. Perez curled it towards the near post, the top corner. Dubravka stuck out a hand, kept it out, and concedes the corner.
I think that was a save for the cameras there, Dubravka. He was up to that, his left-hand top side, but good save. Unlucky there from obviously Leicester, but I think, see, when you actually think about it, Brendan Rodgers is going to be disappointed. It's two...
So there's a substitution here, Alan. So Ricardo's made way for Luke Thomas. So that, I would imagine, means Albrighton again back to right wing back and Thomas to left wing back. Tielemans curls in the corner kick. It's headed clear on the edge of the penalty area. Nice turn by Maddison, retains possession for Leicester. Here's the young left back Luke Thomas, curls in the cross. The header comes in from Fofana. Didn't have the power of his first half effort, about 8 yards out, and it bounces off the turf, and it's easy for Dubravka. 69 minutes gone. Newcastle lead Leicester 3-0.
Yeah, sorry, as I was saying there, I think Brendan Rodgers will be really disappointed that it's 2 mistakes and a set piece that has led to the 3 goals. So he's not going to be happy with that.
A slip by Albrighton, and it's Matt Ritchie who takes possession in the Leicester half for Newcastle United. Here's John Joe Shelby, whose left wrist is strapped up. Number 8 on his back, takes possession again. Shelby spins away from a couple of Leicester players and calmly plays it back to Kraft. What Leicester do miss as well in an attacking sense, and as a player that you played against recently, Harvey Barnes out injured. You came across him when he was on loan at West Brom, Alan, didn't you?
Yeah, I felt his pace in that game. Obviously he was fantastic at West Brom. He's been outstanding this season. It's just a real shame that he's going to miss the rest of the season, obviously in the Euros, because he was a big hit for Leicester. Real powerful running, and he made things happen.
Complication after an initial knee surgery. He's had to go under the knife again. He'll be back next season, but they miss his pace and his goal scoring ability here, Leicester City. 20 minutes remaining. What a scoreline we have at the King Power Stadium. And all eyes after this, if it stays like this, will turn to Ellen Road tomorrow, 12:30. Leeds against Tottenham. There's a deep cross by Soyuncu, a good leap by Vardy. Back post is Iheanacho, tried the spectacular volley. It's another brave bit of defending by Newcastle United to prevent an effort on goal. Leicester have the ball again. Here's Perez just outside the penalty area towards the right hand side. Reverse ball into Iheanacho, now facing goal. Run out of options and tried to invent something by attempting a shot towards goal, but it was easily blocked. And it's a foul conceded by Leicester. Newcastle have a free kick halfway inside their own half on the left hand side.
Newcastle are just happy getting back into their shape, making it really difficult for Leicester to try and find any sort of room in behind them. They're obviously 3 goals up. There's no need to rush for them. They're just willing to see it out. It's all on Leicester to try and make something happen.
Well, Leicester will be on 63 points from 35 games. Chelsea at Manchester City tomorrow, 61 points from 34 games. West Ham, who entertain Everton tomorrow, 58 points from 34 games. Spurs are at Leeds. That West Ham game is Sunday. Spurs have 56 points from 34 games. Liverpool, 33 they played, 54 points. It's very, very tight.
It's heating up nicely.
Liverpool have Southampton tomorrow evening. Approaching the 72-minute mark, and here come Leicester into the Newcastle half through Soyuncu. It's a good turn by Iheanacho, but then Fernandes takes over for Newcastle. There could have been another chance on the counter-attack, but the ball is a little too strong and it's helped out. No, it's not helped out. Soyuncu has left it open for Newcastle to take possession. Here's Saint-Maximin, edge of the penalty area, finds Almiron, left corner of the area. Leicester have got back in good number. He turns away from Fofana. Newcastle don't need a fourth, they would like one, but they're happy taking time off the clock here as they work their way back to the halfway line to Paul Dummett and all the way back to Dubravka. That was a decent opportunity on the counter-attack, and once again a Leicester defender caught in possession in a dangerous area.
Yeah, Soyuncu caught in possession again, but well played Newcastle. They're hunting everything down tonight.
Shelvey on the halfway line nutmegs the referee, Darren England. Almiron, what a ball that is! Callum Wilson! Off the post, Wilson again, 4-0! A sensational through ball by Miguel Almiron. The first effort by Callum Wilson, cannon back off the far post. The angle was so tight for him to put it away past Kasper Schmeichel, but he did so. 73 minutes gone. An incredible scoreline at the King Power Stadium. Leicester City 0, Newcastle United 4-2 for Callum Wilson.
That's one of the best passes I've seen in a while for Almiron. Absolute defence splitter. And Callum Wilson again onto it in a flash. He's just opened up his body, right foot, just curled it round Schmeichel off the inside of the post. It comes back to him, and by the way, that's a hard thing on the bounce to then tuck that away. He's done excellently well. Great goal.
Well, this could be a dagger through Leicester hearts in terms of top 4. Where do they go from here? They're getting battered at home by 4-0 in what has been talked about locally as a must-win game, with the 3 Big 6 teams to face before the end of the season. But you've got to say, Newcastle have been sensational tonight. They've taken their chances and they've looked dangerous virtually every time they've come forward, Alan Hutton, and they lead by 4-0. Here's James Maddison, edge of the penalty area, gets a shot in. Once again it's blocked by Paul Dummett and spins away for a Leicester throw.
Sensational is the word for tonight. They have been absolute brilliant, defended really well, and you're right, every time they've went forward with a through ball it looks like they can create something.
Leicester have scored 20 goals in the last 15 minutes of games, the most in the Premier League, Alan. They need 5 in the last 15 minutes of this game alone.
I think that's a tall order.
I do too. Although I remember a season in the early 90s when both league games between these sides ended 5-4 in the same year. But that would be utterly remarkable. Here's some maximum. It might yet get worse for Leicester City, who beat Newcastle 5-0 here last season. One more for Newcastle, and the role will be reversed. Who's gone down injured there? Is it
Joe Willock? I think
Joe
he
Willock
pulled up. He's tried to dink the ball over the back line and just keeled over.
He's down on the edge of the Leicester penalty area. Meanwhile, Leicester in the opposition penalty area. It's Vardy that was scampering through. It's Kraft who concedes the corner kick, and Sean Longstaff will come on, and it's always a worry when a player is clutching the back of his leg, and that's what Joe Willock is doing here. So whether Willock was the man to come off originally for Sean Longstaff, it would make sense. I don't know, but it looks like Willock might struggle to continue here.
Look, he is stretching it, which makes me think it could either be a pull, or hopefully it's just cramp. That's what I'm hoping for, because he's been absolutely fantastic since going to Newcastle. They're stretching it out, which makes me think it could just be a little bit of cramp.
Leicester about to make a change as well, as Nempalis Mendy will come on, a holding midfielder, and that is a sure sign that I think Brendan Rodgers has accepted their fate tonight. They've been torn to shreds by Newcastle United. Who would have seen this scoreline coming? 4-0.
I would never, coming here, I would never have thought I would have seen this result tonight. No chance.
And this is 8 days before an FA Cup final for Leicester, and they've still got to go to Manchester United on Tuesday. James Maddison will be wrapped in cotton wool for those battles ahead. He trots to the sideline, and Mendy comes on. Longstaff is on. Did Willock go off? I'm not entirely sure. I'll have a little count up of the numbers, but Longstaff is on. Willock is off. He's gone behind the goal, away to our left-hand side. Corner swung in, right-footed for Fofana. He got there, flicked off his head, couldn't turn it goalwards. The cross comes in from the right-hand side by Iheanacho, takes a deflection. The clearance falls to the feet of Saint-Maximin on the edge of the Newcastle penalty area, given away to Mendy, a rare outing recently for him. Castagna available on the halfway line. He goes shorter than that to Tielemans. Tielemans just assessing his options. Leicester have slowed down considerably, particularly since the fourth goal. What a hammer blow this will be. It's reminiscent of a 4-1 defeat on the south coast against Bournemouth in the run-in during Project Restart, when the wheels came off completely. Having taken the lead, they had Soyuncu sent off. There was some calamitous defending, and after that it was very difficult for them to recover before the end of the season. But Manchester United made an 18-point swing before the end of the season. That's a good cross in. Tielemans with the attempt on the volley from the 6-yard box, and it goes over the bar. Still 4-0 to Newcastle, 12 minutes remaining.
I think that's what the big problem is, and what probably really annoys Brendan Rodgers. It's the mistakes, like you just mentioned in that previous game, the 4-1 defeat at the start of Project Restart. It's the mistakes. You need to cut them out, especially playing at this level. When you're chasing top four, you cannot have any sort of slip-ups.
Well, it's a hard thing to do for a club like Leicester City to make it into the top four. If you look at historically their best top flight finishes, obviously they finished first in 2015-16. You have to go back to 28-29 when they finished second, 27-28 when they finished third, and 62-63 the Ice Kings, who finished in fourth. They are the only top four finishes in the top flight in the history of Leicester City Football Club. It's not an easy thing for them to do, but they will be desperately disappointed if they get to this stage again for a second straight season and let it slip away.
Yeah, of course, but you know what, I think with the manager that they have, the squad that they have, there's a hype there. Everybody thinks they should be in and amongst it.
Albrighton on the left-hand side, twisting and turning against Murphy. The ball into the penalty area. Vardy back to goal, tries to find Iheanacho, and a sliced effort, and it's into the top corner. Well, Leicester are on the score sheet. Mark Albrighton with the goal. It was nicely created by Leicester. Albrighton, no celebration, turns round, jogs back to his starting spot. It was a lovely finish. Well, 11 minutes remaining, they've got one back. Leicester 1, Newcastle 4.
It was a great finish, wasn't it? They worked it well across the box there. I think it's Thomas there, just gets the ball into Vardy. Great cross. Vardy then turns, swivels, passes it on. A little step over for Iheanacho, and Mark Albrighton just cuts across the ball. It's lovely Dubravka in goal has absolutely no chance, and it just goes into that top corner.
First goal since Boxing Day 2018 against Manchester City for Mark Albrighton. Well, it is a goal in the last 15 minutes.
Game on.
So we guaranteed it was going to happen, but they're going to need an awful lot more in the final 10. The deficit is 3. It is the 2-year anniversary today since Liverpool came back from 3-0 down to beat Barcelona 4-3 in aggregate, isn't it?
Anything's possible.
Crazy things happen in football. Here's Shelby for Newcastle United. I doubt they'll be rattled by Mark Albrighton's goal as they want to see this out. Fernandez on the right touchline here is Murphy, put under some pressure by Luke Thomas. The long clearance by Dubravka, and it's all the way through to Soyuncu. Fofana into the centre circle, right-footed ball out to Castagna. So Fofana's got his socks around his ankles out there, looks tired. Perez into the penalty area, a sliding Dummett gets the clearance away for a throw-in on the Leicester right-hand side, 5 or 6 yards from the corner flag, taken quickly by Albrighton. Finds Iheanacho. Back it goes to Castagna. Well, if we get another goal in the next couple of minutes, it might be interesting. Here's Soyuncu. And now Tielemans. Thomas infield, left corner of the penalty area to Mendy. That's untidy by Mendy, sends the ball straight out of play. Newcastle have a throw on their right-hand side, level with the edge of the penalty area. 9 minutes remaining. Leicester 1, Newcastle 4. Alan Hutton.
You just can't underestimate how big a loss Johnny Evans is. See, when we're actually sitting here and you think about the goals and how they happen, I just don't think they happen if Johnny Evans is playing tonight.
Yeah, they lost him during the warm-up. Don't forget the latest Peter Crouch podcast is out now on BBC Sounds. Former teammate of yours and certainly a golf partner.
Yep, sure is. It's always good to see Peter Crouch playing golf.
Does he have one of those long putters, or?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably about 6 foot long, I think, so, but for him it just looks normal.
Here come Leicester again towards the penalty area. Iheanacho trying to get in behind that Newcastle defence. It's Dummett, who's been excellent tonight, who concedes the throw. It was a searching ball by Albrighton down the right-hand side. Albrighton now has the ball above his head, takes a throw into Iheanacho, tight to the right touchline. Languid chipped pass across to Soyuncu, 20 yards outside that Newcastle penalty area, chips it into around the penalty spot. Poor header this time by Dummett, doesn't fall to a blue shirt. Leicester have it back though again. Here's Vardy. What can he do? It was a flashing effort, and in the end it was always rising, and it was high and wide, and Mark Albrighton goes and retrieves a ball from off the tee behind the goal and rolls it to Dubravka.
A good strike there for Jamie Vardy. Does well out in that left-hand side of the box just to cut back in on his right. Hits it with great power, but he's just not got the accuracy.
Alan Saint-Maximin will make way. He's not going fast forward now, Alan, is he? He comes
no.
Substituted
slow motion
with 8 minutes to go.
So we know that he's got fast forward ×3 and slow motion.
That's virtually pause. But he's been terrific, and he makes way for Joe Linton to come on for Newcastle United. 7 minutes remaining. What a night this is for Steve Bruce, who is up for Premier League Manager of the Month for April, a month in which they were unbeaten in 4 games, and that's the decisive run, or the definitive run for Newcastle in their season. It was looking a little hairy. You remember back to that Sunday, Alan, when they got a very good 2-2 draw at home to Tottenham, but Fulham could have leapt above them and sent them into the bottom 3 had they won at Aston Villa, and they were 1-0 up through Mitrovic with 12 minutes remaining, but lost 3-1, and from that point Newcastle haven't looked back.
Yeah, I mean that's a real worrying time for them there, but look, they managed to deal with it. It was a pressure situation and they've got out of it. They've upped their game, and look, tonight they've been outstanding. I mean, we can't take that away from them. Everybody has been at it. They know what's at stake here, and they've rose to the challenge.
6 minutes remaining for a Leicester City miracle. They've done some remarkable things in recent years. This might top the lot if they come back and get anything out of this game against Newcastle United. Fofana finds Castagna, right-hand side, into the feet of Iheanacho, who, apart from that left-footed effort in the first half, well saved by Dubravka, hasn't really seen a decent goal-scoring opportunity since. Fofana left-footed to Soyuncu. Left touchline here is the young substitute Luke Thomas. Back to Fofana by the centre circle. Long ball in towards the Leicester goal scorer, Mark Albright, and it's good defending by Matt Ritchie, who nods it out for a corner kick.
Yeah, it was good defending there from Matt Ritchie. He's worked tirelessly all night.
Albrighton will take the corner, right-footed from the Leicester right, approaching the final 5 minutes. Left arm raised. What can he do with this set piece? It goes into the near post. Perez was closest to it. And once again, Newcastle defend it successfully. That was Longstaff, but here's Perez wriggling his way into the penalty area, and that's another excellent clearance by Newcastle to prevent the attempt on goal. Corner kick to Leicester inside the final 5 minutes. Taken short to Mendy, right corner of the penalty area. Back it goes to Albrighton. Can he wrap his foot around a right-footed cross? He can. It's headed clear by Newcastle. Here's Mendy. Albrighton making a run down the right flank. He goes to the left-hand side to Thomas. Thomas angles a ball into the area, into no man's land. Easy for Newcastle. Dubravka keeps it in play with his pink kit and yellow boots on. He's forced now to stoop down and pick it up, but time very much running out for Leicester City, and what a night this is for Newcastle United. This all but guarantees Premier League football at St James's Park next season for Steve Bruce's side.
What I think Newcastle have done really well tonight is their actual defensive line has only been maybe 5 yards outside their own box, so they're not allowing the space in behind for the likes of Vardy to run in, so they're cancelling him out. So Steve Bruce has obviously come up with that plan, and it's working a treat.
Excellent ball by Perez to Iheanacho, cuts it on his left foot. Defenders are back, gets the shot in and scores. Well, he's wrong-footed Dubravka there, and Leicester have a second. 87th minute. Kelechi Iheanacho with yet another goal. It's a fabulous finish by the Nigerian, and it's his 11th Premier League goal of the season. And it's Leicester 2, Newcastle 4.
How amazing is it when you say how well a team's defending, then they go and score? Unbelievable. But Kelechi Iheanacho does absolutely fantastic there to cut back in through a crowd of bodies. Keeper has absolutely no chance, and if you wanted to fault anybody at the moment, it's Iheanacho. He's actually on fire at the moment.
He's got 15 in his last 16 in all competitions. Gets a high five from Perez, who was involved in the move. Newcastle United make another substitution. Jeff Hendrick comes onto the field. Almiron makes way. Well, we've got 3 minutes plus time added on. Leicester need 2 goals to get 1 point.
You did say there was going to be goals at the end of the game.
And before the game, if you said that Leicester would score 2 in the final 15 minutes, you'd think they'd be in a very much better position than they are.
Yeah, exactly.
4-0 down when the 2 goals arrived. Well, there might be a couple of nerves fluttering on the Newcastle side of things. Long throw taken down the left-hand side. Joe Linton battling for possession with Mendy. Loses out. Fofana finds Luke Thomas. He's got Iheanacho and Vardy, but he's got, well, those two have 4 Newcastle defenders around them. Mendy chips it to Castagna. 2 minutes remaining at the King Power Stadium. Leicester 2, Newcastle 4. Long ball into the penalty area by Castagna, nodded clear to Shelvey, who sends it out of play for a Leicester throw. Well, a third goal might set the cat amongst the pigeons here, Alan, mightn't it?
Oh, it certainly would.
Never say never. Tielemans, cross comes in, slightly panicky from Newcastle, and it's another corner to Leicester City.
Steve Bruce is going mental down here. He is not happy. He's thrown his arms up in the air and everything. This is danger.
Life is never easy for Newcastle United. Corner swung in by Tielemans to the back post. It almost bounced kindly for Fofana in front of goal, but it's lashed clear by Newcastle United. But Leicester have a throw on their left-hand side, 20 yards inside the Newcastle half of play, as we approach the 89-minute mark here. As it stands, Newcastle going 12 points clear of the bottom 3. They will have 3 games remaining. Long ball into the Newcastle penalty area. Bit of head tennis. Fernandes heads it clear, only as far as Mendy. It's going to be interesting to see how much time is added on at the end of the 90 minutes here. Castagna, right-hand side for Leicester with his white boots on, into the orange-booted Kelechi Iheanacho. Here's Fofana, socks round his ankles. Now Suyunchu. Ayoze Perez, square ball to Mendy. They need to get it into the danger area fairly soon here, Leicester City. 30 seconds left of the 90. 4-2 they trail Newcastle United. Soyuncu on the left wing, switches back to his right foot, the cross is over everybody. Tielemans was the closest to it, but he's taken a flick off a Newcastle defender on the way, and it's yet another corner to be taken by Mark Albright.
Yeah, it's a lovely ball in by Soyuncu. He cuts back onto his right foot, in swinger, and I think it's Dummett. It just glances off the top of his head and gives Leicester another opportunity here.
Tielemans to take the corner, he swings it out, the heads go up, it was just over Fofana's head, the ball goes up, Craig Pawson, and it's got 4 minutes on it, so 4 minutes of time added on at the end here, and Leicester City need 2 goals in that time added on, which we're into now. They have a free kick halfway inside the Newcastle half, centre of the pitch. Youri Tielemans to take it. Well, they came from 3-0 down to 3-2 at West Ham recently. Didn't quite get over the line in that one. Tielemans glides a ball into the penalty area, no blue shirt near it. The clearance though picked up by Albrighton towards the right byline, and the header comes in, back post, surely! Dubravka with an amazing save to prevent a 3rd goal for Leicester City. That's a remarkable piece of goalkeeping. Not for the first time. Ayuso Perez denied against his former club. The ball falls to Albrighton on the right side of the penalty area, hanging across to the back post. Vardy is there, sends it towards goal, and it's over the bar. How on earth did Martin Dubravka keep that one out?
Wow, that would have been interesting if that went in. He's absolutely flung himself. Mark Albrighton does excellent down the right hand side, crosses the ball to the back post. It's a little flick on, it gets to the back post. Perez with a great strike. I mean, he connects with it so well. And Dubravka just flings up an arm. It's instinctive. He just gets an arm up, gets a touch on it, and brilliant goalkeeping.
Well, 4-2 the score. Dubravka's been excellent. There's barely been a bad performance by anybody in a Newcastle United shirt. But had that gone in, it could have been a bit squeaky for the last minute or two at 4-3. But here's Mendy for Leicester. They're going to keep plugging away. Well, they've given themselves a huge mountain to climb in the closing stages.
It would have been so interesting if that went in. Can you imagine? Honestly, from 4-0 down.
Soyuncu for Leicester. Deep into stoppage time. Long ball forward towards Albrighton on that right-hand side. It was intercepted by Matt Ritchie. Newcastle in possession in the Leicester half through Joe Linton. Was he fouled there by Tielemans? He is. That's very, very good for Newcastle United. It's 10 or 12 yards outside the Leicester City penalty area. Very central position. Free kick to Newcastle. Time ticking away for Leicester City.
Well played, Joe Linton there. Just running the clock down. He's not daft. He doesn't have a shot. Tries to play somebody in. He just holds the ball up, waits for contact, goes down for a free kick. Time wasting time.
It certainly is. Well into stoppage time here at the King Power Stadium. John Joe Shelby has placed the ball down very carefully. He's taken about 5 strides back. Darren England, the referee, has blown the whistle. Shelby's going to have a go, and it takes a flick. It was a decent strike. Takes a flick off Fofana on the edge of the Leicester penalty area and spins over the goal for a Newcastle corner.
That was a good strike there. Take a deflection, you get a corner out of it, but I'm very surprised that he chose to have a shot. I thought he would maybe try and get someone into the corner and find them in the corner and just hold the ball, but he went for it.
And Darren England is telling the Newcastle players to get on with this and this corner kick. It's interesting that the Leicester CEO Siwatana Prava is here today, I think for the first time since the first lockdown. He's in the country, of course, ahead of the FA Cup final last season. He won't be too impressed with what he's seen tonight. Here's John Joe Shelby for Newcastle, sends it forward, but it's behind for a goal kick. Kasper Schmeichel scurries behind his goal, spins the ball into the 6-yard box and takes a run up to it and thumps it with his right foot high into the Leicester night. Jamie Vardy can't get the flick on. Fernandes with a commanding defensive header, and here's Callum Wilson, who tries a shot from distance, didn't quite catch it. You can see what he was trying, the ball on the volley, trying to loop it over Kasper Schmeichel, who's now 20 yards outside of his penalty area, loops it forward, but that's it. What a performance here by Newcastle United. Steve Bruce's side are 12 points clear of the bottom 3. They raced into a 4-0 lead against a side chasing Champions League football. Leicester get 2 goals back late on, but too little, too late, and they look slightly precarious now in 3rd place, and visions of what happened at the end of last season when they were denied on the last Wednesday and Sunday of the season in terms of finishing in top 4. They've left themselves exposed close now to the same happening again. Alan Hudson, what a terrific game of football.
Absolute amazing game of football. End to end, chances everywhere. I'm actually just looking at Callum Wilson at the moment. As he struck that shot there from about 45 yards, he's actually pulled up. He's holding his hamstring, so I'm wondering if there's a bit of a problem there. But out with that, excellent game. Chances at both ends, really exciting. And Newcastle deserved it. I think Steve Bruce will be really happy. Yes, he lost a couple of goals at the end, but he'll be happy.
Yep, Marcin Dubravka and Jose Perez, former teammates, are having a little bit of a chat about that late chance that Dubravka saved from Perez. Brendan Rodgers, Darren, is out on the field shaking hands with everybody. But what a shocking night for his side and a terrific night for Newcastle. Final score here, Leicester City 2, Newcastle United 4.
Newcastle United unchanged tonight. Shortly we will see the black and white stripes. There are plenty on show in the stands as Sheffield United emerge first. Teams don't come out together, part of the COVID-19 safety protocols in Premier League football. They're wearing pink shirts, dark grey shorts and pink socks, and Ramsdale, the keeper, short sleeves, all in yellow. Just a reminder that on DAB and Freeview Channel 719, Sunderland's League One playoff semi-final first leg away to Lincoln City. That's where you'll find Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett. But here at St James's Park, Newcastle United against Sheffield United, the final home match of a turbulent and troubled season, but one that has seen them secure their top flight status for another year after a turnaround in form in recent weeks. They've been picking up results, they've been playing better, they are staying in the Premier League, and the fans are back at St James's Park. And just listen to that roar as John Joe Shelby leads out Newcastle United. Ando.
Yeah, it makes the hair on the back of your neck stand out. I think it's something you always took for granted. You know, it was always part and parcel, it was always there, until all of a sudden supporters weren't here. But it just shows what you've missed these 400 and odd days. It's been really, really weird, and it's great to have a little bit of an atmosphere back.
Yeah, there's just a real sense of excitement. Fans are on their feet, players are waving at the crowd, and Newcastle United getting back to normal. Dubravka in goal, making his 100th Premier League appearance. Kraft, Fernandes and Dummett ahead of him. Murphy and Ritchie are the wing-backs. Shelby with the captain's armband in the absence of Lascelles. Almiron and Willock in the middle. Sam Maxima, he loves to entertain. Could be a big night for him. He scored in his last two against Sheffield United, home and away last season, the Frenchman. And Joelinton looking for another goal. 3 in his last 7, all of them at St James's Park. Gillespie, Clark, Matty Longstaff, Carroll, Gale, Lewis, Hendrick, Manquillo and Sean Longstaff are the subs, and the visitors Ramsdale in goal, Basham, Egan, Robinson at the back, Bogle on the right, Stevens on the left, Norwood and Fleck in the middle, McGoldrick, Jevison and Osborne, and their subs: Fotheringham the keeper, Lundstrom, Lowe, Jagielka, Brewster, and then 4 academy players: Zach Brunt, Kyron Gordon, Harry Boys and Femi Siriki. The 2 skippers contest the coin toss, and they're going to change it around, and they're going to kick down the hill towards the Gallagher end in the first half, and that's what the fans think of that.
Yeah, they don't like that, do they? I think it's the first time this season that's happened, you know, that they've actually switched it around, and they would have to wait till the fans were in to do it.
Black and white stripes, black shorts and black socks. Dubravka in green,
Gets a great reception at the Leazes end, bangs his studs off his post. The referee wearing a mint green jersey, black shorts and black socks. Steve Bruce is out and gives the thumbs up to some supporters behind us in the director's box. We've had local hero, as you mentioned, Ando. The music's been playing pre-match over the last year, but we haven't had local hero accompanied by this, and it's great. And the players now go down on one knee. Miguel Almiron to kick us underway. Newcastle going from left to right. They're back at St James's Park, and the match has begun. BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. An attack down the left. Almiron goes down as he chases a ball, and Newcastle have a corner, much to the astonishment of Sheffield United players and their interim boss Paul Heckingbottom on the touchline.
If we score from this, will VAR look at that?
I don't think they look at corners, do they?
Is it not a clear and obvious error?
It might have been a corner. Matt Ritchie delivers it, left-footed, outswinger, header up by Newcastle, and then thumped out of play on this near side, the right, for a throw 15 yards from goal. Jacob Murphy, who's had a good season, boyhood Newcastle fan, takes the throw. Kraft back into his own half to Fernandez. They've dropped back from that set piece. Almiron with loads of space in the middle, now attacking down the left, up to the edge of the box. Almiron, shot towards the near post, comfortable take straight at Ramsdale.
Yeah, got nothing on it. You wouldn't say it's one of his real strong points, shooting from distance. Almiron, he doesn't get a great deal of power in it. Found that pocket of space, little ball played into him, got turned, got the shot away, but it was very, very comfortable for Ramsdale.
Sheffield United trying to build an attack down the far side. Fernandez takes the safe option of sticking the ball out. A throw about 15 yards back from the corner flag. McGoldrick, 30 yards out now, the former Ireland international, dinked forwards. Dummett is there to hook it clear over his shoulder into midfield. McGoldrick and Saint-Maximin compete for the ball. Sheffield United who have it, and then it's fired across from right to left. It's behind Enda Stevens. Newcastle's throw. The whistles and the jeers for every misplaced pass, and the cheers for every mistake made by the opposition. Some of the things I'm sure we'll hear tonight. Dummett down the left side to Saint-Maximin, who collects, comes inside, then goes back on the outside, then back inside, then back on his outside, then a step over and beats two defenders. Saint-Maximin up to the corner of the box, tackled, but that got the fans on their feet early on. Sheffield United deal with it and clear. Shelvey with a header. It's picked up on halfway by Fleck though. 3 minutes gone, 0-0. Stevens into the middle of Newcastle's half. Joe Willock there, the first time he's played in front of a crowd at St James's as a Newcastle player. Callum Wilson, unfortunately for him, missing out tonight. He'd have loved an occasion like this. They try a 1-2 down the left, the away side. Osborne's return ball to Stevens is out of play. Fernandez, Shelvey's come short, gets it just in front of the box, square to Kraft. Murphy on the outside, back to Kraft. Dubravka comes to the side of the box to receive it. Fernandez to his left, and played into the path of the Argentinian. Dummett now, middle of the half, back to Fernandez, gets it back from Shelvey. It's with Almiron to Saint-Maximin. He's deep at the moment, links it up, back to Almiron. Fernandez over to Kraft, 10 yards up from the box. Murphy
with Willock inside, and now down the line plays Joe Willock in. Good challenge by John Fleck, cleanly took the ball. Newcastle throw. Willock still down, lying on his front. Referees come across.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the tackle.
All right.
Clean enough tackle. Willock's on his feet.
Murphy back to Kraft. BBC Radio Newcastle in the 5th minute. No real action yet. Shelvey lobs a ball over towards Dummett on the far side, but it evades him, and it's a throw for the visitors 20 yards out. Newcastle bring players back, but Saint-Maximin stayed near halfway. Joelinton a little further back. Saint-Maximin now closes in. They've committed a few players forward, Sheffield United. A 1-2 from the throw, driven cross towards the near post. Fernandez away, Dummett flicks on, Norwood forwards and out.
Yeah, worked it well, but the cross was flat. Hit the first defender, easy to defend against.
Throw in the left full-back position. Ritchie lobs it down the line, out by Basham. Lost their final home game in each of the last 2 seasons, Newcastle, and on both occasions Liverpool were the team that won here. Final day of last season, and then the penultimate game of the season before. Ritchie, the ball for Almiron to chase. Basham with their downward header. Joelinton back to Saint-Maximin into the final third. Newcastle. Murphy pushed up on the right as Almiron plays it down the left. Almiron's ball in, half a clearance. Kraft on his chest. They want a free kick, they don't get one. For the challenge on Kraft as Sheffield United clear. Fernandez forwards. Joelinton collects, trying to play it back to Kraft. It's a misplaced pass. Jefferson for Sheffield United, and now Osborne inside, edge of the box. Stevens in space. David McGoldrick, big chance, wide.
He's put it wide. What a chance that is. What a chance. All comes about because Joelinton gives it away. Ball played into him, just knocks it back blind. All of a sudden they break. And Stevens ends up on the edge of the penalty area, rolls it square. McGoldrick, big chance, puts it wide.
David McGoldrick is their leading scorer with 8, but he was off target there. They've actually scored 19 times in the Premier League. The record for the fewest goals in a Premier League season is 20 by Derby in that ill-fated season 2007-8. Joelinton now chasing a ball down the left. Ramsdale leaves his box and just has enough to go behind.
He was offside anyway. Flag eventually went up.
That is going to wind supporters up, isn't it? The late delayed flags. 8 minutes and 0-0. Steve Bruce is out there. 2 members of the Sheffield United coaching staff, including Paul Heckingbottom, who took over when Chris Wilder left a couple of months ago. He was actually Barnsley boss in the Championship season when Newcastle beat them, including that unforgettable final day victory, coupled with Brighton's draw with Aston Villa that meant the title came here. Ritchie on the left, in his own half, back to the keeper. Kraft makes space on the right. Dubravka goes to the left side again. Dummett to Ritchie, opens up his body, has a look forwards. Murphy's making a run. Ritchie went for the big switch. It's been cut out. Osborne, tidy play just outside the box. McGoldrick, Stevens has pushed up round the back. McGoldrick to Osborne, now a cross fired
what
in,
a ball that is.
And no one there to apply a touch. It's a goal kick.
Tell you what, they've started brightly, Sheffield United. Couple of big chances. It's a great ball with the cross goal.
Sheffield United obviously enjoying playing in front of the fans. It's 0-0, but Spurs have scored against Aston Villa through Stephen Bergwijn. There's one other 6 o'clock kickoff. It's Everton Wolves, and it's 0-0. Murphy gets away and gets fouled by Stevens. Palace Arsenal at 7. Burnley, Liverpool, as we mentioned earlier, at 8:15, and at the same time West Brom, West Ham. Fernandes to Kraft in front of the penalty box. It's Shelvey, left side of central midfield. Dummett has it at feet. Forwards towards Joelinton. It's cut out. Joelinton tries to win it back. Sheffield United have it, and then a misplaced pass by Bogle, the right wing back who'd come into midfield. Saint-Maximin on the right, can't get there in time. Ball hasn't stayed in, and well, they won a corner in the first minute, but they haven't really settled, John Anderson, and built anything meaningful since, or had much of the ball in a positive area.
They haven't had any of the ball at all. Sheffield United, I should say, have started brighter. They've been zippier. They've passed the ball better. It's the one thing we don't do. We don't zip the ball. We get the ball up the pitch quick, but mainly because Saint-Maximin runs with it, Almiron runs with it, but we don't pass it through the lines quick.
And a free kick for the Blades. Norwood to take it, just in from the side of the pitch, maybe 35 yards from goal. Right-footed on the left, driven towards the far side of the box, beats everyone and comes to Basham. They've got two in the middle. High ball looking for McGoldrick at the back. He's brought it down, shoots on the turn, big deflection. No,
doesn't.
Just looped up and spun high and away from goal. Goal kick.
Not a half chance, isn't it? He pulls it down well, McGoldrick, but like you, Razor, I thought it must have taken a huge deflection, because it just spun straight up in the air and over the top, but referee was right there and he said no.
On blue skies with a bit of cloud above the Leazes end. Flags on top of the east stand are blowing, the lights are on, and it's 0-0 after 12 minutes. Dummett down the line, out off McGoldrick. They've conceded, Newcastle, we mentioned this on Friday, more goals at home than in any other Premier League season. It's 33, and only this season West Brom with 36 have let in more. And on that subject, as Matt Ritchie prepares to take a throw, since keeping a clean sheet against Sheffield United last June on the first game back after lockdown 1, they have only recorded one clean sheet in the Premier League at home, and that was against Liverpool in December, a 0-0 draw. Bogle with a throw for the visitors. Graham Jones has come down from the director's seats, as he does, the Newcastle coach, after about 10 minutes. It's Steve Bruce in the technical area, giving instructions to his players. Sheffield United play it into midfield, then back it goes to Ramsdale, the keeper. They re-signed from Bournemouth last summer. He came through Sheffield United's academy. His ball up to McGoldrick, on his chest and down for Basham, who crosses halfway. Stevens pushed up high on the left, if they can play it across. Back inside to McGoldrick, edge of the box, heavy touch, Newcastle clear, but it's pink shirts that are there, and then a misplaced pass by Norwood out on this near side for a Newcastle throw.
I think he's touched the ball 4 times, Norwood, and he's knocked it out of play on each occasion. Not too sure who he was even trying to pick out there.
Haven't left their own defensive third. Steve Bruce is a bit annoyed, frustrated, mouths something, heads back to the bench. Kraft, now a high ball over halfway. Willock chasing after it, but it goes out.
Yeah, I mean, what they seem to be trying to do was playing it at the back, getting it into wing-back areas, and then Willock starting runs, and they're looking to get in behind Stevens on this right side. Sheffield United's left.
The balls haven't been accurate enough, though, have they?
No, the quality hasn't been there.
Almiron intercepts a Sheffield United misplaced pass and sets Saint-Maximin off. Alan Saint-Maximin into the box, great feet, now in the D. Here's Joelinton, takes a touch, hits it, it's blocked, spins up and away. Murphy heads forwards, Joelinton on his chest, back down for Jacob Murphy, half volley and wide from 25 yards.
Comes about because Norwood gives it away again. It's a poor ball, gives it straight to Almiron. All of a sudden we're on to them. Joelinton hit it, but he didn't hit it with any real conviction.
Quarter of an hour played. All the chances have been for Sheffield United so far. Shelvey heads up. McGoldrick flicks on, knocked on by the teenager Jebison. Kraft away, Joelinton onto it, and then Saint-Maximin through the middle. Joelinton tries to play it through, it's cut out by Robinson at the back, and he clears. Flicked on by Osborne, out off Kraft, quickly taken throw. Fernandez across with Jebison. He's got a bit unlucky, Fernandez. It reared up and hit him on the knee and then went out after he won the physical battle. So a throw 15 yards out. Is that a difficult ball for Joelinton to play through, therefore, Saint-Maximin?
I didn't think so.
Osborne and Stevens work it nicely. Cross to the far post, caught by Dubravka. Almiron on his bike immediately. Shelvey gets it in the centre and then plays it to Almiron on the left, 10 yards from halfway. Back it goes to Ritchie, inside to Dummett. Murphy's on halfway on this near side. It's with Kraft on the corner of the box. Inside to Fernandez, back to Kraft again. Shelvey comes to get it in the middle, swings one round for Saint-Maximin to chase, tries to flick it inside for Willock. That was unlucky. He's ended up flicking it out, just connected with the wrong part of his foot. No goals yet. Stevens taking a while over the throw. It's at an angle into midfield. Oh, McGoldrick with a well-executed ball. It was just too close to Dubravka, but great technique. Side on the volley, along the floor, pinged it. The Newcastle goalkeeper cut it out. Murphy against Stevens wins the throw. Taken straight back to Kraft.
They're too slow and moving it.
Yeah, the back three have seen a lot of it, haven't they?
Yeah, but it's too pedestrian.
Predictable.
Nobody wants to take responsibility on it. They're just passing it square and it's slow.
Fernandez, diagonal ball out to the left. No one there. Willock had come short. Almiron hadn't pushed on. Joelinton was in the centre. And a Sheffield United throw. Haven't found their rhythm. Newcastle hasn't really come together yet. 0-0 in the 18th minute. Norwood away down the line. Kept in by Sheffield United. Shelvey regains possession for Newcastle. Dummett to Fernandez, back to the keeper outside the box, into the path of Kraft, who looks forwards. He's got a bit of space to hit down the right, plays it short to Shelvey. Now to Saint-Maximin, 5 yards beyond halfway. Gets tripped.
He's lucky. Ball's gone out of play. Stevens didn't need to go near him.
Willox comes square, gets it from Shelvey, drags it across his body into Almiron, a more central position. Back to the right to Saint-Maximin, and Shelvey on the halfway line. The big switch towards Matt Ritchie. Back pedals a bit, chests it down for Dummett, and receives it again. Willock just behind the halfway line, across to Kraft. BBC Radio Newcastle. Saint-Maximin again on the right. Joelinton wants it played down the left. Doesn't come, it goes short to Ritchie and back to Dummett. And Fernandez, middle of Newcastle's half, foot on the ball, back over to the left to Dummett. Almiron making a run, that's who they're targeting. Try to bring it down, it's evaded him and curled back into the Sheffield United box and into the hands of Ramsdale.
Haven't been able to get hold of the ball, haven't been able to pass it.
Fernandez wins the header from the ball downfield. Ritchie into a challenge. Newcastle free kick. It was Bogle. Or is it just a throw?
Just a throw, isn't it?
Collided with each other. There were appeals from both sides. Referee signalled Newcastle's way, but it's a throw-in only. Shelvey back to Ritchie. Fernandez. Willock telling Murphy to go out wide, and he gets it in that position. Now inside to Saint-Maximin. Man at his back, shifts it, gets knocked over by Robinson on halfway. Shifted it quickly inside. Shelvey to Joe Linton, and then straight back to John Joe Shelvey. The first airing of a chant about the owner, Mike Ashley. After 20 minutes, there's a ball forwards from Kraft, headed away by Robinson. Shelvey onto it in midfield to head it back. He's gone down holding his face. Referee stopped it as Kraft plays it back to
and as the whistle goes.
You think he's all right?
Yeah, he's got up straight away. Does he wear contact lenses?
Maybe.
He sort of went.
Oh, maybe it popped up. Yeah, that does happen.
Yeah. I didn't know. Or is it a tooth? Does a tooth come out?
I'm not sure. Now the doctor's on. Paul Catterson along with the physio.
That's a tooth.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle 0-0 here. And an equaliser for Aston Villa at Spurs, an own goal by Reguilon, the Spurs left back. And while Shelvey gets checked out, Willock, Almiron and Murphy come over for a drink, but mainly some instructions. Murphy and Graham Jones, Bruce with Willock and Almiron. Just trying to refine what Newcastle are doing. 0-0, almost at the midway point in the first half. And another reminder that if you're looking for Sunderland's League One playoff semi-final first leg away to Lincoln City, there is commentary on that one as always from BBC Radio Newcastle. Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett are on DAB and Freeview channel 719 right now. We've split our frequencies to provide commentary on both matches, and it's goalless there too. Match has restarted. Shelvey's back on. Newcastle with it. Kraft at the front of the penalty area. Back inside to Dubravka. Murphy again pushed right up on the shoulder of the last defender. Ball is on the other side of the pitch though, it's with Dummett. Back to Fernandez. Dubravka in the D. It's just going side to side, isn't it? And starting to hear one or two groans from fans. That's better. Forwards by Dummett. Almiron couldn't hold it. It's one back. Inside, Willock is covering, picks it up. Murphy in space on the right. Willock goes to the left. Don't think he saw Murphy. Almiron, it's a big cry of man on from 10,000 fans, and keeps hold of the ball with McGoldrick close by. Dummett to Fernandez. It's a higher defensive line now, Newcastle. Near to the halfway line. Kraft back inside to Fernandez. And Steve Bruce shouting at him, go forwards. Stephen Clements off the bench to reinforce that message as well.
Each of the three centre-backs are taking the easy option. They're just knocking it square to each other. They've got to take responsibility and look to pass the ball forward.
Kraft to Willock, can't go forwards, turns inside square to Shelvey. Sells Jebison the dummy. And now a ball to Saint-Maximin. Willock in the middle, tried to thread it through. It's cut out by Robinson. Saw the run, just couldn't quite get the direction on the ball. Joe Linton, and now Willock wins it back. Willock brought down just outside the area. Free kick for Newcastle.
And it's that man again.
Yellow card for
Norwood.
Oliver Norwood.
He's been, opening 23 minutes, he's been so sloppy and so casual on the ball. Fans calling for Joe Willock to stay at Newcastle.
He's just pulling up his socks, sitting down at the moment. It's a little further back, maybe it's getting on for possibly 25 yards. Now Shelvey cracked the bar at the other end with a great free kick on Friday. We know Murphy can strike the ball from this sort of distance. They're both right-footed options. Ritchie's come over as well. Ramsdale crouched down by his left-hand post, pulling the wall into position. It's a big wall too. Jebison, the youngsters in there, he's 6'3". Basham likewise. McGoldrick over 6 foot as well. Wall's just a couple of steps back into the box. The vanishing spray has been applied. Murphy is to the left of the ball. Ritchie's ahead of it, so you'd think it might be touched perhaps for Shelvey to strike. He's a couple of yards back. No, Murphy to Ritchie and back again. Blocked by the wall. They want handball. They don't get it. Shelvey, good challenge. Cleans out the teenager. Took the ball. And it's a throw.
Just as well he timed that right, wasn't it? Poor free kick.
Didn't get much height on it, Murphy. The Sheffield United ball driven down the right. Dubravka comes and sees it behind. It's BBC Radio Newcastle, goalless, 25 minutes. What's your verdict on the match so far, Ando?
Hasn't been great from our point of view. We haven't seen a great deal of the ball. Haven't given the crowd much to cheer about. 10,000 of them in here. And we haven't been great.
Shelvey over the top, Almiron after it, bending out to the corner on the left. He's kept it in. Newcastle have got players up in support. Saint-Maximin leaves it for Almiron, 20 yards out. Back out wide to Alan Saint-Maximin. Back down the left to Ritchie. Stumbles slightly inside to Shelvey. Fernandez on halfway. Square to Kraft. Murphy on the right wing. Takes it back inside. Pursued by Stevens. Gets away from him to Joe Linton. Back to goal. Holding it up. Turns. Finds Shelvey. Almiron to Ritchie.
That's better.
Best move of the match from Newcastle. Down the left wing to Saint-Maximin. Step over. Then goes back on the outside. Finds Ritchie. He takes a touch. Lifts it in. John Joe Shelvey! Great save. Shelvey again. And two Sheffield United headers clear the ball. But it's gone behind for a corner.
What a save that is. That is an incredible save. It's a great header. Ball played in by Ritchie. Shelvey gets up, does everything right. Ramsdale's made unbelievable stop.
The goalkeeper is down and they are giving treatment to him. It looks like he's hurt his right shoulder. Wes Fotheringham is on the bench. The backup goalkeeper, who is actually a Newcastle United fan, even though he was born in London.
It's a great save. Strong right arm.
The delivery from Matt Ritchie, excellent once again.
Yeah, but Shelvey just arrives late. He gets a run and jump. He gets a run on the defender, which means he can out jump him, and he powers the header. It's a top save.
This could be a bad one for Ramsdale. He's still down on his back, knees bent. And I think they are going to have to make a change, Ando.
Has he dislocated his shoulder, has he?
Well, that might be the fear. He's now sitting up.
No,
they'll give him plenty of time.
It doesn't look like it. Not the way he's moving it.
There are conversations on the Sheffield United bench, and they're looking at players warming up. I'm not sure if the goalkeeper's down the touchline or in the dugout. Ramsdale's got up. The medical team walk off, so he's okay to continue in it. The match will resume with this Newcastle United corner from the right. John Joe Shelvey close with the header, now to deliver the set piece. 29 minutes. And they've got 5 players in the 6-yard box. Shelvey towards the penalty spot. Headed away from goal by Newcastle and behind again by Bogle. Corner on the far left side.
Could have let it go, couldn't he, Bogle? There was nobody near him. Decided to play it, and he's given another corner kick away.
This one's been left to Matt Ritchie. Almiron in the D, Willock at the back of the box as well. Shelvey back post. Here's Ritchie's ball in. Federico Fernandez. Header saved low down.
Comfortable save. Didn't get anything on the header. He's 12 yards out. Not a great deal of pace on the ball. He's got to try and generate his own pace. Comfortable save. He's still feeling that shoulder, Ramsdale. Best spell of the match for us.
Dummett with a clearing ball. Joelinton rises. It's Egan, who was sent off in this fixture last season, who heads on. And now Osborne wins a throw off Fernandez, takes it 25 yards out, down the right for Sheffield United. David McGoldrick gets it back from Basham and plays it to the midfielder, the Scottish international, John Fleck, 5'7", in the middle of the park. Stevens on the outside towards Robinson. Murphy,
well
shoulder to shoulder, wins it back, carries it forwards, gets challenged.
Great tackle.
Good recovery by Robinson. Stevens ball in, Dummett away. Saint-Maximin onto it. Oh, what a beautiful touch that is to bring the ball down. And now he moves at speed and with skill away from players, knocks it around defenders. Joelinton leaves it. Saint-Maximin carries on, goes down on the edge of the box. They might want to check this to see if it was inside, but what a run from Alan Saint-Maximin, a real crowd pleaser, and they're on their feet to applaud that run from the Frenchman from the middle of his own half to the Sheffield United penalty box.
It was a great run. I'm not too sure who's getting booed.
Steve Bruce is having a word with the fourth official, Tony Harrington, about the challenge. It's just outside, according to the referee.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah.
And he ended up in the box. That's where he landed. We are seeing a couple of replays, though. Is it where contact begins rather than where it ends? Another set piece in a dangerous
position. It was one of those
position.
old ones, wasn't it? If the contact's outside but it goes into the box, the penalty, but they changed that, haven't they?
Two-man Sheffield United wall. Ramsdale, big gap at his near side. A packed penalty box, and Matt Ritchie near the corner of the area with the free kick. 0-0. Ritchie.
Oh,
I think he went for goal.
Yeah, he did.
Gone wide.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that he went for goal. Didn't get enough whip on it. Just went straight out.
Andy Carroll and Dwight Gale applauded as they go for a jog. I'm sure Carroll in particular, with reports that he may not be here next season, he's out of contract this summer, would dearly love to get on in front of fans at St James's Park. 33 minutes played on BBC Radio Newcastle. Dummett up to Saint-Maximin, lovely touch again. Joelinton, good play, spreads it wide right to Murphy. Willock down the line, rolled in. Saint-Maximin in the middle. Willock tries to take it inside. He now plays the ball across, and Ramsdale catches.
Unlucky. Great run again. Got in behind, just tried to dink one, didn't get enough on it. But that's better. Last few minutes has been better because we've got it forward quicker, got it into the right areas. Getting Sheffield United turned around. We were playing in front of them too much early on. All of a sudden, last couple of minutes, we're starting to get them turned.
Fernandez and Jebison after the ball. Fernandez gets there, turns, drags it away, is on the line, and then gets a goal kick, plays it against Sheffield United's centre forward. Dubravka's got Kraft and Fernandez in the box. He plays it to his left to Fernandez. Here's Kraft. His goal against Manchester City came in his 38th Newcastle appearance the other night. Murphy and Joelinton link up really nicely. Fleck across. That could well have been Sheffield United's throw. Fleck slid in, played it against Murphy, I thought, but Newcastle get the decision.
Hasn't complained, Fleck.
Middle of Sheffield United's half. Murphy into a gap for Shelvey's run. Shelvey takes it inside. Norwood back to the keeper. Shelvey closes down Ramsdale. He lifts it into the middle. McGoldrick on his chest. Joelinton wins it back, and Almiron, who now turns and gets Newcastle moving down the left side. Saint-Maximin back to Almiron and back again. Brings it in field, Saint-Maximin, then goes back to the wide position to Almiron. Shelvey to Kraft. He's got space. It's closed down now by Osborne. Fernandez on halfway. Forwards to Dummett. 35 yards out. Alan Saint-Maximin. Into Almiron. A return ball. Slow at the moment from Newcastle. Ritchie into Shelvey in the centre circle. Murphy wants it wide right. Joelinton gets it outside the box. Holds off a defender and gets a free kick. Egan just getting too close.
Yeah, he had hold of him, Egan. I don't know what he's complaining about. There was no need to do it either, because Joelinton wasn't going anywhere.
This one is not at a favourable angle for a shot on goal, or indeed distance. It's right of centre. It's 30 yards plus. They line up Sheffield United defenders and Newcastle attackers on the edge of the penalty area. Shelvey with the free kick. Fernandez is up for it. Dummett 2. They look for Paul Dummett, who heads down and wide at the near post.
Yeah, dink ball. Under pressure, couldn't really control the header. Got up well enough, Paul Dummett. Well wide in the end.
BBC Radio Newcastle goalless. Everton Wolves also 0-0, and Spurs Villa is 1-1. And a reminder, Sunderland drawing 0-0 with Lincoln in the League One playoffs. That match on BBC Radio Newcastle. The commentary is on DAB and Freeview Channel 719, if that's the game that you're looking for. Here Newcastle through Saint-Maximin. A ball for Almiron to get onto down the left. Joelinton in the box. Almiron tries to come inside. Referee doesn't think it was a foul.
Neither did I.
There are 10,000 who disagree.
He went looking for it. He just threw himself.
10,001 because Steve Bruce wasn't happy about that. Now Dummett, good defending, gets the better of McGoldrick. It's a Sheffield United throw, though, on the far side of the pitch. '37th minute. Kraft heads away from the cross from Norwood. McGoldrick's got it wide right again, inside to Fleck and back to McGoldrick. And the furthest Sheffield United outfield player back is Jack Robinson, and he has it now. He was recalled at Everton on Sunday. He'd been out for a number of months, since December, because of injury. Speaking of injuries, Joelinton is down, and Newcastle are going to have a look at him as Joe Willett comes over for a drink. And Steve Bruce has a long conversation with Stephen Clements pitch side. Wonder what they'll be saying, because they have moved the ball quicker, got into better positions, created openings. And Ando had that one chance, the Shelvey header, brilliantly saved.
Yeah, Shelvey did everything right. No complaints with that. It's a top save by the keeper, strong right hand. But all of a sudden we're starting to get Sheffield United turned round. We were playing in front of them. It was all too comfortable. Now we're getting balls down the side. We're getting runners, something that we hadn't been doing earlier on in the game. Asking one or two more questions.
That's John Anderson, the former Newcastle defender, our match summariser on BBC Radio Newcastle. One more match after this, Fulham away at 4 on Sunday. We'll bring you that one live. 2 wins from 2 would see them better last season's tally of 44 points. They have 39 from 36 at the moment. Got 45 in 2018-19 and 44 in the first year back up. Newcastle return the ball to Sheffield United. Joelinton is back on, and it's goalless with 6 minutes plus added on time to the break. Robinson coming up to halfway, left of centre to Osborne. Stevens on the outside. Back inside to Osborne. McGoldrick giving chase. Kraft there for Newcastle, gets there first. Plays it against McGoldrick, who was offside anyway. Ollie Watkins has put Villa 2-1 up at Spurs. Martin Dubravka with this free kick. Sean and Matty Longstaff are now warming up for Newcastle. Dummett on the far side. And it's played along the floor. Almiron inside to Ritchie, back to Dummett. Federico Fernandez to Paul Dummett again, comes inside away from Jevison. Carries it, finds Joelinton, back to Shelvey. Has it under control, stabs it to Kraft. Off balance slightly Shelvey, but they still have it Newcastle. Willock, heavy touch, then through the legs of Fleck in midfield. Now Almiron, Ritchie on the outside, pushed up on the left wing. Ritchie receives it from Almiron. Right-footed ball in. Header away by Sheffield United. Saint-Maximin trying to win it on the edge of the box. Fleck as far as Kraft. Emil Kraft takes it on. Didn't hit it. Gives it to Saint-Maximin. Goes on the outside. Twisting and turning. Murphy's available. Receives it on the corner of the box. Jacob Murphy. Left-footed curling shot. Headed up and across the area. Almiron and Bogle go for it. Corner. Is it?
Goal kick.
Goal kick. I thought it was corner.
See that situation, Saint-Maximin does the defender, stick it in the box. He's got a yard on him, put it in the box. He wants to come back and beat him again. He's killing everybody. Yes, it looks great, but there's got to be an end product to it.
Ball just bounced up there and went behind off the legs of Almiron rather than Bogle, who was near him. It's still goalless. Shelvey heads it against Dummett, and that allows McGoldrick to pinch it back for Sheffield United. Left side away from Willock. Nice feet by David McGoldrick. Holding on to it under a lot of pressure. Back to halfway to Egan. Basham brings it forwards 5 yards, then goes outside to Bogle. Player was signed from Derby by Sheffield United last summer. Jayden Bogle, England under-20 international. McGoldrick, left wing. Fleck's got space in the middle. Norwood just behind him in the centre circle. Passed over to Basham, and now back to Egan in the middle of the back three. Robinson back to Egan. Newcastle can push up quite a bit towards halfway, and McGoldrick receiving it down the line. They think Osborne might be offside, and he is. Murphy takes the free kick into Shelvey, has it at his feet. Driven ball over to Dummett. Ritchie outside. Fernandez receives it instead. Willock comes from the centre to the right. Wants it from Kraft. Kraft goes back to Fernandez. And now Shelvey. Fernandez to Kraft, middle of Newcastle's half, comes inside Emil Kraft, now crosses the halfway line and then plays it square to Shelvey. Ritchie is left wing, Joelinton's come deep, takes a touch, plays it back to Fernandez, a driven ball towards Murphy, cut out by Stevens. And it stayed in rather than go for a throw. Kraft to Fernandez must be the most frequent move in this first half. Shelvey outside of the right boot, down the left, Joelinton after it, put out by Egan.
You'll do Egan for pace. He's not the quickest, he's not the most mobile. You can isolate him, get it down the sides of him. We haven't done enough of that.
Throw for United. 44 minutes. Ritchie, 20 yards out. Almiron gives it back to Ritchie. Gets another one. Saint-Maximin is nearby. Almiron's down the line, takes it, wins a corner. Cross was blocked and sent behind. Chance to finish the first half on a high and get their noses in front. Shelvey to swing it in towards goal. Well, they've got two in the D. It's into the 6-yard box. It's keeper's ball.
Whipped in near post. Needed somebody on that near post to be.
And the numbers board shows there will be 4 minutes at least added to this first half on BBC Radio Newcastle. A Newcastle throw on the left in their half. Shelvey on halfway to Joelinton, flicked on towards Almiron, just couldn't get it, but a free kick for a foul in the back of Joelinton after he played the ball. Kraft is going forwards. Fernandez has stayed back with Dummett and he receives it. Play to Murphy. Taking on Osborne, comes inside him. Short ball to Shelvey. To Saint-Maximin now, right wing. Cuts in Alan Saint-Maximin, then goes with a pass to Kraft out in the wide area. Back to Saint-Maximin, good feet, gets away from a couple. Ball then gets away from him and it's stuck out for a throw. Kraft with it, short to Murphy, takes a couple of touches, lifts it in. Oh, and a header at the near side.
Offside.
From Joelinton.
But it was an awful header.
Missed the goal, but Murphy with good delivery, sticking the ball in relatively early. Joelinton, though, offside and off target.
Got nothing on the header, really, did he?
Well, he's not offside. He's about 2 yards onside, Joelinton. Saint-Maximin was. So if that had gone in, it would have stood. Dumb it away, Joelinton, good first touch. Almiron, through for Alan Saint-Maximin. They've sent him wide, but he's away. Into the middle for Joe Willock, saved! Willock again, cleared off the line. Oh, Willock so close to a 6th goal in 6 games. Flag is up, and it remains 0-0.
Saint-Maximin was offside.
Well, we've had a few moments of excitement as the half has gone on. Willock on his left, right side of the box. Ramsdale with another save.
Yeah, big save again, Ramsdale.
Saint-Maximin was offside, just ahead. There's no daylight, that's the old-fashioned term that used to be used for offsides, the old rule, but I don't think Willock was. But it didn't matter anyway. Still in first half, added on time. Willock to Joelinton. That's well played by the Brazilian. Almiron. Newcastle wanting to finish the first half by going in front. It's Saint-Maximin now, just outside the box. Runs into trouble. Back to Shelvey. And first time ball out wide to Ritchie. Down the line for Almiron. Steps inside away from his man, and then there's a covering defender. And Sheffield United clear, 0-0. Sunderland and Lincoln 0-0 at half-time in their playoff semi-final first leg. Newcastle still coming forwards through Shelvey. Into the box, Joelinton on his chest. Joe Willock can't get on it. Here's Alan Saint-Maximin. Still Saint-Maximin. Edge of the D. Oh, great ball to play in Jacob Murphy. First time cross. Willock scores!
Yes, what a header!
And just listen to that roar from the St James's Park crowd. Newcastle United lead, and it's Joe Willock
It is 6 in 6 for Willock, and it's his first goal in front of supporters. And what a special moment, a moment we've been waiting for since the 18th of January last year, and Isaac Hayden against Chelsea, the 19th of May 2021. Joe Willock against Sheffield United. Newcastle United 1, Sheffield United 0.
Well, Maxim, it's a super little ball, and the cross is just hung up there. Great ball. Murphy gets in behind and he just dinks the ball, and it's great header. Keeper's got no chance, just arrives late again. Brilliant.
He has a chant, Joe Willock. It was previously reserved for Rafa Benitez a few years ago, famously. Willock's goal in first half added on time after an opening 45 that, let's be honest, wasn't great at times, and it took them a while, Newcastle, to get going, but they're up and running through Joe Willock, who is the third player to score in 6 Premier League appearances in succession for Newcastle. It's appearances for the player, not games in a row for the club. Papis Cisse did it 6 in a row in 2012. Alan Shearer did it in 7 in succession in 1996. So Willock could match Alan Shearer on Sunday, but Ando, it's his header that separates the sides at half-time.
Yeah, it's a great header as well. Goal couldn't have come at a better time. It hasn't been great. We didn't start well at all. We couldn't string 2 passes together. We were playing in front of Sheffield United. Centre-backs were just passing it among themselves. Then all of a sudden we started to get it in behind them, started to get them turned around, and they didn't look comfortable. Caused 1 or 2 problems. And that's where the goal came from as well. Just a little ball in behind, Murphy on his bike, great dink ball in, really inviting. Willock arrives, great header. Hasn't been great though, but scoreline reads well.
Well, that moment from Joe Willock was worth the wait of 49 minutes or so. At half-time, in front of fans at St James's Park, it's Newcastle United 1, Sheffield United 0.
Len Gibson from Sunderland, he's 101 and has had an amazing life. He puts down in part to his enduring love of music.
When I was 10-year-old, my dad taught me to play the banjo.
So when you were a prisoner of war, how did you get your hands on a guitar?
I scrounged and I made a guitar.
So Len brought that guitar back from the war and played for his neighbours.
Hi Len, it's Dave Stewart here, the boy from Next Door 1. I just want to thank you so much for inspiring me when I was a young kid about the guitar. It sort of helped form the foundation of the fact that I wanted to be a musician.
The sound of the North East at breakfast. BBC Radio Newcastle, making a difference in the North East.
And this is Simon Pride in the BBC Radio Newcastle Total Sport studio, back for second half commentary of our 2 featured matches very soon. Let me just remind you of what has happened in the first half of those games. Newcastle United leads Sheffield United by a goal to 0. That's because Joe Willock, for the 6th game in a row, has scored. He did so in the 4th minute of stoppage time, right at the end of the first half. The first goal that Newcastle fans have had to celebrate at St James's Park since January of last year. So Newcastle lead Sheffield United by a goal to 0, and in the first leg of the League One playoff semi-final at Sincil Bank, it's Lincoln City 0, Sunderland 0. Chances at both ends, but goalless in that one at half-time. Back with our commentary games shortly. Let me just round up what else has been happening in the Premier League. Another couple of 6 o'clock kickoffs. So at Goodison Park at half-time, it is Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0, and it's Spurs 1, Aston Villa 2 at half-time. Stephen Bergwijn putting Spurs ahead in that, but a Reguilón own goal on 20 minutes, and then Ollie Watkins on 39 means that game has turned on its head, and it is Aston Villa who lead at half-time. There are other games going on a bit later on this evening as well. Crystal Palace and Arsenal kick off in around about 6 minutes' time, and that, of course, will be a chance for the departing Palace boss Roy Hodgson to say farewell to fans.
You know, goodbyes have never been my forte. I'm much better at hellos than goodbyes. But yes, I'm looking forward to it. But it risks to be an emotional occasion, and I'm not good on emotional occasions.
At 8:15, it's West Brom against West Ham and Burnley. Liverpool fans in all of these games, of course. Liverpool are 5th, 3 points behind 4th place Leicester. Jurgen Klopp says it would be a big achievement if they could finish in the top 4 this season.
It would be massive. That's true. Absolutely massive. And much better than we would have thought maybe a few weeks ago when it was out of sight for us that we can come that close. So since then, we won a few games, brought ourselves in the position we are in now, and now we want to use that.
Jurgen Klopp speaking ahead of tonight's game. The Scotland boss, Steve Clarke, says he's tried to stick to the nucleus of the squad for the upcoming Euro 2020s, but has added new players to liven things up. He's just named his squad, and he's named the uncapped under-21 trio of Chelsea's Billy Gilmore, Rangers' Nathan Pettersson, and Celtic's David Turnbull in the team to compete in their first, or in the squad to compete in their first men's major tournament since 1998. Now, Durham's cricketers are back to county championship action tomorrow morning. They are away to Derbyshire, and fans will also be back inside the county ground in Derbyshire, which head coach James Franklin says will be a nice change, even if there are only home supporters.
Yeah, look, I think that's hugely exciting, is that we're going to get a few people in. There's a couple of our guys that haven't actually played in front of crowds before in England, David Bedingham being one of them. So I know that he's quite excited to see what crowds for championship cricket are all about in England, because you're not brought up here and you haven't been brought up in an English county game and you play first class cricket elsewhere around the world, you don't really get crowds. So I suspect over these first few rounds around the country, whoever's hosting these games are going to get significant members along, because they just haven't been able to get to cricket for a year or so now. So it's a hugely exciting week for all the players. It is an away game for us, so obviously they're not necessarily going to be our supporters, but we're looking forward to having that crowd, and then next week getting back home and having our own members attend our game at Riverside.
And Cameron Bancroft will play for the first time, I think, since July 2019.
We're excited to welcome him back. It's been terrific having Will Young with us last month, and you said earlier how he's had some significant performances in his last couple of games, so he goes off to the New Zealand camp. But we get Cameron back. He knows the environment well after being here for a few months in 2019 and having a successful couple of months. So he's arrived here. He's had a few weeks off back in Australia after a really successful season back there with Western Australia and the Perth Scorchers, and he's raring to go. He's chomping at the bit to get stuck into the rest of the season with us.
That was the Durham coach James Franklin in conversation with BBC Radio Newcastle's cricket commentator Martin Emerson. And play gets underway at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Martin will, of course, have commentary in the usual places. Go to the BBC Sport website, find the cricket page, and you can also use the BBC Sport app as well. By the way, if you do want to send us a text or a tweet at any time, you're very welcome to do so. This evening, 81333, start your text BBC and standard network rate supply. You can tweet at BBC Newcastle using the Total Sport hashtag. Luke, who is a Newcastle supporter, says, I've missed that sound, basically hearing the fans celebrating after Joe Willock's goal just before half-time, which gave Newcastle a lead against Sheffield United. And Andrew, from a Sunderland perspective, says Lincoln fans have sounded loud, but the lads can't let that get under their skin. Come on, Sunderland, how are the lads? Goalless in that game at half-time. Back for second half commentary very soon. Bit of golf for you now. And Lee Westwood, who is, of course, based locally at Close House, has ruled himself out of representing Team GB at the Tokyo Olympics in July. Westwood has been speaking ahead of the second men's major of the year, that's the USPGA, which begins tomorrow at Kiowa Island.
I have already pulled out. I've given notice that I'm not going to play in the Olympics. I already proved a few weeks ago that playing 7 and 8 weeks is not good for me. There's already a lot of tournaments crammed in around there, Scottish Open Championship. I need the couple of weeks off between there and the FedEx in Memphis, and I want to be in good shape for all of those. And I think going to Japan, just with all that going on, is a bad idea.
That was Lee Westwood, who has also said it would be a no-brainer to join a breakaway league if he was offered big money. Leading players have reportedly been offered large contracts to join the Saudi Arabia-backed breakaway project. And Westwood said, if somebody stood here and offered me £50 million to play golf when I'm 48, well, it's a no-brainer. I think a lot of other people might have that same opinion as well. The World Players Association, which represents athletes around the globe, says the International Olympic Committee must urgently guarantee world-class COVID-19 protections if this year's Games are to be held safely. Tokyo is set to host the Games starting on July the 23rd, but a state of emergency is due to remain in the city until the end of May because of a rise in cases. And finally, a bit of rugby union. Excuse me, a crowd of 16,500 is set to watch the British and Irish Lions warm-up match against Japan at Murrayfield. The game in Edinburgh is on the 26th of June, and it'll be the Lions' first warm-up for the tour to South Africa. Just a reminder, before we go back to our respective games, of the other scores so far this evening. In the Premier League, it's Everton 0, Wolverhampton Wanderers 0, and it's Spurs 1, Aston Villa 2. But the second half due to start very shortly in our two featured matches at St James's Park, where Newcastle lead Sheffield United 1-0, and at Sincil Bank, where it's 0-0 between Lincoln City and Sunderland. So I will send you off with these words ahead of the second half commentary from our various commentary teams.
Half-time highlights.
BBC Radio Newcastle. Oh, great ball to play in Jacob Murphy. First time cross. Willock scores! Yes, what a header. And just listen to that roar from the St James's Park crowd. Newcastle United lead. And it's Joe Willock.
Total Sport on the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle. That goal in first half added on time from Joe Willock means it's Newcastle United 1, Sheffield United 0, and a reminder that a victory tonight would see them move from fourth bottom, 17th, up to 15th, depending of course on what Burnley do at 8:15 against Liverpool, but they would go above both Burnley and Brighton. They'd be a point behind Southampton and 2 off Crystal Palace, who are in action against Arsenal. They've just kicked off, so still a couple of games to keep an eye on at the bottom end of the table, and obviously it will all have a bearing on where Newcastle will finish. There seems to be no sign of the two teams yet. The substitutes, Newcastle's in green bibs and Sheffield United's in yellow, are doing some ball work on the pitch. The ground staff have been out there, the sprinklers have been giving the surface a soaking. And players, I think Ando will be relieved that they got the goal and managed to get themselves in front, and now you would hope, even though they're going up the hill in the second half, that where they don't like to play it that way, prefer to shoot down towards the Gallagher end after half-time, that they would really want to press home their advantage if they can.
Yeah, look, we weren't great in the first half. We didn't really string two passes together, especially early on. Sheffield United were the better side. They looked more composed side. How McGoldrick didn't score, I do not know. I mean, it's a huge chance that he's put wide. Really should have scored, opened us up. But as the half grew, we got better. We started to get in behind them. We started to get their back three turned around and ask questions of them. It's a great header, you know, the goal. Great little ball played in, and he just gets up, and Ramsdale, who made an unbelievable save early on in the half from Shelby's header, could do absolutely nothing about it. Brilliant header, great goal.
It's BBC Radio Newcastle, and still the players have their half-time team talk. Sheffield United's obviously finished. John Egan leads them back out, the captain, And like Newcastle, they've got some discs down, yellow discs, that they're going to do some fitness work in between. Some jogging and then some sprints, some side steps, side to side. Mini warm-up before the second half begins. They lost the reverse fix to Newcastle. We don't need any reminding of that one. But they'd won their previous 5 against Sheffield United. Last beaten by them at home here in November 2006 in the Premier League. So a long time since Sheffield United were successful on Tyneside. 1-0 to Newcastle ahead of the second half. And a reminder that Sunderland at Lincoln in the first leg of the League One playoff semi-final, they've just kicked off their second half, and that is on DAB and Freeview channel 719. Substitution for Newcastle at half-time. Joe Linton has gone off, Dwight Gale has come on. So it's Dubravka in between the posts, Kraft, Fernandez and Dummett as the centre halves. Murphy on the right, Ritchie on the left, Shelvey, Almiron and Willock in the middle, Gale and Saint-Maximin leading the attack. Sheffield United, Ramsdale in goal, Basham, Egan and Robinson in the middle of defence, Bogle on the right, Stevens on the left, Norwood and Fleck in the centre, McGoldrick, Jefferson and Osborne are the forward players. Sheffield United have kicked off. Second half has begun. BBC, Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. They're playing in light pink shirts. Sheffield United. Newcastle, black and white stripes, black shorts and socks, going from right to left. It's a throw for the away team on the far left side in front of the east stand. Osborne, former Nottingham Forest player, has been in and out of the team this season. Received it and then it's gone out for Newcastle's throw. Murphy, who laid on the goal for Willock, to take. Still on the bench, Gillespie the keeper, Clark, Matty and Sean Longstaff, Carroll, Lewis, Hendrick and Manquillo. Willock with a ball, that might be a bit short. Ritchie's just got there in time. Back it goes to Dubravka, and a high ball bending out to the left onto the left boot of Miguel Almiron on halfway. Back to Ritchie, Gale making a run down the line. Ritchie's ball is blocked, it was intended for Gale. Dummett's there to mop up, back to Fernandez and now Shelvey. Coming up to halfway, Saint-Maximin, bit of space on the half turn. Murphy wants to be played in, Saint-Maximin's rolled the ball between defenders and they've cleared it, Sheffield United, straight back to Alan Saint-Maximin. Willock at the edge of the box, cries of shoot. He's been tackled actually, but they have a throw, Newcastle, about 40 yards out. Murphy to Kraft, inside to Shelvey. Almiron in the centre circle. Over it comes to this near side to Dummett, back to Almiron. Ritchie to Fernandez at the back of the centre circle. Kraft down the line, flicked inside by Murphy to Saint-Maximin, who now gets away. Willock ahead of him, plays in Joe Willock. Gale in the middle, cross is blocked by a diving defender, and then Stevens, well played, sticks it out for a throw. That was a nice move. Throw in taken, Saint-Maximin and Willock, they're both there. Saint-Maximin rides a couple of challenges, now tries to break into the box on the line. It's lovely feet. Willock, Almiron edge of the area. Almiron shoots, flashes wide. Ramsdale always confident that that was going to miss the goal. He has gone before tonight, Almiron, 11 games without scoring since he got 2 against Southampton in February, and a long way off target.
Yeah, a long way wide. Better start to the second half from us though. I would imagine 1 or 2 had a flea in their ear at half-time. Didn't do it well enough first half.
McGoldrick and Fernandez competing for the ball. Dummett clears it against Shelvey, and it rebounds nicely for Sheffield United at the edge of the box. Bogle wide right into McGoldrick. Basham joining in. Here's Norwood, swings in across. all the way around to the far side. Murphy lets it run for a throw. Joe Willock is also the youngest player to score in 6 successive Premier League appearances. That record was previously held by Romelu Lukaku at Everton, but Willock 21, Lukaku was 22 when he did that. 1-0 Newcastle. Shelvey away towards the halfway line, Robinson forwards, Newcastle have it back, Gale to Willock, down the right wing for Saint-Maximin. It's been dispossessed.
How much is he worth now?
He's worth a lot to Newcastle, who need to bring him back just to stand still, because if you take him out this team...
Yes, but the trouble is, Arsenal know that he's worth an awful lot.
I noticed Arsenal were one of the clubs linked to Sheffield United midfielder Sander Berge, who is injured, along with the likes of Billy Sharp and Ollie McBurney for the away team. Gale takes a throw after a Sheffield United misplaced pass. It's Willock. Good forward ball to Saint-Maximin. Murphy coming in from the outside. Saint-Maximin's hit it from 25 yards and
the rest.
Struck it firmly, but it was too high.
Yeah, it was always rising as soon as it left his foot.
It's Lincoln 1, Sunderland 0 in the League One playoff semi-final first leg. 50 minutes gone at St James's. Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0. Ramsdale goal kick. McGoldrick heads on. They've got runners, 2 beyond him. Jefferson and Osborne on the ball here. Steps over it. Kraft has followed him across to this side. And he's stayed with him as Osborne receives the ball again. McGoldrick now laid off to Norwood. Digs out across. The backpedaling Willock flicks it away. Stevens under control on the outside to Jefferson. Back to Stevens, pushed away from goal, but they still have it. Fleck lifts it in. Fernandez heads down. Comes back to Fleck. Step over there from Basham. Now into the box, and a free kick on the edge of the area for Sheffield United. John Joe Shelvey is furious, flinging his arms around. Newcastle really do not like that decision. It's in the D. Very central. And Shelvey having none of it.
Not happy.
McGoldrick to Basham.
Didn't see a lot in that, I have to say.
Very soft. Robert Jones is the referee. Well, this is really dangerous. Dubravka wants the ball in the right position. Matt Ritchie's having a go at the referee now.
Everybody's having a go at the referee.
Dubravka comes across towards his left-hand post. He's got his heels on the line. The whistle's gone. McGoldrick and Osborne. It's McGoldrick. Oh, he's missed the target. Got curl on it, got pace on it, but didn't bend back in, and it's gone wide.
Not too sure how close that was, but he's definitely had the best chance, McGoldrick. He should have scored.
Newcastle with the
far wide, actually.
The ball at the back. Fernandez gets it from Dubravka back to him. Under pressure, releases it, and straight to Sheffield United. Osborne, left side of midfield. High cross, hung up towards the back of the box. Ritchie away, Almiron on. Gale pushes it on for Almiron. Saint-Maximin through the middle. Almiron through the legs of his man. He's gone down, and the referee gives nothing despite Newcastle appeals. They're all off the bench. Steve Bruce puts his hand on the fourth official. Almiron stays down. Referee lets play continue.
I didn't think it was a free kick.
Slowly pulling himself up, Miguel Almiron. That's what the fans think of it. Basham inside to McGoldrick. to his right to Norwood. 1-0 Newcastle. Robinson. Fleck with a left-footed cross. It's a good one, headed over by Bogle. Got in front of his man, got underneath the header. But goal kick.
Wicked ball played in, just got underneath it. Bogle couldn't keep it down.
Fernandez to Dummett and back to Dubravka. Turn in the box away from Jebison, and Fernandez out wide to Dummett and down the line. Couple of touches off Sheffield United players. It takes the pace off the ball. Basham's got it. Almiron with him. Back to the keeper. Saint-Maximin closing down. Ramsdale quickly away.
Oh, good touch
by Shelby on halfway. Almiron back to Dummett. Dummett again.
Oh, well played.
Saint-Maximin to Almiron. They're on the attack, Newcastle. Almiron turns and goes back out wide left to Alan Saint-Maximin. Beats his man with a step over. Pulls it across. It's blocked. McGoldrick keeps it in on this near side for Norwood. You're going to say, why did he turn?
Yeah. Why did Almiron turn? Why didn't he just keep running?
BBC Radio Newcastle. It's with Fernandez at the back. Over halfway now, Murphy. Willock is the deepest midfield player. Gets it back from Shelby, behind halfway. 10 minutes played in the second half. Alan Saint-Maximin. Ball at his feet. Back to Dummett. Inside to Fernandez. Shelby in the middle of the park. Dummett on it again. Here's Shelby once more. High ball. Saint-Maximin backing into Basham. He's headed it on. Almiron chasing, putting Bogle under pressure. And Newcastle have it through Saint-Maximin in the final third. Roll to Willock at the edge of the box. Takes it on into the area, but it was a heavy touch. Never really had it under control. Difficult for him. And Sheffield United play it clear. Robinson. Stevens down the line. Fernandez is there. Gets in front of the Sheffield United forward. Jebison. Shelby to Saint-Maximin. 3 around him. They get the ball back. Norwood to Bogle and back again. Andy Carroll goes out for a jog. Robinson to Norwood at the base of the centre circle. Ball played along the floor to Basham, over halfway, down this near right side. Joe Willock's goal in first half added on time means it's Newcastle United 1, Sheffield United 0. Norwood on halfway again, to his right to Basham, on the outside to Bogle. Comes in, away from Ritchie. And then play to Ben Osborne. Fleck now. Wide left, Stevens. Out to Osborne. Cross takes a touch off a Newcastle defender to corner.
Yeah, moved it well, Sheffield United. And then Osborne's attempted cross comes off the back of Murphy. Corner kick.
And the boost for Fleck. For no real reason.
Just never a reason. We just booed them.
Sometimes they're booed because of their association, aren't they? Here's the corner. It's flicked on, comes to Basham, played back to Norwood.
Sums his night up.
I think the reaction of the crowd will tell you where that went, and it wasn't in the goal.
No. He's had one tonight, hasn't he?
BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport. Back tomorrow, every weeknight now from 6 until 8. Take your calls and bring you the latest on Newcastle and Sunderland. Dummett's ball to release Saint-Maximin. Defenders were hesitant. Saint-Maximin away in the box. And keeper makes a save at the near post. Narrow angle. I think he was trying to flick it back in towards the run of Dwight Gale. But Dummett's ball over the top. And he just got in.
But it's so easy. But it is so easy because we did it at the end of the first half. Just get it in behind them. I said that the 3 centre-backs have got no pace. Just keep sticking it in there. Stick it in behind, get them turned round, and they'll struggle.
Is Shelvey to deliver. In the 60th minute, Fernandez runs to the near post. It's towards the middle. Ramsdale catches it, drops it, picks it up. It's just over Fernandez's head. And contemplated the keeper, playing it out quickly, instead held on to it. Newcastle have men back in positions. Norwood to Basham. Jefferson, edge of the box, takes it wide. Fernandez with him. He's released it, gets pushed by Matt Ritchie and gives it to McGoldrick. Egan in front of halfway. Robinson's back behind him. Saint-Maximin lurking. There's a misplaced pass. He'll be in the spot to race onto it. Willock takes it off Osborne, but it runs, fortunately for Sheffield United, for Stevens on the far side. It's 1-0. Norwood back to Robinson. Stevens, the Irish international. Into Fleck. Fleck gets it back again, left wing. 30 yards out. Osborne given away. Willock, Murphy, Kraft, Shelvey under pressure. Can't find another black and white shirt. Stevens takes over. It goes out wide, then the cross comes in via a deflection, and Murphy clears for Newcastle. Gale chasing it. It's coming up to halfway. Gale and Basham, and Gale, oh, so unlucky. It just wouldn't drop for him. It took an age to come down, and Basham just got the better of it. And then he gives it away to Ritchie, and he plays it to Saint-Maximin. 3-on-3. Almiron, Gale to the right. Almiron comes inside. 25 yards out. Gale, Willock in the box. Gale tackled at the edge of the area. It's quite open, quite stretched, as McGoldrick passes it out to the right to Bogle in Newcastle's half. And looking to add to their 1-0 lead, United, and that was a break that promised a lot but didn't deliver anything, unfortunately, for them. McGoldrick into the box on the left. His cross hits a teammate. Willock up to Gale, 5 yards outside the area, looking for some support. Back to Fernandez under pressure.
Oh, well played.
Ball into Murphy in space, but his first touch let him down, and it's a throw. It's past the hour mark. Ando, how do you see it now?
You'd like a second goal, that's for sure. Sheffield United going back into that mode where having plenty of the ball, but look, one ball over the top kills these. Instead of trying to play through them, just knock it into channels and get runners.
Basham down the line, the Sheffield United near side, right side. Dummett concedes a throw. They're going to bring on Sheffield United Rhian Brewster forward in a moment as they try to find a way back into the game. 1-0 Newcastle. Norwood stopped at the edge of the box. Almiron bringing it up to halfway. Saint-Maximin with him on this near side. He gives it to him, takes it across his body, and now starts to move. Great feet to get away from Egan. Inside, the pass is straight to a Sheffield United player. McGoldrick for Jebison, who's offside.
Yeah, it hasn't happened for the young man tonight, has it?
Newcastle play it quickly. Willock to Gale, right wing. Saint-Maximin wants it switched over to the left. Back into midfield to Willock. Almiron. Ritchie's available. He gets it. Takes it forwards with his first touch. Inside to Almiron. Dummett available behind him. And that's where it goes. Left wing now, Alan Saint-Maximin. Back to Dummett. Shelvey. Near halfway, it's a short ball towards Fernandez. Jebison got a toe on it. Shelvey tidies up, plays it back to Dubravka, and Newcastle's goalkeeper goes to the right this time to Kraft, who brings it forwards. Gale helped on to Willock. Inside to Almiron. Through for Gale. Sent wide on the right. Willock making a run into the box. Gale's cross is blocked.
But again, it's just a little ball in behind. Does the three centre-backs, because they haven't got the legs, haven't got the pace to be able to handle Almiron, Saint-Maximin and Gale. Just keep playing it in behind them.
It's the voice of John Anderson, the former Newcastle defender, here on BBC Radio Newcastle. 25 minutes of normal time to go. Kraft to Murphy. Skips inside, loses the ball. Stevens down the left wing. Osborne carrying it. A bit of pace about this attack. Edge of the area towards Norwood. Jebison pushed away from goal. Still Brewster waits to come on. Ball hasn't gone out since he was readied. Now a high cross in from the left. It's bouncing. Ritchie then deals with it with a header. And now they could get away, Newcastle. Don't have numbers up the pitch, but Ritchie plays it to Almiron. Gale to the right, Saint-Maximin to the left. Comes inside away from Robinson. And it's Gale back to Almiron. 35 yards out. Willock miscontrols. They're having no problem getting up the pitch. It's when they get up there, it just seems to break down for one reason or another. They still lead 1-0 though. The away side have the ball. And they go to Burnley on Sunday. Before tonight, Sheffield United had lost 15 out of 18 away matches, scoring only 8 goals. Now their 2 wins though were at Everton on Sunday and at Manchester United. They also drew with Brighton away from home. Bogle back to Egan. Robinson diagonal ball looking for Basham. Ritchie heads out and they can make the change. And it's Ben Osborne who's going off. Ryan Brewster looking for his first Sheffield United goal since his £23.5 million move from Liverpool last summer, the England under-21 international.
Yeah, big money move. He struggled to get regular first-team football.
Well, here's the throw from Bogle. McGoldrick lets it drop and then run across his body. Back to Fleck. Norwood, right side of central midfield. No sign of activity on the Newcastle bench or any further changes. Gale for Joe Linton at half-time. Here's the substitution they've already made. Here's a cross from the left, right-footed. Straight at Dubravka. Thrown to the feet of Almiron. Saint-Maximin gets it. And they had 2 on him. He ran into them. It's gone down near the halfway line. McGoldrick to Brewster, just on. A shot from 20 yards, takes a deflection and goes behind. Saint-Maximin is going to need some treatment. Referees come to check on him. Waves on Newcastle's physio with the medical bag. Clock is on 68 minutes. Over on DAB and Freeview channel 719. Sunderland's League One playoff semi-final first leg with Nick Barnes and Gary Bennett. And the last we heard, Sunderland were losing 1-0. And they also kicked off at 6, so they're at the same stage in that match. It's Saint-Maximin's left, it's his left leg, lower leg. Well, it could be the knee, actually. They're trying to bend his knee.
Yeah, he's holding his calf.
He doesn't look good, this. He's been down on his back for a couple of minutes. Now helped to his feet. Well, there's nothing happening on the bench. Oh, he doesn't look comfortable at all. He wants to come off. Says he can't continue. He applauds the fans. And the change is going to see Sean Longstaff, I think. Come on. Saint-Maximin off. Here's the corner and a comfortable save for Dubravka from a Sheffield United header. He hasn't gone down the tunnel. Steve Bruce has gone and given him a pat on the back and a pat on the cheek. Now he heads inside Alan Saint-Maximin. Played short from the back again and under pressure.
Don't know
quickly.
why they do it. I really don't. Why put yourself under that sort of pressure? Just knock it long.
It's a throw for them. Sean Longstaff comes on.
Substitution for Newcastle. Replacing number 36, Sean Longstaff.
Does that mean a different role for Almiron, a bit further forwards?
Willock, by the look, is it Willock?
Almiron's the furthest player up at the moment. Could just be for this move, though. 1-0 to Newcastle, BBC Radio Newcastle, and already we're at the 71st minute. There'll be a bit of time added on, though. Shelvey volleys the ball clear. Out it goes. Middle of Sheffield United's half. Newcastle push up towards halfway. It goes back to Ramsdale, the keeper. Basham. Bogle's outside of him. Ball goes infield to Norwood. Dropped into the defensive line. Brewster gets it on the half turn, down the line. It's nice play by the visitors. McGoldrick to Norwood, and Basham free. Made a supporting run. Wide right. Bogle back to Norwood in midfield. McGoldrick. Then a clip ball to the edge of the box. Dummett hooks it away for Newcastle. Willock gets on it. Shelvey forwards to Gale. Collects and turns and finds Willock, who skips away from one and can play through Longstaff or Almiron left side, and it's Almiron who's got it, racing into the box. Miguel Almiron for two, played across and cleared in front of goal. Went to pick out a colleague and Sheffield United got it clear, but Newcastle have it back. Shelvey to Dummett, and they go back to Fernandez. How many times have they been in and clear?
Decision making when you get in there. Final ball. Or lack of a final ball.
Fernandez to Ritchie. 15 yards from halfway. Back to Dummett. And under pressure from McGoldrick. Passes it to the feet of Fernandez. Back to the keeper. Dubravka to Shelvey, under pressure, great first touch. Dubravka away. Robinson just got to that. Gale was behind him. Thought he wasn't going to make it, the defender. Stevens back to the keeper, closed down by Almiron. Ramsdale's ball onto the head of Sean Longstaff. Newcastle have it back through Jacob Murphy now, right wing. Away from a couple of players, good feet by Murphy. Willock 5 yards outside the box. Ritchie available on the left wing. That's where it goes. He takes a touch, can't get the cross in, then loses it. Matt Ritchie, and chases after Bogle, who knocks it away from him, and the referee brings it back because Ritchie took a swipe at Bogle's legs earlier in that move.
I thought he might have got yellow for that.
I thought he got away with it. Joe Willock's down now. It's his goal that has Newcastle in this 1-0 lead here on BBC Radio Newcastle. And he's just receiving some treatment. Helped up, Willock. Thumbs up to the bench. It's fine to continue. Conversations going on between players and staff, Graham Jones and Matt Ritchie. And now Jones and Willock, who's about to come back on. Well, it'd be nice if they could get a second goal, Newcastle. There's always that threat at the other end when it's 1-0. Lincoln City 2, Sunderland 0 in the League One playoffs. Willock from Almiron, and good running by Willock, carrying the ball forwards and getting the better of his man. Willock goes for goal straight at Ramsdale. Well, why not take the shot on after he carried it a long way forwards? The effort was straight at the keeper, but it was an exciting, positive piece of play.
Awful defender by Basham. He's a good athlete, isn't he? Good box to box. Gets into his stride.
Newcastle lead 1-0. Sheffield United on the attack at the moment. A couple of goals have gone in elsewhere. Here's McGoldrick. Good hit.
Oh, he's hit the top
of the crossbar. Oh. David McGoldrick. That's a great strike with his right foot from outside the box, back across goal. It was looping and dipping, and he'll feel very unlucky that that hasn't gone in.
Yeah, I mean, Dubravka's not smelling that, is he? He's not getting anywhere near it. And it hits the top of the crossbar. Good effort.
BBC Radio Newcastle. Steve Bruce sends Jeff Hendrick out to warm up. Arsenal have taken the lead at Crystal Palace. Nicola Pepe with it. So it's 1-0 at Selhurst Park. And that's good for Newcastle because Palace are one of the teams that they could catch. They would need to win at Fulham to finish above them, and for Palace to lose both their remaining games. Ball downfield by Dubravka. Carroll sent out for a jog as well. Gale got up, it went out off the defender, and Murphy with the throw to Almiron. Another busy performance from Miguel Almiron. Dummett playing it, trying to get it in behind the defenders. Basham is there, takes it down back to the keeper. Gale was near to it. Norwood to Egan, got a bit of space, and Robinson left side into McGoldrick. Lovely flick. He's got some nice touches, hasn't he?
He's got good ability, he's got good feet. Just never scored enough goals.
Why did he retire from international duty with Ireland?
He was never a regular, but when he played, he just doesn't score goals. You know, he's got good feet and he's got good ability, uses it well. I mean, the chance in the first half that he had, natural scorer, puts that in the back of the net.
1-0 Newcastle. Ryan Brewster, danger just outside the box, cleared by Ritchie. It was a through ball from Brewster rather than a shot. Newcastle managed to get it away. It's on halfway now though. Encouragement from Paul Heckingbottom, Sheffield United's Boss on the sidelines. They play forwards. Now it goes back to Robinson. Enda Stevens links up with a colleague on the far side. Cross is dangerous, took a big touch off Kraft and went across the 6-yard box. Newcastle get it clear out to the far left side again. Bit of concern on the bench as Sheffield United have the ball. Jefferson trying to get away. It's a challenge from Kraft to push the ball clear, but straight back to a player in pink. Egan. 80th minute. 1-0 Newcastle. Flex ball in. Fernandez header. And then Ritchie away. But it's going to come back at Newcastle because it's straight to Egan. McGoldrick outside the box to Basham wide right. And then back to Robinson in front of the halfway line. Ball played with the inside of his left towards the far side, and Fleck on it now. Fleck, who was part of the Sheffield United team that won 2 promotions from League One through to the Premier League over the last few years. Now Norwood is the furthest player back. Ramsdale's out of his box, receives it from Norwood, close down by Almiron, pinged through the middle by the keeper. Fernandez confidently and neatly taken down on his chest. Ritchie for Dummett. Newcastle with possession again and a 1-0 lead. Longstaff back to Dummett. BBC Radio Newcastle. Dummett, ball on the diagonal into the centre, straight to Fleck. Basham outside Newcastle's box, and on near the touchline is Jayden Bogle. The right wing back goes back down the line to Norwood. And Norwood again to Basham. Into the centre of midfield to Fleck, threaded through ball straight to Dubravka. And Graham Jones is having a word with the 4th official about something now. So Steve Bruce.
Dubravka's hamstring's gone.
Oh. Martin Dubravka, Newcastle's goalkeeper, could have a problem. They've
feeling his left hamstring.
Made 2 substitutions. Mark Gillespie is the backup goalkeeper. He's only played League Cup football for Newcastle 3 times since joining the club. On a free transfer last summer. And he might be getting a Premier League debut. And fans are being told that they can stay in their seats. The players will applaud them at full time. It is the final home game of the season. I'm not sure there'll be the usual sort of lap of honour, but there will be some appreciation shown by the players to the fans. Dubravka still receiving treatment. Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0, 82 minutes. Could be here all night with all the added on time we're going to get. And Sunderland 2-0 down at Lincoln in the first leg of their League One playoff semi-final. Well, Steve Bruce, Steve Agnew and Stephen Clements are having a good chat. The physio is walking off. Is Dubravka, is he going to carry on?
Well, what was all that about then?
Well, they're calling back both Carroll and Hendrick. Mark Gillespie I don't think he left his seat. Remember earlier in the season against Manchester United, Carl Darlow was injured and they got Gillespie ready and didn't put him on. Dubravka here is about to kick the ball out of his hands. No, it was his left leg that was the problem. Oh, I mean, if it's cramp, it could be severe cramp, but the clearance has got Newcastle in down the right side anyway. Willock, it's a throw. It's a good ball from the keeper, but he's not moving comfortably. Andy Carroll, I think, is going to come on though. Willock appears to have a touch of cramp on the far side. They haven't taken the throw because they want to get the big man on. And it's Joe Willock who's going to go off. He'll get a terrific reception, as will Andy Carroll, who's about to come on. Will it be his final appearance in a black and white shirt at St James's Park? If it is, wouldn't it be great for him to go out with a goal? And it's Willock with the only goal so far, and he walks slowly around the pitch. Carroll on into the box. Here's the throw. It's beyond him. Egan away. Shelvey on the volley. And there's a long way wide.
That was speculative from Shelvey, to say the least.
Willock serenaded.
Unfortunately, it's not up to him.
Dummett and Jevison competing for the ball. Sheffield United have it. Bogle. Cut out by Dummett. Brewster to McGoldrick. Trying to work out how they are arranged and lined up. Newcastle might be more of a 4-4-2 with, or is it maybe just Gale off Carroll? Ball down the Sheffield United left. Emil Kraft. It's Newcastle a throw. Still time to get another. The applause for Willock, who makes his way around to the dugout. His incredible scoring run continued tonight. Ball is in the possession of Sheffield United. Basham for Egan, and Norwood in midfield. Out to the left along the floor. Inside to Norwood. Gale closing down. Total Sport back on BBC Radio Newcastle tomorrow at 6. All the reaction from tonight's matches. And you can call us to have your say. Gale, it's a clever header inside for Carroll. Back out towards Gale on the right wing. And Murphy on halfway. Diagonal ball backwards to Fernandez. Dummett approaching the halfway line. Ritchie on the left, plays it against Dummett, and it runs for Jevison. Chance to cross, and he does. First time Fernandez, header away. Basham. Two Newcastle players to beat. Ritchie and Almiron. Plays it back down the line to Norwood, takes a touch, lifts it in, flicked across goal by Brewster. It's more of a flick on than an effort, I think. McGoldrick is there, keeps it in, and down the line for Stevens. It's McGoldrick still in that wide area, but a bit further back, and now in midfield almost, through the legs of Carroll. Longstaff tried to pinch it, but couldn't get close enough. The away team pushing for an equaliser. Bogle forced away by Dummett. And Robinson on the halfway line. Norwood thinking about a diagonal ball into the box. That's what he plays. Murphy's there to head it clear. Longstaff up to Carroll, on for Gale. can't keep it in.
Just get hold of it.
Steve Bruce is furious that that move broke down. Newcastle leading 1-0. 90 seconds of the 90 minutes to play.
Be interesting to see how much added time there is.
Well, they put 4 on at the end of the first half. You'd think there would be at least that. Bogle wide right, level with the edge of the box. His cross deflects off the heels of Dummett and comes to Longstaff. Up to Carroll. Oh, Gale completely free. Carroll to the left side to Almiron, forced wide. Gale in the middle. Almiron heading in towards goal. Puts his foot on it. Back to Longstaff. Then Almiron again. Plenty of Sheffield United defenders back. Shelvey in the middle. To the left to Ritchie. Carroll wants it at the back stick. Ritchie's ball in. Carroll gets up and the keeper claims. Are you wondering why they didn't run through onto goal?
He just keeps checking back on himself all the time, Almiron.
The ball could have gone the other way initially, but now that one cut out by Newcastle at the edge of the box. Ritchie got his head up. Gale making a run down the left, and he's chasing after Ritchie's ball forwards with Egan, and Gale fouls his man, the 2 number 12s at the edge of the area, and free kick for Sheffield United. Here's the numbers board. We've got 8 against West Ham.
5.
It's only 5 here. 5 minutes, a minimum of 5 minutes. Newcastle looking to win at home for the 6th time this season. They've drawn 5 and lost 8.
For your support this season, even though of course it has been from a distance this past.
Norwood in the middle. Ritchie cuts that one out, heads it forwards and chases after his own touch. Plays in Almiron over halfway. Carroll and Gale with him. Gale back to Longstaff, and now Shelvey. Murphy wanted it, didn't get it from Shelvey, gets it now from Kraft. 40 yards out, Murphy. Got Stevens with him. He's been tackled. And then a ball played into midfield by the visitors. Roared on from the touchline as McGoldrick approaches the edge of Newcastle's box. Good feet. Going left side, then checks back in onto his right. McGoldrick held up. Norwood takes a touch and hits it.
Oh, he's had one tonight, him.
Dubravka waving to the touchline again. Ritchie was down as well, possibly with a bit of cramp. A few players seem to be feeling it.
I mean, if he's got a hamstring, what's he doing on the pitch? Get him off.
Well, they've made 3 changes. Of course, this time last season, well, not this time, but the end of last season, he could bring on up to 5 players. Sheffield United are going to give one of their youngsters a run out for the final couple of minutes, and it is an 18-year-old defender they're bringing on. Femi Siriki, right wing back, straight swap for Jayden Bogle.
I can't believe they've made the changes they've made when they've known he's got a hamstring problem.
Well, here we are in added on time. I mean, the referee, I think, would be obliged to play 5 minutes of football, but we've had a...
Well, don't let him kick it. Somebody else kick it for him.
A minute and a half of this. Dubravka receiving treatment again. Carl Darlow had a knee operation recently. That's why he's not on the bench and not I mean, even though he's kicking with the other leg, that could still be dangerous on the hamstring. If it is the hamstring, it could be the back of the knee or the calf.
He's well strapped up now, his hamstring.
Dubravka takes the kick. Carroll flicks on. Egan's header away to the left. And then back to him in the corner, under pressure from Gale. Ball rolled across the box to Basham, back to the keeper. Gale almost in. Oh, Ramsdale. Oh, he got very lucky. Gets a free kick.
He didn't get lucky.
Well, it was a poor touch under pressure from a ball that he probably didn't want. Gale got close, but too close, fouled him. McGoldrick on halfway. In added on time. Newcastle 1-0 up. BBC Radio Newcastle. Basham. Gale stayed up on halfway. Carroll's come back. McGoldrick with Shelvey, who fouls him. Got the better of him there, David McGoldrick. Norwood. He's possibly the man to take it, although Fleck is there as well. It's on the right side, 30 yards out. It's a crossing position, really. Newcastle defenders on the 18-yard line. It is Norwood. Not a bad ball towards the back post. Onto the bar, but the flag is up. It lifted up onto the bar after connecting with someone. I'm not sure who. And Newcastle have another player down, Dwight Gale. In fact, there's two down, one off the pitch. Murphy.
I think Murphy stood on Gale, didn't he?
And Gale is now going to be treated as well. Well, they're getting these fans back here tonight. One or two are leaving. They're getting a bit more action than just 90 minutes with all the added on time and all the stoppages. 1-0 to Newcastle. Joe Willock's header in first half added on time. Dubravka's now talking to the doctor, who'd gone on to have a look at Gale, who's helped up. And Gale's going to be all right. We've played 5 minutes and 45 seconds by our stopwatch. Will the referee keep it going? Gale's gone off, he's waved back on. Here comes Dubravka with the Newcastle goal kick. Towards Carroll. Oh, taken down nicely on the chest by Andy Carroll. Then he slipped, then slides in and wins it back. But a free kick's given against Carroll to Sheffield United. Sunderland beaten 2-0 by Lincoln. Ramsdale with the free kick. I've no idea how much longer we're going to play on for.
I haven't got a clue.
Your guess is as good as mine. 6 minutes and 40 seconds of added on time. 1-0 to United. Newcastle United, that is. Carroll with a header away from the free kick. Almiron chasing it. Norwood hooks it forwards again. Brewster heads on. Fernandez away. Norwood with a header forwards. It's dropping. Fernandez there to head clear once more. Basham on. Another Fernandez header. Brewster at the edge of the box. Dumb it up into the sky. And it's dropping out of play for a throw. Jack Robinson, the central defender, has come up to the right wing. Dries the ball on his light pink jersey. And it's a long throw into Newcastle's box towards the penalty spot. Carroll, who else with the header? Ritchie away out for a throw. Referee has a look at his watch. And that's it. The return of fans to St James's Park, and Newcastle United give them a victory. 1-0 the score through Joe Willock's first half header, his 6th in 6 consecutive appearances. That was all it took. They did have opportunities to extend the lead, but they couldn't take them. Not the greatest game for the supporters to enjoy, John Anderson, but they've been excited to be back, and they have at least seen a goal and a win.
Yeah, seen a win. Haven't seen the performance though. Performance was poor. Sheffield United had got something out of the game. We couldn't have complained. Yet again, we didn't do enough. We got ourselves in good positions, and a final decision was poor. It was awful. Every time we got in there, we kept making the wrong decisions.
Thanks, Sando. Final score: Newcastle 1, Sheffield United 0. Newcastle United and Fulham's players are out on the pitch, lining up, facing the new Riverside stand, though an incomplete new stand at Fulham. Might be a little bit of a colour clash today. Newcastle wearing their third kit, which is purple and black, with black shorts and black socks, and Fulham obviously play in black and white, although the shirts are more white than black. They have black shorts as well, though, and white socks. Maybe it could have been avoided if Newcastle had worn yellow, but obviously the people who are in charge of these things are happy. And now the players, having stood for the Premier League anthem, start to take their positions on the field as the Premier League branding is dismantled and removed from the halfway line. Newcastle with Dubravka in goal, Kraft, Fernandez at the what could be final game for the Argentinian, out of contract this summer. Dummett as the three central defenders, Murphy right side, Ritchie left side, Shelby, Sean Longstaff and Willock in the middle, while Willock has been red hot in front of goal. Sean Longstaff hasn't scored in 27 appearances. His last was at Bournemouth in July last year. Almiron and Sam Maxima are the forward players. Almiron 12 games without a goal. On the bench, Gillespie, Clark, Matty Longstaff, Cher, Carroll, Gale, Lewis, Hendrick, Manquillo. Fulham, Scott Parker, the former Newcastle skipper, has made two changes. In comes Marek Rodak in goal. Three at the back, Kenny Tete, Tosin Adaraboyo and Tim Ream. On the right, Bobby De Cordova-Reid and Joe Bryan on the left, Josh Onoma and Andre Frank Zambo-Anguissa in midfield, with Fabio Carvalho, who scored at Southampton last week, his first Premier League start for Fulham, the teenager. Ademola Lookman on loan from RB Leipzig, and then Ivan Cavallero, the former Wolves player, up front. Their bench, Alphonse Areola, the keeper, Michael Hector, Ruben Loftus-Cheek on loan from Chelsea, Mario Lemina, the on loan Southampton midfielder, another that's been linked to Newcastle United, Josh Maja, the former Sunderland forward, Ola Aina, and then two academy players, Tyrese Francois and Sylvester Jasper. It's going to be Newcastle to kick us off. The players go down on one knee and then rise. Miguel Almiron with the ball at his feet. It goes back to John Joe Shelby. They're kicking from left to right, and the final game of the campaign is underway on BBC Radio Newcastle and NUFC TV. The ball goes over to the left to Dummett, up to Almiron, laid off to Ritchie, sent forwards down the left side, but there's no one there, and it rolls out for a Fulham throw about 15 yards up from the corner flag. Longstaff with a header up and then backwards for Newcastle. Dummett wins it, Longstaff again, and Shelby behind Dummett, but he's got time and space. Gets it to Fernandez under a bit of pressure. Fulham closing down. Dubravka with it, releases the ball, slips. Willock flicks on halfway, but has to chase his own flick. And then Rodak leaves his box. Left-footed clearance that is caught by the wind and then starts to bend away and comes to Newcastle. Kraft forwards. Fulham stick it out, and they have a throw on this near right side. Kraft back to Dubravka, all in pink and short sleeves, and at the other end his compatriot Rodak in luminous green. Longstaff with a touch that takes the ball away and around Carvalho.
Shelby, left-footed towards Saint-Maximin, collects, but then gets challenged. It's come back to Shelby, and that's a great ball over the top for Jacob Murphy. Keeper's coming, just gets there, sliding out to the side of the box. Rodak just beat Murphy to the ball. And then a quick throw to set Fulham on the attack, Ando. Bryan over halfway, a sliding Shelby wins it, then Kraft for Murphy. And Newcastle playing forwards. Almiron, halfway line, right of centre to Willock. Good ball to Saint-Maximin, tries to take it round his man, can't do so. And now Fulham have it at the back. But that ball from Shelby, typically accurate and well executed.
Yeah, good vision. Seeing it, keeper did well, just came and smothered it, but the idea was right.
Fulham in possession, far side of the field. It's with Kenny Tete. Where's number 2? He came on for the final minute. Their draw against Manchester United. The other match that they've drawn in their 9-match winless run was at Arsenal. Tim Ream, the American, the blonde ponytail, plays a couple of passes, has it again. Bryan inside away from Jacob Murphy, then a ball out wide to Ademola Lookman, one of Fulham's danger men. Murphy gets back to him. Lookman then gets away from him a second time into the box. Tried to pick someone out in the middle. Fernandez was there, and it's a throw.
Yeah, quick feet, wasn't it? Just danced around Murphy. Just tried to whip one in there, low and hard. Well defended.
BBC Radio Newcastle. Into the 4th minute, no goals, no chances. Fulham trying to create one now. This is opened up for Caballero just outside the box, right side, plays in De Cordova-Reid, and his cross is blocked by a Newcastle defender, and it goes for a throw. I thought Caballero was going to take the shot on.
Yeah, it opened up for him, they backed off, decided to go wide. Not the greatest cross. First corner of the game though. Caballero comes over to take it.
It's on the far side of the field, the Fulham right. And a right-footed outswinger. And it's towards the 6-yard line. It's headed away. Might be going for another corner. No, it's a goal kick. Don't think the players were sure. Someone got a touch in Fulham colours, and behind it goes. Might have been Zambo Anguissa.
Yeah, it was Anguissa, who I think he's a little bit unlucky, because I think it flicks off a Newcastle head and he just reacts to it, doesn't get a great deal on it.
Dubravka with options left and right. Fernandez in the box to the right, receives it. Kraft, couple of touches into Saint-Maximin, come deep to get on it, tackled by Ream. Willock away, Almiron tries to play it back, it's off a Fulham player and then out. Newcastle's throw. Murphy with the ball in his hands, dropped at the feet of Almiron, got tripped, and a fairly straightforward decision for Chris Kavanagh, the referee, who did Burnley 0, Liverpool 3 in midweek. It's his last assignment before this one. Shelby plays the ball back to Fernandez in the middle of Newcastle's defensive line. Dummett to Ritchie from near halfway, back to Dubravka, leaves his box, takes a touch, and then Dummett forwards, headed back into midfield by Adarabioyo. Shelby to Longstaff, and now Ritchie. Newcastle trying to get away down the left, but Fulham regain possession, then out it goes. Ritchie with a quick throw, Almiron on the move. Ream comes across. They're not booing him, they're just shouting Ream every time he is involved in the action. Saint-Maximin from the throw. Almiron back to Longstaff, 30 yards out, over to Kraft. Murphy on the outside, and he gets it. Kraft going down the line, an overlapping run. Murphy comes infield, Longstaff receives it, back to Dummett. Saint-Maximin 10 yards outside the box, left side, on a move, great feet, Alan Saint-Maximin across goal, and it just goes narrowly wide. They want a corner, and they get one. Murphy appealing for it, and Chris Kavanagh is pointing to the corner after Saint-Maximin's run and shot and obviously a Fulham touch that took it behind.
Yeah, he doesn't do enough of that, you see. Oh, I tell you, keeper doesn't get a touch on that either. That's not a corner. It'd be interesting if something comes from this.
Well, it's funny because I often think goalkeepers might want credit for making a save, even if they haven't, but Fulham will not want to concede a corner, especially when there appears to have been no touch on the ball. Referee seemed to have a good angle though. Matt Ritchie's going to take the corner. Newcastle's right, left-footed, and the keeper comes and punches. Longstaff heads forwards. Willock trying to get involved in the box. They want handball, and Longstaff with a deflected shot. That is a corner. Looked like they were starting to appeal when Willock's lifted pass or touch on the ball to try and take it towards goal hit a Fulham player, but it came quickly to Longstaff, and his shot took a huge deflection.
Not great goalkeeping. I mean, that's a goalkeeper's ball. Come and collect that middle of your 6-yard box. Decides to punch it. Should be claiming that. Stick another one in there.
7.5 minutes, 0-0. Shelvey with the corner from the left, swinging in towards goal. Keeper punches again, got over the top of Dummett in the 6-yard box. Ritchie then wins a header in midfield, but out it goes. And nearer halfway now, Fulham with a throw. Lookman, former England under-21 international, was thinking of taking it quickly, has instead left it for Bryan after being told by the referee that he'd gone too far forwards with the ball. Adebayo, the 6'5" defender, as I mentioned earlier, could be on the move in the summer. He's been impressing for Fulham recently, formerly of Manchester City. Here he is again, playing it from the back to the right wing. Knocked down the line, blocked by Newcastle. Shelvey slides in to then produce it for Ritchie, and then get it back again from Ritchie. Good close control from Shelvey, under a bit of pressure. Now Dummett with it. Newcastle's defensive third. Lifted up to halfway, too close to Adebayo. Scott Parker. Smart casual. That's how I describe Parker's attire. Steve Bruce in black Newcastle rain jacket, hands in pockets on the far side. Fulham come down the near side. Lookman into the box, has it under control, low shot towards the near post. Dubravka was well across, and that was always heading wide.
Yeah, didn't get anything on it, did he? Got to go across the goalkeeper there, you know, going for that near side, but he's got nothing on the shot at all. It's a great ball to pick him out, by the way, and he just cuts inside, drags the neck off it as well, doesn't he?
Played short in the Newcastle penalty box again. Scoring goals has really been Fulham's problem, and though they've only scored 9 goals at home this season, if they don't score today, it would be a record for fewest goals scored at home in a top flight season. And they've only won twice here in the Premier League, and those wins were against the other 2 relegated clubs. It's 0-0 at the moment. We've had 10 minutes, and the ball is with Fulham's left-sided player Joe Bryan, the man who scored for them in the playoff final last season. Down the line, but out. Murphy to take Newcastle's throw. It's probably 15 yards up from the corner flag. Shelvey is square. There's no one else particularly close to it apart from Kraft, who is behind Murphy. Almiron now makes a run. Willock's there too, gets it back to Murphy, inside to Shelvey, looking for Kraft, jumps into a challenge. Shelvey to keep Newcastle in possession. Murphy back to Dubravka, takes a touch, he's got 3 white shirts around him, and then his lofted pass out to the wing is too high, ends up in the seats at the front of this stand, and it's a Fulham throw for Bryan to take. Down the line to Lookman, heading into the corner. Slips as he crosses, and the ball trickles behind. What do you think of the opening 12 minutes or so. And though anything stood out for you yet?
No,
in terms of play or any players?
No, it's been cagey. Not a great deal happening in the game. Both sides feeling each other out. Fulham, as we know, want to play it from the back, play it through midfield. The problem they've had all season has been scoring goals. You know, there's not a lot between the two sides. We're 12, 13 minutes in, still early doors.
Onomar tries to win the ball in the air in midfield. Willock has it for Newcastle. Back to Kraft. Over it goes to Fernandez. And then plays it further out to the left to Dummett. Ritchie, under a lot of pressure, gets a throw. Trying to go down the line there, Newcastle, but couldn't do so. Just as the supporters are spaced out in the stands, the Fulham and Newcastle subs are spread out as well. There aren't enough seats on the two benches, so they're all on individual chairs and seats down the touchline, wearing face coverings. Coaching staff in the middle, near halfway, and Newcastle having conversations on the bench. Steve Agnew and Steve Bruce at the moment. Scott Parker with his hands in pockets, but talking to his players as they pass the ball to Ongisa, right side of central midfield. De Cordova-Reid back to Tete, put him under pressure, and Almiron forces him to go back to Rodak, and the keeper with his right to Ream. Short ball to Bryan, and then back again to Ream. And Aderoboyo in the D. Tete up to the youngster Carvalho, wears number 48 for Fulham. There has been a goal elsewhere. All the Premier League matches on the final day kick off at the same time, so all 20 teams are in action now. And while it's 0-0 here, Manchester City through Kevin De Bruyne have taken the lead against Everton. And it's Manchester United who are leading at Wolves by a 1-0. Almiron to Ritchie. Fernandez in Newcastle's box. Kraft. Murphy's down the line, makes himself available. Willock inside. Murphy takes a touch, drops it off for Willock. Up to Saint-Maximin halfway. Slips it through for Almiron, and Murphy making a run. Almiron tries to play him in, but Aderoboyo was there to make the block. And now it's cleared up to halfway. Shelvey over the top of Ongisa, and that's a foul.
Yeah, just climbed all over the back of him, didn't he?
Just needed a through ball to have obviously the right pace and direction on it, but it was Newcastle threatening to get in behind there against Fulham. Ream back to Aderoboyo at the back of the centre circle. Tete over halfway. Ongisa to Bobby De Cordova-Reid, who is playing wide right. De Cordova-Reid, he's actually their leading goal scorer this season with 7. Has played through the middle at times as well. Came to Fulham as a forward. He's got a throw in to take now. And it's about 30 yards from goal. 0-0, BBC Radio Newcastle. Fulham free kick.
Soft.
Might have been Sean Longstaff with the foul on Ivan Caballero, and it's right of centre, maybe too far out wide for a shot. Referee is putting the Newcastle wall in place. 25 yards plus. Players just inside the penalty area, away to the left. Chris Kavanagh is happy that everything is okay. Saint-Maximin is the one-man Newcastle wall. Almiron's in the D, everyone else in the defensive line. Caballero to take it, right arm in the air, lifts the free kick in, flicked over in the Newcastle box by someone in purple and black. And it's a corner for Fulham on this near side, their left.
Yeah, it was Paul Dummett, great defensive header. It was a ball played in, he couldn't take any chances. That's a good touch on that. Although it's gone behind for a corner kick, it was still a good defensive header.
17th minute of the match, in front of Fulham fans in the stand behind the goal. The corner comes in, Murphy with a clearance, Sam Maxima takes a touch, it hits the referee, and he was trying, Chris Kavanagh, to see if there was an advantage for Newcastle, because the touch then meant that the ball was there to be won. It went out for a throw, but he's brought it back for United's ball, having inadvertently connected with it himself, and Dubravka restarts just outside the box. 2-0 now to Manchester City against Everton. Ritchie over halfway, back to Longstaff, then looking for Almiron, and Longstaff and Ritchie on again towards Longstaff. Fulham clear, hits the scaffolding on the new camera gantry on the far side. The view that I have is on the opposite side to the TV cameras, so if you are seeing pictures later, then don't be confused with the geography and the directions that we're giving. Murphy on the near side now, confronted by Lookman. Has it back, Jacob Murphy, now starts to move diagonally towards goal, gets away from a couple. Decent run by Murphy, but it's stopped, and then Fulham clear it straight to Willock. His pass back towards Murphy is cut out, and it's Ream and Bryan who mop up. And Leeds are in front 1-0 against West Brom. Rodrigo, the scorer. Gabriel Jesus, by the way, got Manchester City's second goal in their game against Everton. BBC Radio Newcastle 0-0 here. Jamie Vardy with a penalty has given Leicester City a 1-0 lead against Spurs in a crucial match that will play a part in determining who finishes in the Champions League. And Anthony Elanga for Manchester United was the goal scorer. Newcastle throw on the near side, Murphy to take, back to Kraft. Hasn't been a great deal happening in the match. Newcastle with a couple of corners, Sam Maximo with an effort that went behind, and the corner was given after a burst into the box, but not much else. Could change here with Dummett up to Sam Maxima, headed back to Longstaff, Almiron on his chest, out wide to Ritchie, and he flicks it down for Alan Sam Maxima, heading towards the corner, plays the pass back down the line to Ritchie, Almiron inside and given away. Ball lofted into the middle, straight to Ademola Lookman, and he gets away, galloping over the halfway line. Cavaliero outside the box on the left for Fulham, tries to bend one into the far corner, and it's gone a few yards wide of goal in the end. Dubravka dived, but Fulham broke on Newcastle there, and might be disappointed that they didn't make more of that.
Yeah, it gave the ball away in an advanced position. Wasn't a great ball. All of a sudden they broke. You can see what he's trying to do. Comes inside Kraft. He's trying to use Kraft as a shield and just whip it, but doesn't get enough bend on it. Always going wide.
Fernandez in the box. Do you think they are, I don't want to say lacking a focal point, but I mean that might be the case, because they don't have a recognised centre forward on the pitch. They've got Almiron, who's on it here on halfway, and Sam Maxima. They linked up nicely there, but now trying to get Almiron in is Sam Maxima down the left. Fulham defend and then clear. There's just no one to hit.
No, as you say, there's no focal point.
Sam Maxima to Joe Willock, deflected shot, keeper scrambling, can't stop it from going behind. It was heading wide anyway. Rodek got down, and it is a Newcastle corner.
What we haven't got is somebody to work the channels, Razor. You know, Wilson works the channels so well. Looks to get balls down the side, in between centre-backs and full-backs. Two boys that are up there don't do that. It's not their type of game. They want to get it, they want to run at people. But you're right, we haven't really got a focal point to play off.
BBC Radio Newcastle, 21 minutes gone, looking for the opening goal. Newcastle from Matt Ritchie's corner on the right. Shelvey and San Maxima in the 6-yard box. Fernandez there as well. Kraft and Willock have gone up too. Ritchie delivers. It's towards Fernandez at the back post, headed up by Fulham. San Maxima brings it down and keeps it in on the line, then gets challenged, but fairly, says the referee.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Fulham, you play it down the line, and the ball goes out for a throw for the home side.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Could you hear that all right?
Yeah.
It's quite loud, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just reminding the home fans to wear a face covering at all times. Ream to Adaraboyo. And brought over halfway by Kenny Tete, the Dutchman. Down the line for Cavaliero, he slipped. Allows Ritchie to get on the ball. Shelvey back to Fernandez, swings it away with his right foot. Fulham then have it back in midfield. Newcastle regain possession. Willock across to Murphy in front of the box on the right. Murphy comes inside, miscontrolled the ball, but then wins it back from Cavaliero, and then sets Joe Willock off on a run. Over halfway, Willock, right side. It's a great run by Joe Willock. Powerful run into the box. Stopped, then gets it back. And Joe Willock's incredible goal-scoring run continues. He ran from inside his own half into the Fulham box. Got stopped, ball came back to him, and with his right foot scores a goal that means he has found the net in 7 consecutive Premier League appearances. He is the youngest player in Premier League history to do that, and after Alan Shearer in 1996, the second for Newcastle United. Who else but Joe Willock? Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1.
Oh, what a run it is. He just picks it up and takes off. I mean, we haven't got midfield players who do that. He gives us that something, you know. He commits defenders. He gets a little bit lucky with the ball, breaks back to him, but it's a good hit. Keeper's got no chance. Much more does that add on to him now, Razor?
You say it every time.
The speculation's going to get worse and worse, and Arsenal yet again will be looking at this and thinking, oh yeah.
Joe Willock.
Well, his price isn't going to be going down, is it?
It's probably, for Steve Bruce, the worst thing that can happen every time he scores, isn't it? But a strong run from deep. He ran a
great,
long
powerful
way with the ball,
run.
carried the ball.
Yeah, just picked it up and we haven't got midfield. Prior to him coming, we didn't have midfield players who did that. Midfield players who got it and passed it, but nobody who picked it up and bust a lung to get forward and carry it forward. He's a good athlete, good player.
Fulham in down the right side. De Cordova-Reid. Kraft is there, and there's an offside flag belatedly against De Cordova-Reid, having been played in over the top. So 1-0 Newcastle United, and we're now in the 25th minute of the match. There can't be many English midfielders in the sort of form he's in. Now, I'm not suggesting or touting him for a call-up this summer, but you understand what I'm saying. The type of player that he is, goals from midfield, it's something different, isn't it? And you know, if Arsenal look at that, it will give them something. You know, when the time comes, you would say that you would be surprised if he keeps playing well, whoever it's for, if he doesn't earn senior England honours. He's an under-21 international. He's played a lot of youth international football for England. A midfielder who can score goals is always something that you want, isn't it? Now Fulham back to the goalkeeper, and Almiron closing, but they play it out from the backhander.
Yeah, without a doubt. Look, you would say he's not your typical modern-day midfield player. They all want to get it, and they all want to have their stats, and many times they've passed the ball and kept the ball. But reminds you a little bit of an old Brian Robson, you know, who played for Manchester United and West Brom. Box to box, got himself in the penalty area, got on the end of things. As I say, it was a great run, just picked it up, the space opened up and he just galloped into it. Got a little bit fortunate with the
with the ball breaking for him, but in saying that, it's still a good finish. I mean, the keeper doesn't move.
Here they go again. Almiron over halfway through the centre. Longstaff up with him on the right. Almiron goes for goal himself. Rodak gets down and makes a fairly routine save.
Yeah, not a great deal in the shot, was there? Opened up, but didn't really get a great deal of power in it. Comfortable for the keeper.
Sheffield United 1, Burnley 0. David McGoldrick with that goal. Here, Joe Willock for Newcastle, who lead Fulham 1-0. Brian can't control a ball that's played to him at an angle from Adarabioyo at the back. Murphy throws it back to Kraft. The keeper gets a touch. Fernandez forwards to Dummett, and he can bring the ball into the middle of Newcastle's half. Then pings one to Saint-Maximin, laid off to Almiron, switched to Murphy, loads of space, controlled on his thigh. Kraft making an overlapping run. Murphy, a defender slips, he's into the box. Murphy, and then he played it down the line for Kraft, who stopped, who held his run, didn't carry on, and it goes behind. A shame that one just broke down, and the two of them have a bit of an inquest and a conversation as they head back towards halfway.
Yeah, I think he's looking across the line, Kraft, and he's afraid to get himself in an advanced position in case he gets offside. But yeah, it was an opportunity. I thought Murphy was going to hit it. We've seen him get into those situations before and just have a hit at it. He's decided to play Kraft in. Probably the wrong decision. Should have went for goal.
Space here for Fabio Carvalho. Sliding challenge from Sean Longstaff, pushes the ball away from goal. Then a cross from the right, looking for Lookman, and he pushed
the back. Yeah,
Murphy, and the referee spotted it, and Chris Kavanagh awards Newcastle a free kick. They lead 1-0 through Joe Willock. 29 minutes. What's your assessment, Ando, of the near enough first half an hour?
Hasn't been a great deal of pace to it. It's been tippy-tappy, hasn't it? You know, both sides standing off each other. I suppose the best way to describe it is it's a typical end-of-season game between two sides who really haven't got a great deal to play for.
They look for Saint-Maximin. Ball comes back. Foul by Longstaff on Carvalho. Picks himself up. Came through Fulham's academy. He is Portuguese born, but has represented England, Fabio Carvalho, at youth international level. And he's won this free kick that gives Fulham a chance to send forwards Adarabioyo and Ream from the back. Caballero to take it. Everybody back defending for Newcastle. And they've set up along the 18-yard line. Ball lifted in, looking for Anguissa at the back. Dubravka catches. It's got Murphy making a run. Instead of rolling it out underarm, he walks back into the middle of the box.
It's a poor ball.
At the feet of John Joe Shelvey in the D.
That's a poor ball. It's just hung up there. Keeper's going to come and get that all day.
Back to Dubravka from Dummett, then forwards to Shelvey. Space. Huge space for Shelvey in the middle of the half. To Willock, right side. Murphy down the line. Willock plays it through to release the pace of Jacob Murphy. Longstaff in the middle corner.
It's the only one in there though, Longstaff. You know, Murphy gets good ball again by Willock, play down the line and fighting. But Longstaff is the only one in there.
Ritchie is coming over to deliver the corner kick again. It's Ritchie's 21st appearance of the season. Did have a spell out injured and then some time out of the side before coming back in last month. And how good has he been since being restored to the 11? Here's his corner. Shelvey at the near post. They look for Fernandez in the middle, headed away. Fulham have it, and Newcastle getting players back. It's a ball down the Fulham right. Dubravka comes across, takes a touch, Sends it back over halfway. Saint-Maximin goes down on the halfway line. Steve Bruce appeals for something. Matt Ritchie then challenges Anguissa. Fulham with possession. De Cordova-Reid to Anguissa. Turns. Longstaff with him. And it's played all the way back to Ream on halfway. Pablo Fornals has given West Ham a 1-0 lead over Southampton, which is also good for Newcastle. It would enable them to, if things stay as they are, finish at least above the Saints. Looking to go as high as 12th today. 1-0 up at the moment. Ball in from the Fulham right. Fernandez header down, comes to Carvalho, hits it, and it's blocked by Kraft, who got in the right place. Then Willock shoulder to shoulder with Anguissa. Play on, and Longstaff over halfway to Saint-Maximin. His touch takes him back into Newcastle's half. Then forwards looking for someone in purple and black, but Fulham have the ball. Shelby then tackles the 18-year-old Carvalho, and it's Willock now on halfway. Referee steps over the ball, and it comes to Longstaff. Played short to Ritchie, back into Longstaff. Ritchie again, and now Dummett with his left across the 18-yard line to Fernandez, and Kraft has it. Murphy down the line, he goes back instead to Fernandez, takes a touch in towards Willock, under pressure from Ream. Fulham have the ball back. Anguissa. Anguissa again to Bryan, going on the outside of Murphy, the two number 23s. Cross is headed away by Shelby. Murphy then clears up towards Almiron in the middle. Willock wins it back, and then a clever back heel to Murphy. Good ball by Jacob Murphy to Longstaff in the centre. Saint-Maximin twisting and turning, and then flicks it over halfway to Ritchie. Inside to Longstaff. Almiron and Willock up ahead. Back it comes to Ritchie. Longstaff in the middle of the park. Saint-Maximin slipped and then dispossessed. Surface is greasy. Few players have taken a tumble. Alan Saint-Maximin the latest. 1-0 to United after 34 minutes. Fulham with the ball wide right. And De Cordova-Reid, who's one of a couple of Fulham players wearing gloves today. It is chilly and wet and breezy. And Anguissa to Bryan, right-footed in from the left. Dubravka punches, Longstaff heads it, then slides. Willock's got it. Shelby and Longstaff combine. Fernandez receives it on the edge of the box, then played to the feet of Jacob Murphy for Newcastle. Coming up to halfway. Pablo Fornals with a second for West Ham, who lead Southampton 2-0. BBC Radio Newcastle. And bring you every Newcastle United and Sunderland match exclusively live. Room to Adarabioyo. Newcastle every player in their own half. Fulham now over halfway. De Cordova-Reid back to Tete. And Ream to Bryan. And Lookman out wide, 30 yards from goal. Here's Josh Onomar, who played for Steve Bruce at Aston Villa in the Championship a few years ago. Was previously at Spurs. Onomar moved to Fulham a couple of years ago. They work it out to the right. Cross comes into the box, headed out by Murphy. Onomar on it again. Bryan heading for the goal line, cuts it back. Kraft with a header. Lookman pulls it down. Shelby makes a block. Onomar with a shot that takes a deflection. Dummett heads away. And Anguissa. And then Fulham give it away. Alan Saint-Maximin, two defenders between him and the goal. Saint-Maximin 5 yards outside the box. Low shot trickles wide.
Well, yet again, it's all about decision making. He had a player on the outside of him who busted gut to get forward, and he's just lashed at it. Fulham give it away. I mean, Fulham pass, go nowhere with it, give it away so sloppily, invite a counter attack, didn't make the most of it.
Lookman away from Murphy, dangerously into the box, slips. Anguissa, edge of the area, played to the right to Carvalho, and now Bryan on the left, straight at Dubravka. And he's not going to give his teammates a chance when a ball is into the hands of the goalkeeper, and they had a few up waiting for a delivery. But it's Newcastle's ball, 9 minutes to half-time, leading 1-0. And as it stands, the live table, because of goal difference, they're 13th at the moment. Joe Willock, the scorer. And his goal came on 23 minutes. Sadio Mane has given Liverpool a 1-0 lead over Crystal Palace, which is also good for Newcastle in terms of their finishing position. Murphy cuts a ball out at the edge of the box, but his touch takes it straight to Bryan. Then a Fulham cross from Lookman is cleared by Newcastle. Bryan with a shot that takes a big deflection and comes to Cavallero in the area. He tries to bend one into the far top corner, and it's just over the top.
Yeah, but players not got the right boots on. They're slipping around all over the place. Yet again, he's tried to whip it, hasn't he?
Well,
Sorry,
I
Razor.
mentioned, Ando, before kickoff, just that they had the sprinklers on. They were on for quite a while, and they were really putting a lot of water onto the pitch. And considering it's been raining all day, I was a bit surprised. So quite a few have been struggling, haven't they?
Yeah.
With slipping and just having the control that you might expect them to have. Now Willock, Fernandez, it's unfortunate because the ball just bends out and Willock unable to keep it in. It was into the right area, wasn't it? And it's that run that you talked about on Wednesday. It just comes from midfield, out to the right-hand side, into the channel, and the ball just curved away and out for a throw.
Yeah, he just takes off into space. He sees gaps, he sees space, and he gets himself into it. If the ball's good enough, and it doesn't have to be pinpointed because he just gets himself into a space, just stick it in that area, he'll get on the end of it.
Fulham playing it out from their own penalty box. 1-0 to Newcastle on BBC Radio Newcastle. It's Tosin Adarabioyo, right side in the defensive third, back to the keeper. Marek Rodak plays it forwards to Tim Ream. Here he comes, the American. He played the other night at Manchester United, Ream. It was his first Premier League appearance since October. Been out of favour. It's on the Fulham right wing now, but Newcastle get it clear through Dummett. Saint-Maximin watching the ball, but it's headed by Adarabioyo to Tete. Near the touchline on the far side. Plays it back to Ream in the centre circle. 39 minutes on the clock. Bryan on the outside, this near side to Lookman. Onomar in the middle to Ongisa. Back to Onomar again, Shelvey behind him. Willock forces him to play it back to Ream. Down the line they go to Bryan and Cavallero now. Space to hit it for Ivan Cavallero, and he does, but it's against Sean Longstaff. And then Almiron forwards towards Saint-Maximin. Adarabioyo is there to deal with the danger on halfway. And Newcastle leading 1-0, but defending now with Cavallero and De Cordova-Reid linking up down the right. Chance to put the ball in. It's played back to De Cordova-Reid. His cross. Fernandez off the top of his head and away to Bryan, looking for space down the near side to deliver with his left. He does. Fernandez defends once more.
Great defending.
Is out for a throw.
It's great defending. Good. Got plenty on it. Ball whipped in near post. Kept his eye on it. Just cleared his lines.
Lookman stabbed clear by Dummett. Cavallero's ball in. Dummett with a header. Or might have been Fernandez actually. In any case, Dubravka's come and claimed the ball. And Nelson Semedo equalises for Wolves against Manchester United. Newcastle need Wolves to lose in order to finish above them, and also a bit of a change in the goal difference. As it stands higher up the Premier League table, because Liverpool and Leicester are winning and Chelsea are drawing 0-0 with Aston Villa, it would be Liverpool and Leicester who finish in the Champions League places, but plenty of time for things to change. Here's Joe Willock for Newcastle on the attack. Jacob Murphy, first time ball in, great ball. Keeper lands on it in the 6-yard box. They had players in there, namely Sean Longstaff. I'm not sure if it was too close to the keeper or maybe players didn't gamble, perhaps a bit of both, but inviting ball in by Jacob Murphy.
Yeah, I mean, Fulham give it away again. Yeah, good ball played in, but yet again, nobody in there. Longstaff is the furthest forward. Where's your Almirons, St Maximin? They should be getting in there in the end of that.
Shelvey, who scored a very good opening goal here 2 years ago when Newcastle won 4-0 on the final day in 2019 in glorious sunshine. You may remember fans arrived, some of them at least, on a boat along the Thames, enjoying themselves that afternoon and then enjoying a great game and a great win. 1-0 here and looking for a second with a ball towards Sam Maxima that Fulham cut out. Had it reached him, he would have been away. Spurs have equalised against Leicester, which is not good news for the FA Cup winners. Harry Kane, who else? And Leeds have gone into a 2-0 lead over West Brom. Calvin Phillips, the midfielder, is the scorer of that one. Joe Willock for Newcastle, who are 1-0 up. Kraft and Dubravka working in a tight area, up to Murphy. Great first touch under pressure. He's has such good technical ability, Jacob Murphy. He's had a very fine season, and he set them off on an attack. Kraft to Sam Maxima, back out wide to Emil Kraft, then played over into the middle, cleared straight back to Kraft, corner of the box. Finds Shelvey further back in the Fulham half, and over to Dummett, down the left, now to Ritchie, back to Dummett again. And Ritchie once more. Drives it up to the edge of the area. Longstaff to Almiron. Can't return it to Sean Longstaff. And Newcastle are without the ball. 44th minute. Great sliding challenge on the far side. Dummett. Fulham, though, win the ball back a second time. You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. And Ream for the home side, who play it across from the right to the left. Back into the middle to Adaraboyo. Ivan Cavallero plays it out wide, then gets himself into the middle. Decordova-Reid trying to take on Ritchie. Can't get past him. Doesn't deliver the ball. Goes back instead to Tete. And then Ream. Forced back to halfway by pressure from Newcastle's Miguel Almiron. Tete now charging forwards up to the edge of the box. Wide right to Decordova-Reid, crosses straight to Shelvey, who finds Willock, then back to Shelvey. They try and pass their way forwards, Newcastle. Sam Maxima takes it down, comes and turns inside. Adaraboyo fouled him just behind the centre circle, and Chris Kavanagh, the referee, blows for the free kick. 30 seconds of the opening 45 minutes to go. Shelvey behind the ball. Murphy on the right touchline. He's then bent a ball into a channel for Almiron, who's free in the box, right side. Cut back by Almiron, but nobody there. Flag goes up eventually. Referee says play on, because Fulham have it. And it's Onomar over halfway to Ongisa, right of centre, even though Sean Massey Ellis put the flag up belatedly, as assistant referees do now. No need to stop the game. A minimum of a minute has been added to the first half. 1-0 Newcastle, and this is interesting, in the race for the Champions League, Bertrand Traoré has scored for Aston Villa, who lead Chelsea 1-0. All the scores and plenty more from Colin White in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio at half-time. Fulham with the ball, heading back to halfway as we head towards the interval. Now Bryan on the left, takes a touch, comes in towards the box, down the line for Lookman. No flag. Onomar, left corner of the area. Dubravka comes and claims the cross.
Oh. It's awful.
It's a real poor ball. I mean, Fulham passed the ball and passed the ball. Never threaten. They don't threaten at all. There hasn't been a great deal between the sides. Willock's run and finish, that's been it. It's been the only highlight of a game that's been very few on chances. Fulham haven't thrown a couple of balls in there, but they've been straight into the arms of Dubravka. St Maximin's fizzed one wide. Almiron's had a shot that keeper dropped his cap on, but hasn't been a great deal of goal-mouth action in the game at all.
What would you like to see more of from Newcastle in terms of the way that they approach their play and in the final third? I think probably you're going to say more bodies in the box as part of your answer.
You know, we hit upon it in the first half. We haven't got a focal point to play off. We don't need to do an awful lot more, Razor, to be quite honest, because Fulham have been so toothless up front. You know, they haven't caused us any problems. Yes, they've had plenty of the ball and they've passed it and they go square and they go back. But they don't get the ball in the right areas where you ever think they're really going to hurt you. You know, so just keep what you're doing. You think we will get another opportunity. I'm sure we will get another opportunity, but it's been a typical end of season game, if you're perfectly honest. I mean, Fulham are looking at it and probably thinking they'd rather be anywhere else. You know, they're already relegated. All they want to do is get it over and done with and get away. I suppose it's more important for us to get a win, to finish as high up the table as we possibly can. But we haven't had to do a great deal in the game to get in front of it, if you're perfectly honest, because, as I say, Fulham have been totally toothless.
Well, Joe Willock's goal means he has found the net in each of his last 7 appearances for Newcastle United. He'd have been odds on to score today, and it was a run from inside his own half into the Fulham box. He was halted by a defender, but the ball came back to him and he lashed it in with his right foot to make it 1-0 to Newcastle, and that's the way it has stayed since Willock found the net after 23 minutes. So at half-time here on the final day of the Premier League season at Craven Cottage, live on BBC Radio Newcastle, it's Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1.
I love the sound of breaking glass.
Solid Gold Sunday.
I'm a soul man. I got it all. Knowing me, knowing you. I'm not told that's come.
Solid Gold Sunday. Sunday nights from 10. BBC Radio Newcastle.
Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1 at half-time. That Joe Willock goal separating the sides, and as it stands, moving Newcastle up to 13th in the Premier League table, thanks to that and a couple of other results, or half-time scores I should say. So elsewhere in the Premier League, all the games being played at 4 o'clock today. A good few of them haven't actually reached half-time then, not all of them have. They have at the Emirates, it's Arsenal 0, Brighton 0, and they have at Villa Park as well. Aston Villa 1-0 up on Chelsea. Bertrand Traore 2 minutes before half-time. Leeds United are beating West Brom by 2-0 thanks to Rodrigo and Calvin Phillips. It is Leicester 1, Spurs 1. A Jamie Vardy penalty gave Leicester the lead after 18 minutes. Harry Kane equalised. Is that his last goal for Spurs? At 4 minutes before half-time. Liverpool are 1-0 up on Crystal Palace thanks to Sadio Mane. Manchester City beating Everton by 2-0. Kevin De Bruyne and Gabriel Jesus inside the opening 15 minutes. Sheffield United bottom of the table, and they are going to finish bottom of the table, even though they are beating Burnley by 1-0. David McGoldrick after 25 minutes. West Ham are 2-0 up on Southampton. 2 goals in 3 minutes for Pablo Fornals. And Manchester United have just gone 2-1 up at Wolves thanks to Juan Mata in the 45th minute. So it means, as far as changes in the table are concerned, Liverpool have moved above Chelsea into third. Leicester, who were actually in third themselves for a little while at one point in the middle of that half, remain fifth. So Liverpool third, Chelsea fourth, which would mean they qualify for the Champions League. Leicester City in fifth at the moment. Arsenal and Leeds have leapfrogged Everton, who fall to 10th. Newcastle are up to 13th for the moment. and getting a little bit closer to Wolves as well. That goal at the end of the first half, meaning that there is just one goal of a goal difference between Wolves and Newcastle, and they're level on points as well. So that, I suspect, will develop through the second half as well. Sunderland's season ended yesterday, despite them really hoping that that wasn't going to be the case. They were hoping to be at Wembley on Sunday. They won't be. A 2-1 victory over Lincoln City in front of 10,000 fans at the Stadium of Light yesterday wasn't enough to overcome the 2-0 deficit from the first leg. It means the Black Cats will spend a fourth season in League One. Ross Stewart and Charlie Wyke had put Sunderland in the driving seat at half-time. The aggregate score was level at that point. A Tom Hopper header 10 minutes into the second half gave Lincoln the advantage again, and they held on to that advantage right through to the final whistle, despite a couple of Sunderland chances, the best one of which saw Aidan McGeady hit the post. Their head coach, Sunderland's head coach, is Lee Johnson. He spoke to our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes after the final whistle.
I think we, like I say, we could see that boys were hanging in, if you like, and we had a lot of players playing out of position. I think there was probably 40 odd things that have happened to our defenders this year. Niggles, illnesses, COVIDs, and inevitably that takes its toll. And today we was okay at the back, but you could see we end up with Gooch at left back and Max Power at right back, and these players are attacking centre midfielder and a wide man or number 10. So you have to give the boys credit really for the effort, and we did have chances because we hit the post. We had the rebound that come back off the post. We had 2 or 3 ricochets that couldn't quite fall to us. And Aidan O'Brien had the left foot one where the keeper's made a good save. So, when you put the highlights together, you'll see what a performance that was, albeit not the result that we needed and we so desperately wanted.
And ultimately, when you look back on the 2 games, the damage really was that second goal at Lincoln, wasn't it? The one that was highly avoidable, but in the end is the goal that's cost you.
Yeah, that's the damage, and I think also the referee's decision not to give us a penalty. I think that's the damage as well. And they've been absolutely horrendous this year. I can't wait to get hold of the Referees Association in the summer and present all the bad ones we've had. You try and stay quiet on it, but when livelihoods and players' futures are on the line, to not get that right is so frustrating. I think they should have VAR.
Was that
in the play?
Was it compounded because minutes later McFadden he nudges someone on the shoulder and gets a free kick awarded against him, and yet you don't get a penalty for one that was even clearly worse.
It's unbelievable. Like the level of contact for the foul, like you say, he gave 2 or 3 or whatever it was a minute and a half later. It's just not consistent, and it's a pen. Like obviously you still got to score the pen, but you fancy Granty to step up and score.
Sunderland's head coach Lee Johnson there speaking to Nick Barnes. So Lincoln will play Blackpool in the League One playoff final at Wembley next Sunday. Brentford will play Swansea in the Championship final. That's this Saturday, actually. And in the League Two playoff semi-finals, which are both today, well, one was today, one's still to come, Morecambe have made it through to Wembley. They drew 1-1 at home to Tranmere. That was enough for a 3-2 win on aggregate. Newport County will take a 2-0 lead into their semi-final second leg against Forest Green Rovers. That one kicks off at 6:30. In the National League, Hartlepool have been beaten 3-0 by Sutton United. Sutton, it means they are promoted as champions. Hartlepool need a win on the final day of the season to make the playoff semi-finals. They're already guaranteed a playoff quarter-final place. It's a convoluted system in the National League. And north of the border, Kelty Hearts have been promoted into the Scottish League 2, into the Scottish Professional League system. And Brechin have fallen out of the Scottish Football League. 3-1 on aggregate. Kelty Hearts beating Brechin 1-0 this afternoon, 3-1 on aggregate. Now, Durham's cricketers have now ended, actually, the final day of the County Championship match at Derbyshire. Very much weather affected today and all the other days. Martin Emerson can bring us up to speed.
Yes, I've just shaken hands on a draw here. It was a little bit cruel on Ned Eckersley earlier because the gloom descended once more. The umpires continued play, and then when he was on 82, he fell LBW to Ben Aitchison to give the 20-year-old bowler his first 5-wicket haul. Just a delivery after that. The umpires then took them off. We thought that would be the end of play, but they did bring them back on a truncated and disrupted day. At that point, Durham were 187 for 8, so they were 13 away from a batting point, and that's what it was all about, them trying to get a batting point. Derbyshire needed one more wicket to get their third and final bowling point. That came when Mark Wood hooked a ball to the deep mid-wicket boundary and was caught for 1. So Durham at that point 197 for 9, as the last man, Chris Rushworth, came to the middle. So they had both their last batsmen in there. They needed 3 runs for a point. They got there, eventually all out for 208. Rushworth not out for 4, Bryden Carse making 25. So Durham finishing 50 runs behind Derbyshire's first innings total of 258. This is the 6th match of the season, and it's the first time at the end of the first innings that Durham have been behind this year. But it's ended in a draw because they've only managed an innings each. We've lost 2 days to the weather. So Derbyshire have picked up 13 points from this one, and Durham have picked up 12 points.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. The Diamond League Athletics Series is in Gateshead tonight. It's the first leg of the 2021 series. The highlight of the evening likely to be the women's 100 metres final. Britain's Dina Asher-Smith taking on the American star Sha'Carri Richardson. Shelley-Ann Fraser-Price, multiple world and Olympic champion, is in that race as well. Laura Muir, the European champion, also competes in the 1500 metres. That is live on BBC Two. All of that meeting is live on BBC Two from 7 o'clock tonight. In boxing, Josh Taylor has become Britain's first undisputed world champion in the 4-belt era. I make no apologies for playing this audio again because I love it. He beat Jose Ramirez by unanimous decision in an enthralling light welterweight unification bout in Las Vegas.
Tim Cheatham, Dave Moretti, and Steve Weisfeld all score the bout 114-112 for your winner by unanimous decision. And now, the undisputed junior welterweight champion of the world, Josh the Tartan Tornado Taylor!
And the BBC pundit Steve Bunce, who is almost as excited as that announcer, was full of praise for Taylor's performance.
That's how you make history. You go to Las Vegas, you fight a guy in his home country, you fight a guy with 800 of his own fans there, and when it's just going against you, you turn it round with not just 1 knockdown, but 2 knockdowns, and then you keep battling until the very end. That's how you make history. That's how you win fights. That's how you become a boxing legend.
And you can watch highlights of that fight now on the BBC Sport website or via the BBC Sport app. Now, the Formula 1 Monaco Grand Prix, if you're going to watch it, like me, if you're going to watch it later today, it might not be worth bothering. It wasn't the greatest race in the world. A pretty uninteresting race. Max Verstappen, though, I'm going to tell you the result, by the way, so if you don't want to hear it, switch off right now. Max Verstappen took victory from Ferrari's Carlos Sainz in second, McLaren's Lando Norris third. Lewis Hamilton finished 7th in his Mercedes. That's where he started as well. So that means Verstappen now leads the Drivers' Championship by 4 points from Hamilton, and Red Bull lead the Constructors' Championship by a single point from Mercedes as well. Phil Mickelson has a 1-shot lead after the 3rd round of the US PGA Championship Golf at Kiawah Island. The American is 7 under par. Lee Westwood, the close house professional, one of the earlier ones to tee off. He was 3 over par yesterday, which made him 4 over par for the tournament. He is still 4 over par after 6 holes of his final round because he is level going through those 6 holes. Phil Mickelson and Brooks Koepka begin their final rounds at 7:30 tonight UK time. Live coverage of the final round from 9 o'clock on Radio 5 Live. And just time to tell you, in Rugby League, Newcastle Thunder at home to Halifax Panthers in the Championship this afternoon. It went badly. They lost 32-0 at home. We will head back, though, to Craven Cottage. The teams are just coming out onto the pitch. Newcastle United leading Fulham by 1-0 at half-time. Razor and Andor are back next.
Half-time highlights.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Over halfway, Willock, right side. It's a great run by Joe Willock. Powerful run into the box. Stopped, then gets it back. And Joe Willock's incredible goal-scoring run continues. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1.
Total Sport on the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thanks very much, Colin. Teams lining up in position for the second half. And members of staff from both sides, and now Steve Bruce walking across the pitch from the corner to the benches on the far side. I don't think there are any changes for Newcastle, so it's Dubravka in goal, Kraft, Fernandez, Dummett at the back, Murphy right, Ritchie left, Shelby, Sean Longstaff and Willock in the middle, Almiron, and then Sam Maxima up ahead. And on the bench, Gillespie, Clark, Matty Longstaff, Cher, Carroll, Gale, Lewis, Hendrick, Manquillo. Fulham staff having words with one of their players, but I don't think it is a substitute, though they might be preparing a change, and possibly bringing on Ruben Loftus-Cheek. In fact, they are going to introduce the England international Loftus-Cheek on loan from Chelsea. He's going to come on into midfield for Fulham at the start of this second half, just waiting for confirmation on who he has replaced. It's BBC Radio Newcastle, it's 1-0 to United. And he has come on for Zambo Anguissa. So Fulham with Marek Rodak in goal, back three of Kenny Tete, Tosin Adarabioyo and Tim Ream, Bobby De Cordova-Reid on the right, Joe Bryan on the left, Loftus-Cheek and Onomar in the middle, with Carvalho, Lookman and Caballero in the forward line. And Fulham's bench, as Newcastle have a throw, on this near left side is Areola, the keeper, Hector, Aina, Lamina, Maja, and then two young players, Francois and Jasper. Newcastle going from right to left in the second half. Ritchie with another throw. De Cordova-Reid forwards, Dummett away, header by Loftus-Cheek. Fernandez with a header, Dummett, great sliding challenge. Ball was dropping and he was stretching, but he connected with it, and it was fair and clean. Went around the youngster Fabio Carvalho, put it out for a throw.
Yeah, that's what he does. Loves a tackle, won the ball as clean as you like.
Tim Ream for Fulham in front of the halfway line. Bryan down the line. Kraft has a couple of yards on Lookman, plays it against him and goes out and actually went behind rather than out for a throw. It appears that Mike Ashley, the Newcastle United owner, is here, just having a look along to my right, and he is sitting not a million miles away, watching the game as Matt Ritchie pings one to Jacob Murphy in space on the far side, brought under control. Murphy with three in the box. It's flicked across by Willock, and Longstaff and Almiron at the back post and in the middle couldn't quite get near it. It is a throw on the far side.
How much space did Murphy had? He had acres of room. It's a good ball, but he's got all that room to gallop into it. Bryant was nowhere to be seen.
Throw taken. Willock back to Murphy. Now Shelby under a bit of pressure there. Willock tries to break into the box. Fulham have cleared it, but at the expense of a Newcastle throw again. I'll let you know if there are any more goals or when there are goals in the other games. And Arsenal, right on cue, have taken the lead against Brighton. Nicola Pepe with that one. Newcastle still to take this throw because Joe Willock has been down. And they've sent a member of the medical team along the touchline, but he's going to be okay. I'm guessing he might be winded or just taken a knock.
Ladies and gentlemen,
throw in now taken. Murphy to Sam Maxima, and Fulham have the ball back.
Throughout your visit to Craven Cottage, thank you for your cooperation.
Loftus-Cheek to Tete, over halfway down this near right side. Longstaff with him, forcing Tete back and into the centre. Willock's now looking like he's going to be okay. heading back into midfield as another move on the edge of the Newcastle box from Fulham breaks down, and a through ball too strong and goes behind.
They just overplay at times. Sometimes you've just got to put the ball in the penalty area, get bodies in there, stick it in there. They're trying to play, they're trying to be nicey, but they've got no cutting edge.
Murphy tries to clear. Willock back to Shelvey, who sends it forwards on the turn. Saint-Maximin won a useful header, but no one there for Newcastle to latch on to it. Now that's good play by Fabio Carvalho, but then the final ball, again too strong, through to Dubravka.
It's just all too tight though, Razor. You know, you're playing with millimetres. That's $1 million ball.
Dubravka throws it to Sean Longstaff, takes it on the turn, then rolls it over halfway down the right for Saint-Maximin. Almiron wants it switched. They look for Almiron on the left side, but the keeper Rodak comes and gathers. And that's another ball that's got to be absolutely perfect.
Yeah, he's there on his own, Almiron. It's got to be spot on.
BBC Radio Newcastle. John Anderson, the former Newcastle and Ireland defender, with us for his expert analysis as usual. Now Caballero released right side near the dead ball line. Fernandez with him. Crosses left-footed. Headed away by Kraft, half away to Bryan. Kraft then blocks Bryan's cross-come shot into the box. It's worked out wide left again to Bryan. Right-footed delivery. Dubravka has it in two hands once again.
Yeah, comfortable take. He's cut back on his right foot, Bryant, all left-sided. It's a poor ball.
Only twice in the Premier League era have Newcastle won their final away game of the season. That one was here, obviously 2 years ago. The other was at Queen's Park Rangers in 2012-13. They lead 1-0 this afternoon. Shelvey back to Ritchie, just in front of the halfway. Fouled by Carvalho. And free kick for Steve Bruce's side. Shelvey behind the ball, into the centre to Fernandez. Takes a touch, passes it to his right to Kraft. Almiron has come deep to get it. Back it goes to Kraft. Fernandez, and now Dubravka. Dummett's free to the left. First time ball to Paul Dummett. And there's movement up ahead. He swings one down the left, but it doesn't come back in. It's gone out. Tim Ream with his left inside to Adarabioyo. Tete to Loftus-Cheek, who began the season in Chelsea's team before he made the temporary switch to Fulham. They've got it in an attacking position on the left, back into the centre. Onomar blocked and away by Newcastle. Ream slipped but got to the ball first and played it to Bryan, who links up now nicely down the left, and they could be in here. Fulham. Dummett across to turn the cross from the left behind for a corner.
Yeah, that was better by Fulham. Got it down the side, a couple of nice little 1-2s, but he plays the ball in, crosses the ball in. There's not a white short in there. Look, nobody there. How are you going to score goals if you don't get people in the penalty area?
Corner taken short, then sent into the middle. Fernandez, big header away. Kraft is down. Fulham play on. Carvalho blocked, and the referee has stopped it now, signalling head injury and waving on. Newcastle's physio and doctor. Kraft down on his knees in the box.
It's Ritchie, actually, Razor.
Oh, is it?
It's Matt Ritchie.
Yeah, my apologies. And Kraft is okay. It is Matt Ritchie who's gone down and just receiving some treatment.
It was Fernandez who caught him when he, with that clearing header, just jumped into him.
So have a break in play here with the score. Fulham 0, Newcastle 1. Joe Willock on 23 minutes. We're now in the 54th minute of the match. Leicester have gone back in front against Spurs. Jamie Vardy with another penalty. And with Chelsea losing at Aston Villa, Liverpool also winning. That's good for Leicester and Liverpool, isn't it, in terms of the Champions League? Dubravka will get the game restarted. Richie's all right. Goalkeeper puts the ball on the floor, looks for Murphy, right wing, it's too high. It's a Fulham throw, which they've taken. Ream back to the goalkeeper. Saint-Maximin in the box. Rodak has a couple of touches and then plays it short to Onomar, and he gets it across to Adarabioyo. Thought they played themselves into trouble for a moment, but they've got out of it, no problem. And Josh Onomar again. Ream to Bryan, inside to Ademola Lookman, running at Emil Kraft, driving it in towards the near post, straight at Dubravka. Total Sport back tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle. It'll be the chance to talk about the weekend's games. We'll have the latest from Newcastle and Sunderland, reaction to this one and to yesterday's playoff at the Stadium of Light from 6 every weekday evening. And now given away by Newcastle, big danger. Fulham missed the target. That should have been 1-1. It's offside anyway, it wouldn't have counted. It was Cavallero, played in by Carvalho after Newcastle played a short pass back towards defence. Fulham with a massive opportunity, but offside was the decision and it wouldn't have counted, therefore.
Yeah, Willock nearly became hero, the villain then. He gives it away and Fulham don't make the most of it. Don't score goals, don't score enough goals. That's why, you know, nice, neat, tidy, but they didn't open us up because of their own problems there. Willock giving the ball away. Cavallero got himself into an offside position anyway, wouldn't have counted, but it was an awful miss.
You'd be hoping that that might knock a few millions off the price. Misplaced pass like that, just as every goal adds a few more on.
Well, bit of luck.
Saint-Maximin's gone down now. Referee was close to it. Completely happy to let play continue, and it continues with Loftus-Cheek now into the Newcastle box. Gets the ball to a teammate. Onomar back towards Tete. Not quite a shooting position. He's had to go out wide to towards Decordova-Reid, who now receives it inside to Carvalho, and Adarabioyo into Ream. Aston Villa 2, Chelsea 0. That's a huge scoreline. It was a penalty for Villa. Fulham attacking down the left. It's been kept in. Back to Loftus-Cheek. Could take on the shot. Plays it instead to Tete, and Newcastle players throw themselves at it and get the block in. Tete gets onto the ball again. Wide right. That's a good ball to the back post, and Murphy heads away. Lookman keeps it in. Fulham putting Newcastle under real pressure here, but still 1-0 to Steve Bruce's side. And now it goes out for a throw. And I can't see whose ball it is because there's a huge pillar in the way, keeping the roof.
Newcastle's ball, our ball.
Stand up. Thank you, Ando. It's one of the few downsides of coming to Fulham. The fact that you have an obstructed view of the pitch when the ball is in certain positions, just like now. It is Newcastle's throw in the right full-back spot. Fulham pressing for an equaliser, and they get the ball back from Newcastle's throw down the line. And they've got Decordova-Reid and Carvalho and Cavallero in the middle. Lookman with it wide left. Loftus-Cheek looking to make things happen from midfield. 59th minute, back to Ream, and then Bryan to Adarabioyo. Almiron closing down. Adarabioyo releases the ball to Tete, and inside to Onomar. Bryan. Shelvey gets into a challenge. Murphy then lifts it away. Willock trying to go around Onomar. Willock's gone down. Newcastle, in particular Steve Bruce, appealing for a free kick. Nothing given by Chris Kavanagh. Carvalho right side. 20 yards from goal to Decordova-Reid. Loftus-Cheek in the box. Seems like he's made a bit of a difference since coming on at half-time. Tete back to Ream. Comes forwards from the centre circle. Wide left. Phil Foden's given Manchester City a 3-0 lead now over Everton. Cavallero to Bryan, scooped into the box. Simple for Dubravka to take.
His delivery's been awful, Brian. He's got himself in some decent areas, but his final ball's been poor.
Anwar El Ghazi with the penalty was Aston Villa's goal scorer for their second, and plenty of goals going in around the Premier League, and Arsenal have another 2-0 against Brighton. Nicola Pepe again. Might be getting a little bit sloppy in places this match. There's Dubravka clipped out from the back towards Dummett on the left, and he can't keep the ball in. Backpedaling, headed it up, and out it went. Probably a ball that didn't do him any favours. And Fulham have had most of the ball in the second half. They've done a lot of attacking. They have it again, but that's down the line and then out from Ream. BBC Radio Newcastle. No activity on the Newcastle bench yet. We're on the hour mark now. He looked for Almiron from the throw, headed away by Fulham, but there was nobody on Almiron, so even if he'd won the header, it wouldn't have gone anywhere but back to Fulham. Now Saint-Maximin with a superb first touch to bring down a difficult ball, and now Murphy coming in from the right, gets tripped. Free kick, about 35 yards out. Maybe a good 10 yards in from the sideline. But in this second half, a rare chance for Newcastle to put Fulham under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, we haven't seen much of the ball second half. We haven't asked any questions of Fulham at all. An opportunity for Shelvey to stick one in there. Big boys have gone forward.
Fulham defenders a couple of yards in front of the penalty box. Dummett round the back. Fernandez there too. Kraft stayed back near halfway. They look for Paul Dummett and headed away from him by Tete. He was the target. Shelvey just trying to drop it onto his head. They have a throw, Newcastle, high up on the left side, and they lead still 1-0 through Joe Willock's first half goal. Ritchie with it. Longstaff down the line, receives the ball in the corner. Longstaff trying to win a corner kick. It's going to be a Fulham throw. Ball's gone out. Longstaff ended up on the floor. We'll try to keep them at least boxed into this area, Newcastle. Shelvey gets a header, having risen to try and nod it forwards, but it goes back into midfield where Cavallero gathers for Fulham, and Bryan down the left wing for Lookman, who's seen a lot of it in the second half, given away to Willock. And Almiron for Willock again. Saint-Maximin down the right wing, receives it, tries to touch it on to Willock. Bit unlucky that didn't quite happen. It was all done at great speed and under pressure. And it's Fulham who have the ball now. Right side in Newcastle's half. Tete into Onomar in the centre. Left of centre now. Cavallero receiving it from Lookman. And Lookman again up towards Loftus-Cheek. Challenged by two Newcastle players, and now United get it, but Almiron's ball forward is just too far away from a stretching Saint-Maximin in the middle. Looking a bit frustrated now, the Frenchman couldn't get hold of that one. And Fulham now attacking, and then a shot across goal. which excited the fans. It goes wide. I think Dubravka was always quite confident that was going to miss the target, and it is a goal kick.
Yeah, he's just whipped it, hasn't he? Cavallero got it out of his feet nice and early. Good hit. Was always going wide though, wasn't coming back enough. Dubravka, one for the cameras. I'll have a little dive there.
Dirtied his kit. 2 changes coming for Newcastle, or 1 change, I beg your pardon. Dwight Gale is going to come on shortly, but Fulham making a change. Josh Madger, once of Sunderland, is on for Ademola Lookman. Maybe a bit of a surprise that Lookman's gone off. He is a dangerous player and has been involved in a lot of Fulham's attacking play today. And Newcastle's change sees Alan Saint-Maximin go off, and now they have Dwight Gale on to play up front in Saint-Maximin's place. 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, usually doesn't get as long as this, does he, Gale?
He has played 14 times as a sub this season, only 4 starts, Gale. The goal kick from Newcastle gives the ball straight back to Fulham. Now Dummett has to rush and clear in the
Great
box.
tackle, well played.
And there's an argument going on at the back. Shelby, Fernandez, both involved, not necessarily at each other. A lot of communication. And now Ritchie wins it from the Fulham throw. Almiron to Willock. He's got white shirts all around him. Goes beyond a few and is sent tumbling by Cavallero, who goes straight for the referee to complain. But a free kick in the middle third of the pitch. Dwight Gale, since he scored with a terrific header to win the game against West Brom in December, his first appearance of the season, he has gone before today 18 without a goal. Ritchie and Longstaff link up nicely. Ritchie gets fouled just as he took on the return ball. Free kick, getting on for 30 yards out, left of centre. Madger, who came on for Fulham, 22 years of age, on loan actually from Bordeaux. 3 goals since they brought him in February. And he is back defending this Matt Ritchie free kick. Plenty for Ritchie to hit. It's round the back and headed over. That's a great chance for 2-0. It's Dwight Gale who connected with the ball from Ritchie. Lovely delivery from this side to the far side of the box, and Gale couldn't hit the target.
Got to score. It's got to score. Free header, all the goal to hit. He ducks under it. He doesn't keep his eye on the ball. He just lets it hit the top of his head. Flies over the top. He should be powering that in. Should be 2-0.
Tete with a ball inside. Ritchie for Decordova. Reed's run in from the touchline. Dummett across and plays it against the Fulham man. And it's Newcastle's ball again. BBC Radio Newcastle. As always, every Newcastle United and Sunderland match is live here. Same again next season. Total Sport back tomorrow from 6. With a chance to phone in and talk about both teams and reaction to the weekend's games. Dubravka with a goal kick. Ream with the header away. Cavallero back to Onomar, and Loftus-Cheek finds Tete. Adarabioyo for Loftus-Cheek again. Madger comes to get it from him in midfield. Cavallero, I think, has gone out wide now on the Fulham left. 68 minutes exactly. Newcastle still lead 1-0. I mean, Saint-Maximin had the shot that went wide in the first half, and obviously Gale's just had the header, but apart from the Willock goal, there hasn't been much, has there? I don't think Marek Rodak's had a great deal to do. Fulham cross from the left, stuck out of play by Fernandez. Caballero tackled by Willock. Fulham get it back. Bryan's ball in. Madja trying to make a nuisance of himself. He's ended up fouling Fernandez on the goal line. And free kick given Newcastle's way, who have won their final match of the season in 5 of the last 6 years before this one. The exception was their home defeat by Liverpool at St James's in July last year. They had some good final day victories, haven't they? Barnsley famously in the Championship, but perhaps more for what happened between Villa and Brighton. Chelsea at St James's the following year. Here, and the Spurs match obviously in 2016, a great result, but an awful season. And they are still in front this afternoon. And as it stands, 13th in the table, having begun the day 15th. Fulham with the ball at the back. Ream to Adarabioyo. Tete on halfway, right side. De Cordova-Reid, back to Tete. Goes from the right to the left to Ream. Chipped ball forwards, played inside by Caballero to Loftus-Cheek. Kraft got a touch, Madja with a shot over the bar, got right underneath it.
Just lashed at it, didn't he? Yeah, just lashed at it.
Newcastle with a problem, and it is Emil Kraft this time, who needs some treatment. Part of Sweden's squad for the European Championships. Another change is coming. I think it might be Fabian Schär. It will be a straight swap, you'd think, for Kraft. I mean, they could, I suppose, change the positions of some players, but while...
Just go like for like, won't they?
Yeah. While they prepare the substitution, a few players go over to the side of the pitch for a drink, and Graham Jones having a word with them. Gale, Longstaff and Almiron have a chat in the centre circle. Richie's come across to join them. It's BBC Radio Newcastle. Fulham 0, Newcastle United 1. Fulham fans being instructed by a message on the screens at either end of the ground to stay in their seats at full time until they are told to leave by the nearest stewards. Manchester United are winning at Wolves 2-1. Newcastle need Wolves to lose and obviously have to win here themselves. I think they need at least another goal to go above them. Well, Schär's come on, Ando, and Kraft has been replaced. Scored a header here
just like for
2
like.
years ago, Kraft. But playing at the right of the back three with Fernandez still in the middle. 73rd minute of the match. Fulham throw in what will be the left full-back position. Bryan lobbed down the line. Shelvey, it's inside. Off his head. Schär's first touch is to lift it forwards. Gale on the edge of the box with Adarabioyo. It's come down towards Gale. Ream there as well, and he's volleyed it away. Murphy lets it go out for Newcastle's throw, near to halfway. And they've won 5 away games this season, 4 draws as well, and they haven't since 2013-14 won as many as 5 away matches in the Premier League. And this would be number 6, obviously. Back to Dubravka. Fulham closing down. Dummett's got it, takes a touch, And away it goes. Gale chasing. Almiron there as well, but Adarabioyo in the right position. Back to the keeper, and Tete finding Madja up onto his chest. Uses it well, plays it along the floor to Brian, far side of the field. He's carried it a good 30 yards down the left side to Caballero. Ball in towards the near post area, and Fernandez has sliced the clearance behind for a corner.
Tell you what, he may have sliced that one, but he's defended that area well. They've put balls in there, and he just always seems to be in the right place, Fernandez.
Ben Chilwell's pulled one back for Chelsea against Aston Villa. They need to come back, Chelsea, to take a Champions League spot off either Leicester or Liverpool. Fulham corner, right-footed, in-swinger. Dubravka catches.
Poor again. It's just a corner that it's just hung up there. It's inviting the goalkeeper just to come and collect it.
Dubravka to Ritchie, can't go forwards, back to Dummett. Shelvey, first time return to Dummett. Now into the feet of Gale, stretching, gets it back to Longstaff, forwards, Almiron. Referee stopped it. Newcastle could have run through on goal, but Chris Kavanagh has produced a yellow card only for the challenge. Paul Dummett is asking, why didn't you let the advantage count? Because Newcastle had picked it up through Almiron, and he had Willock for support to the left, and Fulham defenders were retreating, and they could have broken through onto goal.
That's poor refereeing. That's just poor refereeing. I mean, he could always come back if it was. He could always come back and show the yellow card. There was no need to stop it.
I mean, you know, you could probably understand if he wanted to show a red card for the challenge.
But the thing is, but even so, he could still come back and show a red card. But he's seeing that whole picture, you know. He's seeing the lot. He's seeing that we've got a break on, yet he stops it. It's just poor refereeing.
And prevents Newcastle from going on an attack and potentially creating a chance. I mean, they might do something from this next move, but they might not. And no further punishment. It is a yellow card only. And Newcastle with the free kick. Shelvey has driven it out to the right. Gale's headed it. It's behind Murphy, but he keeps it in. Fulham have made a change, details of which will come in just a second. Forwards by Newcastle down the right again, and the ball goes out of play.
Joe Bryant's gone off. Francois, is it? Who's come on?
It's Tyrese Francois.
Yeah.
I think one of the young players wearing number 35. So that's Fulham's third and final change. Newcastle have made 2 so far. Madja pushed in the back by Fernandez. BBC Radio Newcastle. 1-0 up away from home, 13 minutes to play. They've got their clappers out, the Fulham fans. They generate an atmosphere. Willock putting Caballero under a lot of pressure, just got the ball away in time. Almiron, the furthest Newcastle player forwards, closes down Adarabioyo. How do you think he's done at the back, Ando? I mentioned that a few days ago he was being linked to Newcastle. I mean, they're linked to so many players, but Arsenal supposedly interested in him as well. Adarabioyo.
He's done all right. Razor, he hasn't had a great deal to do.
Well, yeah.
You know, it's not as if he's had a great deal of defending to do. He hasn't had much to do, so you can't really judge him on this, you wouldn't think.
Here they go on the break. Ritchie heads away and Almiron over halfway. Gale to the left, Longstaff to the right. It's behind Dwight Gale and sends him wide. And Gale plays it back to Ritchie, closer to halfway than the box. Almiron again. Ritchie goes down the line. Almiron looking for an option and then back into his own half to Dummett. Fernandez forward, straight onto the chest of Fulham's Tim Ream. And Liverpool have got a second against Crystal Palace. They lead 2-0. Frustrates you, doesn't it, when they break and what you would think would be a
straightforward ball. It's not a difficult ball, just play it in front of them.
Yeah, a pass they could complete. Doesn't happen. And I think really the second half, look, it hasn't been the greatest game. Fulham have had more of it in the second half, but have been wasteful, or the quality hasn't been there for the final ball. And when Newcastle have had opportunities, they haven't made them count. Now, possibly a slip from Adarabioyo when he almost lost out to Almiron, who would have been away. Got it clear at the final moment. Leeds 3, West Brom 0, and now a change around in the Champions League race, because Leicester, having been back in front against Spurs, it's now 2-2, and it's an own goal from the keeper, Kasper Schmeichel. But Chelsea still losing against Aston Villa. Miguel Almiron's going off, and Newcastle's final change sees Jeff Hendrick introduced. Hendrick, haven't really seen much of him lately. He's onto the midfield. That should mean that Willock goes a bit further forwards to support Gale. BBC Radio Newcastle, 10 minutes to go. Willock is actually the furthest player forwards as Fulham pass it along the back. 5-0 to Manchester City. Sergio Aguero on his final appearance for the club. Caballero, Fulham cross from the left, curling into the goal and into Dubravka's hands.
Poor. Just pulls it straight into the keeper. Again, easy take.
Ritchie back down the left to Dummett, takes a touch and then try to get Gale in. Adarabioyo there for Fulham. As the wind gets up and blows through Craven Cottage. A few journalists' team sheets have been blowing away all afternoon. Corner flags flowing, and Fulham now have a corner kick on the right. And cross deflected behind by Newcastle, who have every player in purple and black away to my right in the box. Murphy on the front post, no one at the back stick. And Caballero with the corner. Ream goes flying at it, and then it goes back into Dubravka's hands off a Newcastle leg. Keeper's got it. Gale makes a quick run up to halfway. Dubravka holds onto the ball and then releases it to Cher. Getting some minutes in before the Euros in the summer. Long ball downfield, nobody there. Gale had come short, and Rodek plays it to Onomar, and Fulham come up to halfway. 1-0 Newcastle.
Yeah, the corner played in. Ream went for it. Hit Sean Longstaff. Knew absolutely nothing about it and ends up in Dubravka's hands.
It's given away by Fulham. Here's Gale. Takes a touch, got cleaned out, finds Willock. Referee stops it. No advantage that time, so fair enough really. Willock had it, but out wide right and not really heading towards goal. 7 minutes of the 90 to go on BBC Radio Newcastle. Fabian Cher on the diagonal to Ritchie. Good first touch, Longstaff down the line. Ritchie goes back to Dummett, into Shelvey. Looks for Longstaff. It wasn't too close to him and goes out. Gale chased after it but couldn't get there in time. Fulham throw in their half on the near right side. Into midfield, Hendrick trying to win it. Reen got there first. Volleyed away. Fernandez watching it back to Dubravka. Comes to the edge of the box and claims. Josh Maja made it a tense moment for Newcastle with his chasing and closing down, but ball had just enough to carry through to the keeper. Steve Bruce urging them on from the side of the pitch. Dubravka throws it out overarm to Ritchie. Inside to Dummett. Maja at his back, releases it. First time, Longstaff chasing. Adarabioyo pulls it down, goes back to the keeper. Rodak slips and sends it out to the right, straight to Jacob Murphy. Gale finding Jeff Hendrick on the right wing, and a bit of a miscue from Hendrick. Looked like he was trying to lift it into the box. In the end, it was a flat ball that was blocked by a Fulham player and went out for a throw.
Yeah, the keeper trying to play out from the back again, gives it away, invites trouble.
Played by Tim Ream. BBC Radio Newcastle. Live at Craven Cottage. 5 minutes plus added on time is all that's left of Newcastle's season. Here's the Fulham substitute, Tyrese Francois. 20-year-old. Came on for Joe Bryan a little earlier. Caballero left side on the outer edge of the penalty area. Clips it back to Tete, right side, flashes the ball over, and then Caballero trying to turn and shoot, or Carvalho rather, trying to turn and shoot. Newcastle make the block and then complete the clearance out of play on halfway. Fulham getting a bit of a sniff there. And in the end, Newcastle did enough to survive and stay 1-0 in front. Fabio Carvalho, Newcastle free kick, Shelvey fouled.
Yeah, they haven't. A bit like ourselves, they've had no focal point to play off, Fulham. You know.
Willock on his chest. And a really good ball, left-footed to Matt Ritchie on the near side. Ritchie back to Willock, who came across. Good feet, gets away from Carvalho. Now starts to run. It's a throw. Whose ball is it? They don't know. They've given it Newcastle's way. Hard to tell in that case, actually. On this near side, Ritchie with it. Willock down the line. Ball rolls along the line. Willock plays it against Tete, and it's another throw. Willock's 7th goal in 7 appearances has them 1-0 up. Ritchie to Longstaff and back again. Willock in the box to Ritchie. They're in here and they have a penalty. Matt Ritchie's fouled. He was taken down as he broke into the area after a lovely move from the throw, and Newcastle United have been given a penalty kick by Chris Kavanagh, and the question is now who's going to take it, and the answer is Fabian Schär. Kenny Tete with the trip, just seeing it again.
I think he goes to cross that and his leg catches Tete. It's one of that. I don't think it was a trip. I think it's a strange one.
So penalty for Newcastle in the 88th minute. When Ritchie picked the ball up, I thought he was going to take it, but he instead presented it to Fabian Schär, who faces Marek Rodak, and Schär scores. So cool and casual from Fabian Schär. Quality penalty, rolled into the bottom left corner of the goal. Rodak went the other way. It's Schär's first of the season, and it is Fulham 0, Newcastle United 2.
Well, strange game, isn't it? We've hardly seen any of the ball second half. Haven't tested the goalkeeper at all, and we find ourselves 2 up.
Leicester City 2, Tottenham Hotspur 3. You have to feel for Leicester in some ways. Listen, wouldn't you love to have their problems? I mean, Newcastle did at one time, didn't they? Missing out on the Champions League in the final week of the season. They've won the FA Cup, but looks like it could be happening to them again for the second year running. I suppose another year of Europa League football is not a bad consolation prize, is it, for Leicester? But they were 2-1 up, and with Chelsea losing, they were 4th. And I think they'll be back down to 5th now, won't they? We'll have a look at all the other scores and what they mean after the game here on BBC Radio Newcastle. But 2-0 to Newcastle now. Shelvey with a foul in midfield. Shares penalty, adding to Willock's goal in the first half. And De Cordova-Reid has taken it. A free kick, and Newcastle get it back. It's a throw. On the right side, Jacob Murphy into Gale, flicked out towards Hendrick, who can't keep it in. Clock reaches 90 minutes, and there will be a minimum of a single minute added to the game. Gale got blocked off in his attempts to win the ball, or chase after the ball at least, on halfway. Nothing given. Cher thumps it away, and now Willock giving chase. Adebayo, it's a bouncing ball. His backwards header comes to Gale, and Jonjo Shelvey has it. Newcastle could maybe finish the game off with a third. Shelvey's gone for it. It's taken a huge deflection and spun out to Ritchie on the left. His deep cross to the back of the box. Murphy goes for the big volley and misconnects with the ball. Cher's got it now. Into the box, Fabian Cher, stopped by Tim Ream.
Yeah, 1 minute of added on time. Referees obviously had enough of this game as well.
I thought they were going to get a third there. It's probably going to be it.
That really would rub salt in the wounds, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Fulham have lost a club record 13 home matches this season, including this one. Here they are on the attack down the right, dealt with by Newcastle, and that is it. Chris Kavanagh blows the final whistle. The match ends, the season ends, and they sign off with a 2-0 victory in London, beating Fulham with goals from Joe Willock, who else, and Fabian Cher from the penalty spot. It's a third win in the capital this season after victories at West Ham and Crystal Palace, the most games they've won in London since 2013-14, and a campaign that probably couldn't end soon enough has actually been quite enjoyable in recent weeks, especially after they achieved safety, and it's been nice to see them climb the table and play some better stuff and be involved in some exciting games. This was not one of the exciting matches, John Anderson, but it is another win, and it looks like it's going to take them up the table at least a couple of places, but how far depends on what happens elsewhere. What's your assessment of what we've seen today, Ando?
Well, it was a typical end of season game. You know, Fulham looked like they couldn't be bothered. They didn't want to be there. Plenty of the ball, no killer touch, no penetration whatsoever. Dubravka had a few crosses to come and get. We didn't have to do a great deal. 2-0 probably flatters us, to be quite honest. We didn't do enough. You know, Willock, he picks it up, he runs at people, and they go out, whoa, hang on. We're used to people getting the ball and passing it, not used to people running on us, and good finish, and the second one, the penalty. You know, we seen nothing of the ball second half, but it's a nice way to finish the season with a win. What's that? We finish 17 points, is it, clear of Fulham?
Yeah.
You know, so since the Fulham game, or since the Brighton game, when it all looked doom and gloom, you'd have to say that since then the reaction of everybody has been first class.
Newcastle heading off the pitch and back into the changing room. Fulham's players staying out. The penalty in the second half made it 2, converted by Fabian Schär. He's so cool in those situations, isn't he? He's taken a couple in shootouts for Newcastle and also for Switzerland. I don't think there was ever any doubt that was going in, was there? It was stroked home.
But look, it's one of them. There's no pressure, is there? You know, it's not as if you need this to go in to make sure we stay in the Premier League. There was no real pressure on it. Nice and casual. Keeper was already on his way before he's even struck it, and he just lets the keeper go and rolls it in the other corner. He's a cool customer.
You listen to BBC Radio Newcastle. Steve Bruce, the last one off for Newcastle. Obviously no away fans to acknowledge. Unfortunately, hopefully that will change when next season begins, as the rain starts to come down again at Craven Cottage. Fulham's players look like they're going to go to both ends of the ground to acknowledge their supporters who are here. Today's game, Ando, you've talked about Willock there and obviously how he runs with the ball and the impact that has on a game and the difference it makes to Newcastle. Though you wouldn't say that there were any standout performers, a few who were quiet, but Fernandes and Dummett quite a few times did exactly what they needed to do, as usual, defensively, with a lot of balls going into the box.
Yeah, defended well. Thought the centre-backs did well when the ball came in there. You know, Fernandes always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. Paul Dummett did what Paul Dummett does. You know, loves a tackle and made some good interceptions. But there was nobody really who caught the eye, especially from a forward point of view. You know, going forward, players that we spoke about beforehand, St. Maximin, Almiron, quiet on the day. But look, it wasn't a great game. It was a typical end of season game, but it's a nice way to finish the season. You know, 2 wins on the bounce. It's been a decent week.
Ando, thanks very much for today and for the season.
Cheers, Razor. Thank you.
Ando will be back on Total Sport tomorrow at 6 on BBC Radio Newcastle. Give us a ring to talk about United. We'll also have the latest from Sunderland as well. So they've won on the final day of the season by 2-0. Willock and then Schär from the penalty spot. But how does that affect the Premier League table for Newcastle United? They could finish as high as 12th with all the other scores and what everything means. Back in the BBC Radio Newcastle studio is Colin White.
Razor, thank you very much indeed. We could have done with the Newcastle United match lasting a little bit longer, because the short answer is we don't know yet. The games that matter most haven't quite finished yet. So I'll run through the games that have finished. Arsenal have beaten Brighton by 2-0. Nicola Pepe scoring both of those early in the second half. Leeds have beaten West Brom by 3-1. Rodrigo and Calvin Phillips in the first half. A Patrick Bamford penalty made it 3-0 to Leeds. Hal Robson-Kanu with a consolation for West Bromwich Albion. It wouldn't have been any consolation at all for already relegated West Brom. West Ham have beaten Southampton by 3-0. Pablo Fornal scored 2 of them, 2 in 4 minutes actually. Declan Rice 5 minutes from the end, making absolutely sure for West Ham. But as far as the Champions League qualification is concerned, Leicester had it in their hands and have royally thrown it away, because they were 2-1 up on Spurs. They are now 4-2 down in the final couple of minutes of that game. Gareth Bale has scored 2 in the last 4 minutes. It's actually jumping Spurs up above Arsenal into the Europa Conference League qualifying position as well. But Leicester 2, Spurs 4 has not quite finished yet. Jamie Vardy with 2 penalties actually for Leicester City. So Leicester falling out of the Champions League places. Liverpool and Chelsea the 2 as it stands. It was always going to be 2 from 3. Liverpool finishing 3rd, Chelsea finishing 4th, Leicester finishing 5th, unless things change in the next couple of minutes, which they may well do. Sheffield United have beaten Burnley by 1-0. David McGoldrick with the only goal of that game. Liverpool have beaten Crystal Palace 2-0, so they have secured their Champions League qualification. Sadio Mane with both of those goals. It is now full time at the King Power Stadium. So Leicester City 2, Spurs 4 is a final score. So it actually doesn't matter what happens to Chelsea now. They are down to 10 men. They're 2-1 down at Aston Villa. But they could score an equaliser, they could score a winner, or they could concede another one. It really wouldn't make any difference at all. Chelsea are going to finish 4th. Leicester now clinging on to the hope that Chelsea win the Champions League. But Manchester City are 5-0 up on Everton. Sergio Aguero has now scored his 183rd and 184th Premier League goals, likely to be his last 2 Premier League goals as well. They are a Premier League record for one club. Manchester City 5-0 up on Everton in the last couple of minutes. I'm just making sure I have missed a full time. Yes, that is full time at the Etihad. So Manchester City beating Everton by 5-0. Kevin De Bruyne, Gabriel Jesus in the opening 15 minutes, Phil Foden early in the second half, and then those 2 from Sergio Aguero in the final 20 minutes. So Manchester City 5, Everton 0. They finished top of the league on 86 points. As far as Newcastle United are concerned, the one we're really waiting on is Wolves. They are 2-1 down at home to Manchester United. If they concede another goal, Wolves, then it means that the 2 teams, Newcastle United and Wolves, would be level not only on points, but also on goal difference. The goals scored, though, is in Newcastle United's favour. And I'm looking at a league table. I'll be honest, I was trying to keep my own league table going this afternoon, and I've now deferred to the BBC Sport website, which is a far better place to be looking for it. They have Newcastle United up to 12th, so I'm just going to check and come back to you on that one in a moment. Aston Villa have beaten Chelsea by 2-1. That is the final score. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to hear from Martin Emerson. Durham's match at Derbyshire in the County Championship ended in a rain-affected draw. We'll come back to the football in a second, but here's Martin Emerson's report on the cricket.
With the weather a constant threat, the final day of this game was purely about bonus points. Durham lost wickets regularly before Cameron Bancroft and Ned Eckersley put on a partnership of 60 for the 6th wicket. Bancroft faced 137 balls for his patient 39, while Eckersley went on to make 82, finally falling LBW in the gloom to Ben Aitchison to give the young bowler his first 5-wicket haul. He'd go on to take 7 in all. The game ended in a draw after Durham were all out for 208, trailing on first innings by 50 runs.
That one was always going to finish in a draw. I was wrong. The BBC Sport website is right. Newcastle United, unless anything happens with Wolves in the next minute or so, and they are in the 7th minute of injury time at home to Manchester United, Newcastle United are going to finish 12th on goals scored. So their goal difference with Wolves is both -16. They're both on 45 points. It is full time at Molineux. Wolves 1, Manchester United 2. So Newcastle United finished the Premier League season in 12th position with 45 points. It was the best they could achieve given where they were at the start of this afternoon's play. Newcastle United win 2-0 at Fulham, finished 12th in the Premier League table on 45 points, which is 1 point better off than last season. Total Sport is back to go through all of the weekend's action, including Sunderland's win/defeat yesterday. 6 o'clock tomorrow.